below. Let me see you next slide. So just briefly, what we identified in the project history, in July of 2015, there were two applications submitted. One was 1949 Waring Street, and the other was at 1460 Hilby. These are both church sites. There were hearings that conducted by the Planning Commission in which both applications were denied. They went forward to the council. The council eventually approved a church steeple design at 1949 Waring Street, and there was a continuance in June of 2016 in review of that appeal, whereby the council wanted to look at alternative sites. There were tolling agreements established with Verizon as their shot clocks under federal law that the cities must abide by. We had surpassed those timeframes, but the tolling agreement in this case would remain in effect on 1460 Hilby, pending what would occur with alternative site evaluations at other locations as a substitute possibly for that site. So in between that time, it's been almost 2.5, 3 years. Verizon has come back forward with the 4 applications or the 4 sites that we just went through. They provided an alternative analysis of about 47 sites in the previous packet. And they had come down to proposing that these would be the 4 sites they wanted to be considered. So where we stand at this point is that the Planning Commission has taken its action to recommend that the Commission would move forward with a project at these 4 sites as the alternative for the small cell application. And what considerations you looked at aesthetic criteria, no more burdensome than other typical types of infrastructure that go on those poles, and the objectives that the city has in terms of priority being on publicly owned properties. These were design criteria that are exempt from review when putting a small cell on an existing pole. There is, under federal law, there is allowance for small cells to be on existing poles and new poles. So the project findings that we have before you, that's in your packet, is that the site is within the applicable zone. It's consistent with the general plan. The design location and size characteristics are compatible with existing and planned land uses in the area. The site is physically suitable for the type and density of the proposal, and the granting of said permit would not be detrimental to the public health, safety, and welfare. So city staff has prepared a resolution, which was included in the packet as attachment 1. Is it Exhibit A or attachment 1? I think it's attachment 1, right? Yeah, it's attachment 1 in the packet, and that resolution includes conditions and it cites findings and evidence in support of each of those findings. The representative from Verizon is here, and I know the engineer had addressed that at the previous hearing, because that was a question that was brought forward when Ms. Knight and the engineer were present. But I will see if the representative from Verizon can answer that. You can wait. We'll wait till they have any further questions of myself. Okay. So is there any questions from the commission regarding the resolution with any of the conditions that are listed, as well as the findings and evidence that would be consistent with the direction that was provided to staff at the previous meeting? Okay. Okay.
Make sure you use your microphone. Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Got so used to not having them.
Hello, my name is Christina Damoli.
Hi.
Hi.
Good evening. Could you explain to us the difference of these two, of the big tower in conjunction with the 4 small ones? The last person told us that the RF signals were a lot lower on these little towers than they are on the big tower. And if you could tell us how much that is.
It doesn't cover as much of an area as the larger tower does. So these ones only cover a few feet compared to the larger tower, which would cover a much larger area.
Okay, so these are less of a signal then.
Yes.
Okay. Any questions from commissioners? Thank you. We will now open it up to public comment. Anybody wishing to speak on this matter may come forth and do so. We will put a 3-minute time clock. Good evening again.
Okay, thanks for the second time. Okay. It's difficult to believe that, my name is Walt Ferguson, and I'm a Seaside resident. It's difficult to believe that we, the citizens of Seaside, have allowed the process of holding a public hearing to become so distorted in the case of Verizon Master Use Permit for the installations of 4 wireless cell sites in our residential neighborhoods. I was first notified about the use permit, requesting approval of this permit on behalf of Verizon Wireless to install a site in my neighborhood only 8 days prior to the public hearing on July 24th. Not all residents within 400 feet of the proposed installations were adequately notified. The posted notice at the installation sites existed of an 8.5, 11 white piece of paper, proposed cellular site with no contact information to respond. Both the mailed public notice of the hearing to be held the 24th, the notice on the utility poles were, both of those and the notices that were mailed were in English only, completely disregarding Seaside's large Latino population. At the Planning Commission's public hearing on the 24th, there were no microphones or adequate recording devices. Furthermore, the meeting minutes are not available for review prior to this important meeting. During that meeting, every Verizon customer that spoke said they had no problems with their coverage in Seaside, and the local Verizon stores will tell you the same. In fact, a map published by Verizon, which I have a copy of here, does not show any existing coverage gaps in Seaside. What they told us at that meeting, Verizon, is there would be a coverage gap in the future, and that we may not be able to stream data during peak hours in the evening when everyone is at home. This is simply not true. It's not about cellular reception. It's Verizon's intention to transmit a 5G signal wirelessly to a router inside your home. This creates a Wi-Fi network from their 5G signal powered wirelessly instead of cable, such as Comcast is using now. These unsightly installations appear to open an entirely new market for Verizon. Instead, Verizon should focus on improving its current towers, and there are ways to increase capacity with 4x4 MIMO and 256 QAM technologies, as other carriers are doing. Not only will these cellular facilities be a blight to our neighborhoods, it is perception of many of our residents that their property values will be negatively impacted. They believe that these emissions showering from these units 24 hours a day in our neighborhoods and schoolyards pose both short-term and long-term health risks. Many believe that 10-year-old studies done by the FCC and the effects of RF millimeter waves emissions on human beings and other living things is outdated. Why would the federal government approve the widespread use of carcinogenic chemicals such as Roundup, or expose our military to Agent Orange only decades later to find out the errors in their ways? Why? Because they were moving the process too fast. Whether your concern is health, privacy, or property values, I urge the Planning Commission to take action to deny Verizon's application. Should the City of Seaside Planning Commission recommend approval, the citizens of Seaside will be forced to appeal your decision.
Thank you, sir.
And I'll leave this map for you.
Good evening, Peter Kaiser. I'm a city resident here, and I live about maybe 8 blocks from those proposed tower sites. I think we need to look a little bit into the history. A few decades ago, the cell tower lobbies went into Congress, and what they did is they wanted to make sure that no local city could deny these towers coming in for health reasons. Now think about that for a minute. Why would you do that 20 or 30 years ago if you're going to expand these towers and the radiation? If you think there's a health hazard that might stop the movement of these towers being built in cities around the United States, of course you would want to put a law in there very quietly with very powerful lobbies and corporations, and that's what the law is. I understand it. Think about why that law is there. Now, we just saw on the screen from the city planner that there are no negative health consequences for the input of 4 towers within these few block areas. Think about that. There probably are health consequences. And you, by the way, you want to have someone with a very expensive radiation meter testing the radiation. How far does it go out in some other areas before you have this put in here? And I just drove by 1268 Yosemite, and it looks like, according to the picture up here, that it's going to be across the street. Well, do you know what's across the street? Highland Elementary School. So you're going to want to have that cell tower on the corner of the block. On the other side of that little baseball field is Highland Elementary School. Just like the other cell tower was put in half a block from the Delray Woods Elementary School on one of the higher utility poles. I saw them building it one day. You'll see it there about half a block away. That's inappropriate. We have maybe 800, 900 children there 5 days a week, maybe 150 days a year. That's inappropriate. So I also have a relative who maybe consider moving into the area near the Yosemite proposed tower, and I don't want children, my grandchildren and children in that area with 24/7 radiation coming down. And some of those towers are within 50 feet of people's bedrooms. Now, we have about 12 cell towers surrounding this whole city, but we don't need to have 4 more cell towers right in the middle of the city affecting that. Now, I don't have a PG&E digital smart meter. It cost me $430 to not get that. So we want to keep the reduction of radiation for the citizens of Seaside. I even saw a movie where they had cell towers on top of an apartment building in Israel, and that city decided to take those cell towers out of there and take the cell towers out of the city because there was too much danger to the children of that city. So I think we need to be very careful here and reconsider your previous decision. And we have enough cell towers here. We don't need to have more. We want to protect the health of our children and grandchildren, especially mine who might be moving into that neighborhood. And so be very careful about this and be careful why they passed that law. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Annalie Green. I lived for 40 years in Seaside. I live on 1112 Waring Street, which is, Buena is actually right in my backyard, the proposed cell phone antenna. Okay, the 5G is actually a super horse of cell phones, and therefore they need more powerful antennas and towers. The more potential for radiation to be admitted in our environment. I'm wondering, because we had the same problem 3 years ago, with the church on Hillby. And how come Verizon has not looked into this on Fort Ord? There's plenty of room there. You can build another tower or 2, but not in the neighborhood. That's the big problem. Australia had some studies done when children were actually in the vicinity of these cell towers and antennas. They had twice likely to be leukemia. There's actually evidence of people having Alzheimer's, cardiac problems, sleepless nights, and depression, and so forth. So have this proposed in Fort Ord, not in Seaside, with all the children and all the residents. It's uncalled for. We're going to biting ourselves in the tail because we done the same thing 3 years ago and we fought it. It's also against the land use. That's a legal issue, land use. It's not proposed by the land use. Thank you.
Hello. I've lived on Monterey Peninsula for about
Can you speak,
Oh.
give us your name?
Wendy Vorkepper. I don't live in Seaside. My daughter lives on Waring Street in Seaside. I've lived on the Monterey Peninsula for 50 years. I would first say, if you could all look at the Sacramento City Council on YouTube, their meeting that was about the 5G issue. And the Sacramento Realtors Association did a study in Sacramento and found that the property values on the streets where they were proposing the towers, or they had put the towers in, the 5G towers, the property values were actually diminished in those areas because people are really uncertain. So that's a financial thing that we need to worry about. You know, for me, as a mother of several children, I say, if there is this huge rise in autism in children, there's youth violence, if there is an issue here, and there are a lot of studies done about 5G, it's not like, oh, we're just saying, oh, we're scared, whatever. There's a lot of scientific study from all over the world now, if you look into it, that's not looking that good. I know there was a fire department in Southern California where they put some towers in, and the guys there that were staying there could not sleep. They removed the towers because those guys are, you know, counted on to be there when we need them. Sleep deprivation is like the #1 thing that's used in torturing people in war situations. I mean, I'm not trying to be dramatic, I'm just saying this is really the truth. So if this is something that could be affecting our peace of mind, and especially with children who are more sensitive, then it's really something we need to know about before we start installing these things. When the tobacco studies came out saying that that tobacco was dangerous, before that it was fine. The tobacco industry fought it, but the laws did ending up getting into place that protected the kids from being able to buy tobacco. So I kind of feel like this is the same situation. We've got the studies, why aren't we doing that? I think that's it. So thank you very much.
Hello, my name's Clara, that's my mother. I live here in Seaside, we live on Waring Street. So one of the #1 reasons we moved to Seaside was that we could afford a home here, and it's getting better and better, ideally, every day. There's a lot of work being done to Broadway, there's all kinds of things every day we see being done, the lot on Canyon Del Rey, in front of the Embassy Suites, all this gentrification of the city, and then we're gonna be installing these things that are just an eyesore, more of an eyesore again. Not to mention that, just, again, the property values, it's been proven that it's gonna lower the property values. Again, we moved here for the affordability, but we don't wanna be losing value in our home just for a company to be profiting off of. I'm a Verizon Wireless customer, by the way. We pay them over $200 a month for our service. We have spotless service in Seaside. I don't have any service issues, and at my house, I have Comcast. Comcast is wired in, I have a wireless router. And the only reason I can see that Verizon would need to have these towers is to make more money, to take over these customers, to poach the customers so that they can have the 5G Wi-Fi, right, capacity in the city, as opposed to Comcast right now, which is a hardwired internet. Another issue is it's been rejected in cities like Carmel, San Francisco, Pacific Grove. So I don't feel like we should then, as citizens here, let the big companies come in and this is the low income area so they can come and do whatever they want. We should stand up to them and say that this isn't healthy for our citizens, it's not good for our home values, it's not good for the way the city looks, and frankly, I feel you all should stand up for that. That's it.
Hello, my name is Alexander Cornish, and I live with Clara on 1605 Waring Street. And I'm just listening to everybody talk, and I'm just wondering if there was a show of hands, like all you guys, how many of you guys have Wi-Fi in your homes? Probably, you guys don't have Wi-Fi?
Public comment is not interactive.
Oh,
You make your statement for 3 minutes.
okay. Well, so my point is, I would bet that everybody in here has Wi-Fi at their home, right? And they probably have Wi-Fi at their work. Because I have experience. I go to work every day and my phone goes to Wi-Fi. I go home, my phone goes to Wi-Fi. I barely even use cellular data And I'm just confused as to why Verizon would want to come in here and install all these towers, except they're just trying to compete with Comcast and all these other companies. And it's just really disappointing because I feel like I wasn't informed. I had no idea. I had to have my neighbor tell me about it. I never got a pamphlet in the mail. If you walk around the neighborhood, you can't even tell. You would never know that they were trying to install these towers. I had no idea. None. And it's very disappointing. But I do think that we don't have a cell problem in this town. My phone works great. I don't need more cell towers. I don't even use them. Like I said, Wi-Fi. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Raquel Sumter, and I moved to Seaside about 5 years ago when I bought a home. I love Seaside. I especially love my street. My neighbors are awesome. And we've seen a lot of improvements in Seaside, and we're really hoping that we would continue to improve the look of Seaside and not decrease its charm and value. Technology advances and changes rapidly. Do we know that for a fact this is the best option? That this technology won't become obsolete the moment it's installed? Can we not wait for an alternative that wouldn't emit radiation, that wouldn't be ugly and an eyesore, that doesn't block the view of our residents, as the electrical poles and wires do? Don't we want to strive to improve the look of our city and not cheapen it? I was hoping that one day I would see those poles and cables go underground, or that we would find an alternative to them. But now, Verizon wants to put a metal monster on them, and is the city gonna ignore the residents and their best interests because of faster downloads? Are you going to put a cell tower on my street because in the future there may be a need for it? I have Verizon, my cell service is just fine. And I want to implore Verizon to find a better alternative. I want to put cell towers away from homes. We're not saying we don't want them, just don't put them in where our homes are. Maybe they can use their funds to develop alternatives to this, fiber optics, something that can work for all of us. And then I want to implore the city to continue improving Seaside for its residents, to protect the charm of our city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Rachel Christofferson. I'm a Seaside resident, 1542 Waring. And first, I would just want to say thank you very much for your service to the city. This cannot be easy to serve on this commission, and I want to thank you for that. And I want to thank everyone for coming out tonight and for being part of this community action, for Luan for making me aware of this situation, and for community organizing. My first name is Rachel. Yeah. So I have 3 small points. Basically, to err on the side of caution, that there has been precedent for kind of bad public policy in public safety and health that has been reversed, and that you still have to deal with public perception regardless. So in trying to find out how cell towers work and what was the real public health consequences of them, I probably, like you, found it very difficult to find anything conclusive. I went to sources that I trusted, and I found always there were some studies, even within their body of work, that had some evidence of health harm. So I urge you to please err on the side of caution, and to, if you do install these things, to put them away from people, and especially away from children. There are many sites that could be used if they're needed that are away from people. There have been precedents in the past. Think of asbestos pajamas, think of smoking in public places, and now we're currently dealing with a health crisis of PFOAs and PFOSs, which are these small carbon chains that are everywhere due to firefighting foam and materials used in Gore-Tex and Teflon manufacture and that type of thing. So here we are with many, many precedences of public safety being overlooked or harmed, even though at the time the information was this is just fine. And lastly, you can clearly see that there's fear in the public. The public perception is that there could be harm from these. And regardless of, we don't know what the facts are at this point, in my view. we still have to deal with public perception. And that could be, negatively affect you and could negatively affect my property values on Waring Street. And I urge you to reconsider this decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Vicki Tackett, and I am a 12-year resident of Seaside, homeowner, and taxpayer. First, I want to thank you for the work that you've done in beautifying Broadway and making many decisions that are making our town more wonderful to live in. It's just a joy to see the changes that are actually happening. So in that regard, I'm very happy. But I am distressed to learn that the Planning Commission is recommending for approval the 5G cell towers, particularly the one located at 1431 Waring Street. I thought this idea was defeated several years ago. We were not aware that this idea was being proposed again. We are against having this anywhere in Seaside, but particularly on Waring Street. The 5G cells do emit a much higher radiation, known as a carcinogen. This proposed site is next to the school playground. The school is not aware, by the way, that this is being proposed right now, too. So I'm not sure if you've advised the school, the Seaside Child Development Center, that this is being a proposed site. But I understand that they were told this afternoon, and we're extremely distressed by it. How would you like your children to be unknowingly exposed? It's unconscionable to me that these children are vulnerable and they're without a voice. Other areas on the peninsula have banned the cell towers, including Monterey and Carmel. Home prices will suffer, losing as much as 20% due to the cell tower being within 400 feet. I ask you please to reconsider your initial decision, knowing that the financial harm you are inflicting upon the residents you represent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Nina Beatty. I was a 10-year resident of Seaside, and I have friends that live in Seaside. In response to the RF coverage, I have meters that I measure radiation, and I have the staff reports from here and from other cities. The levels that they state will be coming off of these. I have never measured such high levels from macro towers. So the coverage as far as where the down tilt will determine where it's covering. These people on the ground will be exposed to higher levels than I have ever measured before. No renters were notified, so renters heard from other property owners in the area, and I think that's unconscionable. Where are the city attorneys? You were specifically asked for the city attorney and the council, the advising council on cell towers to be here, and I don't see them at all. The Buena Street, if it's turned around, if the antenna's turned around, it will likely touch the property line of the people that are directly behind, and there is a no-go zone around those antennas, and that will likely extend onto the property, taking their property and not allowing them to be in the vicinity of that zone, so it'll take a bite out of them. This is a precedent for prowl use by cell towers in Seaside. Federal laws prohibit discrimination against carriers, so you will have to approve other cell towers, small cell towers in the right-of-way from other carriers in this area. It'll be a loss of city control of the public right-of-way. This is a fire hazard. These smart meters have electrical and fire risk issues, and when there are surges, they cannot handle surges well, and they can start arcing, which cause a possibility of injury to people nearby and can set the pole on fire. There have been many smart meter fires throughout the country as well as internationally. So this poses a fire hazard wherever these smart meters are installed on these utility poles. loss of property values, loss of income for landlords of STRs and long-term rentals from people that don't want to live next to these things. You have the visual impacts, which I sent you photographs of things that weren't done 5 years ago or 10 years ago. They were done very recently by Verizon, and they're junk on poles, which people nearby will be, you can paint it out all you want, and they're going to be with all this equipment in their face. This incommodes the public and violates 7901. I'm disabled by electromagnetic sensitivity. I'm part of a protected class, the disabled, protected from discrimination. I will not be able to live in these neighborhoods. I will not be able to use the public streets or the sidewalks in these neighborhoods. I won't be able to freely travel, as I'm restricted in other communities on this peninsula. Parts of Pacific Grove, I can no longer drive there in violation of laws.
Thank you, ma'am.
And the staff report was missing Supreme Court documents that you don't know about because they didn't tell you.
Time.
Hi, I'm Bill Tackett. I live on Waring Avenue. My wife is Vicki. And this might be kind of old news, and it could be a bogus blog, but there was an August 9th of this year U.S. Appeals Court ruling. So I'm just going to trust the news guy here. The FCC was dealt a partial blow last week as a U.S. Appeals Court vacated the agency's move to exempt 5G small cell sites from federal environmental and historical preservation review. Last year, the FCC had passed regulation alongside other rule changes about 5G to speed the deployment. This court ruling upheld the shot clock to quickly move ahead and do approvals. But what was interesting is it said on August 9th, the court sided with the plaintiffs, finding that the FCC's small cell site review deregulation was arbitrary and capricious. So, I'll just kind of skim to the bottom. So the FCC commissioner, who had not voted the last time, said it's back to the drawing board. So appeals courts can be turned over at a higher level. But it's just interesting to me, this just happened August 9th. And the particular part that was overturned was that, I guess find one other piece, because it actually said that the part about environmental review was, they hadn't done enough review to check that the environmental impact of this many cell towers would have no public health risk. I don't think it means they can't ever install one, but it might mean to think about what it is or what's going to happen in the next step. Because if they've vacated the portion of the ruling that said you can't deny health negative benefits, that kind of means that you can. If the ruling isn't reversed, that the FCC might have to consider other sources of is it safe. Anyway, that might be old news because it is from last Thursday. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lü Yuan Zhao. I'm the homeowner of 1431 Waring Street. And thank you for your service to the city. At the first Planning Commission meeting, you approved the proposal of the installation of the cell towers in our neighborhood. You made the decision based on the speaking of the Verizon wireless representatives, but you did not listen to the voices of the residents near the cell towers. The company is going to install the cell tower right in front of my house. The utility pole with the cell tower is only 7 steps from my house, 5 steps from the playground of the children in the preschool. I did not get any notice. I do not want the cell tower in front of my house. The residents of every single house in our Waring Street block do not want the cell tower in our neighborhood. We were told that residents have to go through the appeal process and have to pay $630 to submit the appeal form if we want to overturn your decision, which was not fair to us. Only a few households received the notice. in less than 1 week before your first hearing meeting. Some were out of town, some were just renters, some were working. Most residents were not aware of this event. The company had been preparing the project for years, but just gave the notice to a few homes in less than 1 week. Your commission quickly approved the project without the presence of the residents near the cell towers. Now, many residents near the cell tower are here. We hope you can change your mind to reject the project after listening to the voices of the residents. I heard that residents were prohibited from talking about the radiation at the first Planning Commission meeting. But if there were no health-related issues, why couldn't Verizon Wireless install the cell towers in Monterey, Pacific Grove, Carmel, San Francisco, Hillsborough, and many other cities? Because the residents there were concerned about their health. Why did Australia launch petition worldwide against the proposal? Some scientists did the experiment on the rats. When the rat was exposed to the radiation from the cell tower for 18 hours, it developed a type of brain cancer called the glioma. 18 hours. We cannot imagine 5 to 10 years what would happen to the people near the cell tower. The rats, which were not exposed to the radiation, were completely fine, healthy, sound. We were told that Verizon Wireless will file appeal to FCC if our city does not approve the installation. Someone claimed that our city's rejection can be overturned if Verizon files appeal to FCC. May I ask, has Verizon already filed appeals to FCC?
Time.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Julie Callahan, 1479 Waring. Can I ask all the Waring Street residents that are affected by the cell tower to stand up, please? Thank you. Thank you all for coming out. We weren't given fair warning, and I'm sorry, I really do apologize for the redundancy, but you're going to hear it from all of us. We wrote all of our little 3-minute speeches by ourselves, so there's redundancy. We weren't given fair warning or enough time and notice to gather and voice our concerns and let the city planners know that the majority of the residents and homeowners are strongly and explicitly against these cell towers. On the same issue here, City Planning Commission chose mid-July to notify people when it's the only true vacation month. The school is out of session, the charter school is out of session, anybody that's affected, the Highland School out of session. We also found out that the charter school that's in the Waring block there doesn't even allow paint and had all of the playground equipment removed. So it's part of their mission or charter there that they cannot have anything toxic. And they don't get back into session until August 19th. So we are looking at them being uninformed right now in regards to this, and it's their school that's being affected too. Cell towers were not allowed by the residents of Monterey, PG, Carmel, and all the other residents that were cities that were mentioned earlier. But we were also told that by the few people that were able to make it to the July meeting, that they were denied the ability to express their health concerns. And though the FCC doesn't regulate health concerns, that doesn't mean that we don't have those concerns. And with all the research and the data that we've done from East Coast, West Coast, worldwide, the information is still too new out there. It is apparent that there is great concern, and we really, really, if it's not good enough for our firefighters and it's not good enough for our first responders, why would we subject our residents to this in the first place? I can't see any monetary gain or any rational reason that we would want to have that in the city of Seaside. Okay. There's no future safety concerns for us. It's just a stepping stone to additional privacy violations like cameras and microphones and other things to go on without approval, because it is our understanding that if these towers go up, that other things can be added to them without the residents' approval. After talking to 24 of the parents outside of the school, I found not one of them was interested in supporting a cell tower close to their school. We also have a petition here with over 60 names of residents signing, saying that we don't want this if they all couldn't make it here. So with respect to the residents' requests, I'm sorry, I'm like shaking too much, I can't read my notes here.
I'm sorry, ma'am,
It's okay.
time's up too.
Is it time's up? All right, well, thank you. We flat out don't want the cell towers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is George Solomon. I also live on Waring Street, and like many others here, I didn't even know about this. Lujan told me about it, and I was upset, because how can, this happen without us being informed, especially with the possible health effects, right? One of the proposed sites, or the 1431, I believe, is right next to a school. I mean, if I sent you guys information, I sent you pictures, I sent you a letter as well. If there's a PowerPoint I sent you guys where it shows where the possible cell tower is going to go, and then right next to it on the sidewalk is where the fence line goes for the kids. And they play out there all day, every day. They play against the fence, they look at the cars passing by, and that's exactly where the cell towers are going to be, right? And they're going to be exposed to this radiation for a long time. And I think that when I did all the research and found out, are there possible health effects? There are, right? But again, when I looked at the research, more study needs to be done. More research needs to be done to be conclusive, right? And if this wasn't a big deal, then why did, somebody already mentioned it, the Firefighters Association, they fought this because there were cell towers mounted on their buildings, and then they were having all kind of ill health effects. They were having memory issues. They were having all kinds of problems. And they fought this, they lobbied it, and they passed a bill called AB 57, which made them exempt from having cell towers placed on their fire stations, and so they took them off. So now they don't have any, and I put that in the notes too, all the references. So you can see that if it's important enough and they're having ill effects and it was removed, why can't we, right? It doesn't make sense. So my question is, yes, it may be short-term, there may not be any issues, but we don't understand the full impact of having constant exposure of the radiation, RF signals. But what's going to happen 5 years, 10 years down the road when we do have it? What's going to happen then? It's too late. The damage is done, right? What can you say, right? And he mentioned earlier, oh yeah, we looked at the health, safety, and everything. You can't, because there are issues, right? On one side, you say you can't mention it, but he mentioned it, so I'm going to mention it. There are health issues, right? Conclusive? Maybe not, but more research needs to be done. Okay, that's all I have.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Angela Cora. I live on 1399 Waring. One thing I haven't heard is that our technology isn't up to 5G yet, so it's really pointless. It's not going to improve, like the other lady said, it's not going to improve our internet. It's not going to improve anything. It's basically more for computer on computer, for driving the cars that self-drive and smart refrigerators and all this stuff that's just going beyond insanity. And for the new phone that Verizon is coming out with that will be 5G, it's $2,000. I live in Seaside. I'm not going to afford a $2,000 phone. So, it's kind of pointless. There's not enough research on it. Is it safe? I have a 7-year-old kid, sorry, she's 7 now. And all the schools, why are they putting them at the schools when there is radiation happening? It's happening. In Southern California, they shut a tower down because 2 boys in the same class came down with cancer. 2 kids in the same class, come on. There's something going on that needs more research before we put those right in front of the schools and right in front of these people's houses. I'm in that range. And my emotional plea is, please don't, please. You're here for us, right? We're the people.
Good evening. My name is Mark Watson. I do not live in Seaside. I live in Monterey, about a quarter mile that way of Delray Oaks, over by the fairgrounds. You all have a big responsibility on your shoulders. People live in a city and they don't have time to make these kinds of decisions because they're working hard to pay their high rents and utilities. So they hire people like you and mayors and city planners to look out for them, to look out for their well-being. Our pollinators are dying off. Bees, we don't know why. Whales are dying off in the ocean. We don't know why. We can surmise. This is corporate greed, basically. You've heard that everybody's cell phone that has Verizon, I don't, works well. Verizon's trying to get their foot in the door. And once they do, the door will be open for other carriers as well, as you've heard. You got to take this seriously. That's all I got to say. Oh, health. We're not supposed to talk about health. Well, we talk about property values, schools. You know, there's a lot of issue here that Verizon isn't telling you about.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Michael Campos. I reside on Buena Street. I just wanted to hear everybody else speak before coming up to the podium. A couple of issues. One of the issues is the first gentleman that spoke from the outset of this forum mentioned the PG&E smart meter. Where I reside, I don't reside permanently because of a family caregiving issue, so I'm not at my particular residence full-time. But when I do sleep in the bedroom that's adjacent to the smart meter outside of the master bedroom, I do incur issues with various cognitive issues and so forth. And a lot of these older homes, I don't know, maybe if you had a newer home that was built better with better insulation and so forth, maybe that wouldn't be a problem with some of the RF signals and so forth. I don't know. But he mentioned it cost $430 to get that replaced. I thought it was actually more than that, so that's something I may actually consider. But when I sleep outside of that bedroom, I don't have the issues if it's on a consistent basis. Anyways, that's just kind of a sidebar I wanted to throw out there. I have Verizon. I have a track phone, which most people probably don't have, because I don't use a cell phone that much. I just use it for very limited purposes. I don't need to walk around with my nose in the phone 24/7 like a lot of people do, but that may be might not be here nor there, but at any rate, it's an older smartphone, matter of fact. In fact, it's really not that smart because I never set up a Gmail account with it, so I'm not surfing the net on it and those sort of things. But at any rate, I have no trouble with the coverage. Matter of fact, I have the best coverage in Seaside than anywhere. If Verizon wants to, maybe Carmel Valley, I do business down in the Big Sur area. Matter of fact, all of your law enforcement and first responders in Monterey County, they use mainly AT&T because it's superior. But anyways, I don't have any trouble with Verizon in Seaside. Interesting too, a thing that kind of perplexed me listening to everybody here this evening, and I did not get an opportunity to come to some of these previous meetings, but I'm just wondering if there has been any scholarly individuals at the previous meetings that repudiate these particular type of cell phone towers, this lower or smaller apparatus type of cell phone, because there's a lot of good information out there, a lot of good PhD scholarly types that will definitely talk volumes of the issues with these particular towers. I guess lastly, the other thing I was curious about with the implementation of these particular towers being put up on these poles, does the city of Seaside get paid like a monthly rental or some kind of quarterly rental for Verizon or anybody else for that matter coming into a particular city and installing these? There's got to be some sort of money factor that's, they're just not coming and putting these in and not getting paid. So I'm kind of curious about that.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Mark Madison. I live at 1196 Santa Ana. That's the corner lot that is directly across from 1108 San Lucas. This pole is going to be 63 feet from my head at night. The tower, the cell tower. I'm uncomfortable with that. I'm very concerned about the health implications. And I just think it's very short-sighted. I don't understand the need for it, and I wish you guys would reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. My name is Jeannie Ferrara. I am a resident of Monterey. I'm not a resident of Seaside, but I am a realtor. I just took a listing today for a home in Seaside. I'm very concerned about the effect of putting cell phone towers in neighborhoods. I have seen just the proposal of the 13 cell towers in Monterey bring down the prices in the neighborhood, in the Monteregio, Petersgate, Monte Vista neighborhood where they were proposed. I think that with Ajit Pai, who used to be a lawyer for Verizon, as the head of the FCC, I don't think you're going to get any studies from them. But if you go, there is a free online summit called the 5G Crisis Awareness and Accountability, free online from August 26th to September 1st. You can go to the 5gsummit.com to find that. I think that more research needs to be done by the people who are making these decisions. And lots and lots of research has been done. So if you look, you can find it. And this is just one resource that's coming up very soon, August 26th to September 1st. Thank you.
Thank you. Public comment is still open.
Good evening. My name is Anthony Fry. I'm a 20-year resident of Seaside, and I am a cancer survivor. Head and neck cancer, full regimen of radiation treatment and chemotherapy. That being set aside, I'm hearing a common thread here. A rapid processing of this, that a community has not been heard, they have not been informed, an unknown about the consequences that this board seems to be not really regarding, and no real professional investigation about the impacts. This is on a school site. I really can't believe that we would compromise the development of our young citizens in this sense. I hope this council can come to understand the fear that is in this community.
Thank you. Public comment still open? Public comment is still open. We'll make sure that everybody has been able to have their say. Public comment still open. Anybody out in the hallway wishing to speak?
Good evening.
Ma'am, we can't talk from the thing, but you're welcome to come down after she's done speaking. Thank you.
Good evening, and thank you so much for listening and hearing. I see you're all really paying attention, and that made me feel good. I would like to understand something about these 4 proposed sites. My understanding is this is like a foothold into Seaside to be able to saturate the city with more of these to support the 5G movement.
How many, could I,
Ma'am,
Mr. Medina?
Ma'am, if you
I can't
ask-
ask him?
if you- no,
Okay.
You propose a question, we're going to have staff come up and they will hit on items within.
Okay, so, sorry. Wendy Ferguson. So I had a question. Are these, if this gets approved, which I really hope in good conscience, you guys really slow it down and think about this. But if this gets approved, how many more of these are going to be coming to our city? Because my understanding is for the 5G to work, because it doesn't have the same bandwidth as the 4G, you need to saturate an area with them so that it does work, because they're having trouble getting the signal through trees and bushes and walls and other things that the 4G didn't have. So I just hope that you guys really take to heart, like, looks like you're really taking it in, and I appreciate so much that you're listening, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody wishing to come up on public comment?
Can I go a second time?
No, but your wife can. Public comment still open? I don't want to close this and then have somebody tell me that they weren't allowed to speak, so please, if you want to come forward, please do so. Okay.
She's my neighbor. We're good friends. This is Roy, baby Roy, and I'm Grace. We live on Waring Street, right next to Buena. I'm a person who does use my cell phone a lot, but I won't be benefiting from this in any way. And definitely not him. You guys want to get a look, a good look? Look how cute he is.
Thank you. Public comment is still open. Going once.
How's it going? Isaac Castillo from actually 1467 Waring Street. So the tower is actually going to be like 3 houses down from my spot. Me personally, I don't want that tower here either. Reception is great. I know you've been hearing everything the same, schools, everything. Obviously, that's thrown into consideration. You ask her about reception, no offense, but she's not an electrician, so she's not going to know exactly what's coming out of there. Him, no offense, but hey, he's just, it's a stick, an arm on there. They don't really know what's going on. I don't really know if you guys actually talk to the people actually building this. They're the ones that can actually tell you also mostly what's coming out of there also. So, I mean, you guys need to make a decision, obviously, but like they said, there's a lot of research to be done, and they've been doing research. So, I mean, with the whole rat research and everything, they're showing cancer coming out, little animals, little kids. I mean, I see no point to it. To me, the same thing. It's all business. But they probably don't even care about it either. They're on the clock. They got to be here. Everybody here coming on their own free will, feared about their own lives, just trying to do better for the neighborhood. No need for those towers. Keep it the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Public comment is still open. Going once. Twice. We'll close public comment. Staff, can you come forward and answer some of the questions that were asked, please?
Ms. Stearns, Gloria Stearns, Community Development Director, she's going to stand with me in case we
both took notes.
that we both, cover. I think the first statement is on the notices are mailed to property owners. They're not mailed to renters. That follows the government code, and their 400-foot radius was the mailing radius from each of the sites where the towers would be located, or where the small cells would be located. The city is not receiving any payment for the use or establishment of those utility poles. So the city is not receiving any rent, similar to what has occurred on Soper Field. That tower, the city would receive, there's a rent, but not in this case, not for these applications. The processing is quick because the federal law requires us under a shot clock. With a small cell, we have 60 days to process the application. They submitted the application on June 11th. We deemed it complete on June 13th. So we're under a shot clock. In this case, the tolling agreement that Verizon has established with the city for September 30th would coincide with their ability to bring back the application at 1460 Hilby in the event this application is denied or there's an appeal made of this application. We didn't say you can't state health effects. It's just that we are unable to use health effects as a finding of denial. That's where we're handicapped from the city standpoint with the federal guidelines. So we're not able to use that as a basis for denying the application. There can be aesthetics, there can be aspects whether people can't use the sidewalk, but we can't use the health effects in our resolution for denial if that was if a denial was made by the city of Seaside. There were engineering analysis was in the first staff report, and the engineer was available at the first meeting. So it's unfortunate that the individual spoke was not able to attend that meeting. Yes, the site, the application, it's a 3G, 4G. What we didn't put in the resolution is that we didn't specify specifically for 4G and 3G. That can be amended, that can be tonight, that can be added in the application. So in the event that would prevent Verizon from putting 5G on that facility in the future, unless it comes back to the Planning Commission for the amendment to the use permit. We also have a requirement for an annual review of the RF emissions from each of the towers. So likely we would put into that to guarantee that there's no 5G being installed within the facilities. City staff has been in communication with the city attorney regarding the staff reports and the resolution that's before you this evening. Is there anything specific that we didn't address that you want us to cover?
Was MPUSD notified?
The school was notified because they are a property owner that owns that school site, so they would have been sent to the district office.
Okay, because they have the bus, one of their bus sites for the middle school is right where the Yosemite cell tower is going to be built.
Yeah, they would have had notice from the San Lucas facility because that would have reached out to Delray Woods School, and they would have received notice from the ownership of the school, which was Noche Buena, which now is the daycare the daycare center.
Sure, I got a couple questions. Thank you for clarifying the 5G issue because there was a lot of talk about it today, and I hadn't read anything about it previously. So the proposal that you made on the restriction, would be reassuring. And to confirm, as a body here, we can hear everyone's concerns about health issues, but we can't consider that as a decision-making factor.
You were limited to putting that as an evidence and finding.
Got it.
It would, that would have, basically we would steer you to look at other land use impacts.
Okay.
Other than using that specifically as a basis for your decision to deny the project.
All right, and then you referenced the notices, and so a lot of people complain that they weren't noticed, but do we have confirmation notices were sent out properly according to the law to owners within the 400 feet and all that stuff?
We have those available at the public office here at City Hall, 440 Harcourt. So the noticing, labels, and mailing that went out can be reviewed by the public.
Okay. And then there was a comment about, from somebody in the public that it should be under some kind of environmental review, but as I understand it, this project is categorically exempt under CEQA?
Correct, yes.
There was discussion that other communities have blocked these kind of towers. Do we know what findings they use? Because if they couldn't consider health either, they had to direct those findings towards another issue, I take it?
Correct.
Do we have any idea how the other cities responded?
I do not have the resolution, but I do know in the Monterey's case, they had 12 sites were denied, they had 1 site approved. From my understanding, they wanted undergrounding of the equipment, and Verizon does not underground. So Verizon said that they would not pursue the 1 site that was approved because they do not underground their sites.
So that raises another question. Right now, we have poles that are out of the ground anyways, so the idea of piggybacking these on them is a infrastructure simplicity, I suppose. If a plan were ever implemented to bring power underground into a joint trench, could there be a condition on this that then Verizon would obviously have to find an alternative location?
Well, in this case, they are able, under the FCC guidelines, they're able to install the small cell with the equipment that's on the pole. Because if they had to do it on the ground, the sidewalk is not wide enough for them to install anything above ground to facilitate that on our existing poles. Our sidewalks are generally 4 to 5 feet at the most.
Is it Rule 20 or 21 or 22 in PG&E that allows for the undergrounding of utilities? Right now, there's not funding to underground utility poles, but if that were to happen in the future, could we then require Verizon, as a condition of this permit, to find an alternative location? That's what I'm getting at.
Well, we're looking at what they're going to install today.
Understood.
So if there's anything that's additional that would have to be updated in our zoning ordinance to further address telecommunications, where we would address that. We had discussions with Verizon around 2017 when they were looking at other alternatives to the small cells that hadn't arisen at that point, and we did indicate that if they were going to put stuff on poles, that the equipment had to be underground. But that didn't come forward, and now with the recent changes in the law, federal law, they're coming forward with the small cell that you're seeing today.
And there are no city plans right now to put our existing power poles underground, is that correct?
No.
Okay. What I recall from the last meeting is that these poles are within public utility easements that are already owned by PG&E or the telephone company.
Yes.
And it's under their joint pole agreement that they can do this, and that's why I believe there would be no rent or anything to the city, because that was a concern that there's a profit motive on the city's part, and I just want to clarify that. The city has nothing to do with this. This isn't an easement that PG&E already has, I believe.
Correct, yeah, and we're compelled by law to process their application. So the public may say, why can't we can't refuse it. So this is the first step. And decisions, of course, from the Planning Commission then can be appealed to City Council.
And so that was my next question. From a process standpoint, we're an appointed advisory board. Our decisions, because we're not elected officials, are not legislative actions. So these can be appealed, and they get appealed to the City Council. So either way we break on this decision, the likelihood is it's going to get appealed to the City Council, and they're going to make the final decision, it would seem.
I would say that would be correct.
Okay. Fair enough. Those are my questions.
However, the record will reflect the comments made this evening. So that will be part of the record that does, if it goes in beyond an appeal, the comments made this evening, the correspondence received that was received on the first packet, the second packet would all be information that would be at the council. So that all the information the public's provided tonight doesn't go away. It stays as part of the official record.
So one more question, as a matter of process, we already approved this in our previous meeting and simply instructed staff to draft the resolution for kind of a final approval. So what is the approval that we're acting on specifically? I've seen the resolution, but
this would be it's not a reconsideration of the project. It's basically to reflect the direction that you provided staff for granting your motion to approve the project.
Okay, so we're just essentially confirming
that what we have put in the conditions and in the findings and evidence supports that decision.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Silva. Very well spoken.
one question I have is that on the deniability of that, we could do that on lowering of the so-called housing market? Because the towers there, I heard a lot of people and also the realtor saying that that's going to lower the property value of their house.
It can be a finding and evidence you could provide. How it would hold up in court, I'm not sure that that would be very strong. But it's something that you as a commissioner could state in the record, because the findings of evidence are your findings of evidence, the commission's, it's not the staff's.
Yeah, so we can't use the health issue even though two of them are near a school. Is that correct?
That would be correct, yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Arlington.
Well-
Unfortunately, I have to bypass Commissioner Spalletta. He was not here at the prior meeting, but we will move down to Commissioner Dodson.
Okay, I just wanted to ask you, it's still not clear to me. I remember being here, 3 years ago or so, when we were looking at the applications to put the cell towers in the steeples of the two churches. And out of that, and we raised some concerns that are not really applicable to the poles, such as generators and things like that. But we were concerned, very concerned at that time, about having these in a residential neighborhood. And one of the things that came out of that was that Verizon was going to look at other sites that were not in residential neighborhoods. And I never heard really why there were no other sites, either up at above Jim Moore or downtown somewhere, why those didn't work. That 2 years go by, and then all of a sudden, instead of that one tower in the church, we have 4 in the neighborhood that are on poles. They're lesser frequency, but still, there's a lot of things I don't know. I'm on this commission. I don't know what happened. And maybe this is a question of Verizon.
The main issue that came about with the 1460 Hilby was the height of that tower. And it was looked at in the city's zoning code that that would not be consistent with a tower at 44 feet.
Right.
So we provided an alternative to where they could do it in a split sector. They could have a smaller tower to the rear of the building with a steeple antenna to the front. And that would put them under the height limitations of the zoning code. That's something the Verizon, I don't think, was favorable to do. And so other than denying the application, Verizon and the council agreed to a tolling agreement whereby they would come back with alternative analysis. This is the alternative analysis. So at this point, this is what we have to look at, and that alternative is that what's requested by the council. And if it's denied, or if there's an appeal filed by the citizens, by a resident, by Verizon itself, then that would go back to council, and then they would have the ability to revisit both 1460 Hilby and the small cells that's before you this evening. They've chosen, this is what they've narrowed it down to. We have to rely on they have their engineers. They provided their analysis. They had an engineer at the previous meeting that explained why you can't put tall towers on the top of the city, and it reaches to the areas that they're trying to accommodate with their cell devices. Unfortunately, the engineer is not, I don't know if you can, we can ask the representative this evening if she can give you further clarification.
Well, we have towers right now, though, on the top of the Embassy Suites.
That's a macro site, and in this case, they're proposing a small cell. So this is what we have to process. This is what we have to act on. So they're not willing to budge. This is what they proposed for us to consider. So this is what you have to consider. And the motion that was taken in the previous meeting is what we brought back with a resolution to reflect the approval of that.
Okay, well, that also brings up then, Monterey put some restrictions on how they could do it. And from what we've heard, Verizon didn't want to do it, so they walked away from Monterey. Yet we tried to put some restrictions on it, and, you know, they didn't want to do it. They had the reasons based on what the engineer reports were, and so we just started working with them on another plan. And, you know, that was news. I don't know, maybe somebody in the council knew about it. I didn't, or the planning commission knew about it, but it's 2 years later, and then all of a sudden, this is sort of like, okay, now we're going to put them on telephone poles, and we've had no word about that. That was in the works. So I guess what I'm getting at here is that there hasn't been a lot of communication to this commission about what's going on in terms of the talks between the city and Verizon. I just sort of feel like we've been put in this position.
Okay. Well, in the process, we do not, when an application is received, when it comes before the commission, it's notice to the public. So we cannot come to you in a meeting and discuss a project with you that's not in the public. So everything that we do with the commission is for the public to also hear and listen and consider what you're evaluating as well. So we don't have separate meetings with commissioners before public hearings are noticed.
I understand that. But still, okay, that's your argument.
Oh, well, okay. I'm just expressing why we don't have meetings with commissioners out absence of the public being present.
Thank you, Commissioner Dodson. Commissioner Evans?
I'm just want to clarify something, and that is on the process, whether we approve or disapprove tonight, there is still the church project, if you will, being told until September 30th. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So if, whether we approve or disapprove tonight, both of these plans are going to have to end up with the city council, correct?
Only on an appeal, it's my understanding, because I did discuss with the Verizon that if the small cell is not appealed, they would pursue the small cell. So if it's appealed, then they would consider at the council both the small cell application and the single site on 1460 Hillby.
Okay, so parsing that, if I understand correctly, if we deny tonight, then Verizon will take both to the city council on appeal.
Yes.
Okay. But if we approve tonight, then it would require an appeal by a citizen or some other organization in order for both to end up with the city council.
Well, 1460 may not end up at all. They would withdraw that and they would utilize the small cell approval.
Okay, so then they would just appeal one in that case, most likely.
Well, actually, the 1460 would be withdrawn, and they would pursue the small cell only.
It was mentioned earlier that, I'm glad we clarified the 4G, because I've had the same question. I kept hearing 5G, and I didn't remember 5G and anything. So I would be, if we move forward with this at all, I think we need to clarify that in the resolution. But it was mentioned earlier that if we approve these 4 small cells, especially if it was a 5G scenario, that then that's the foot in the door, and now we've got everybody coming in. Each project would still have to come under review by the planning commission, correct? Just these 4 is not going to open up the floodgates.
What I would have to come back further and address in the federal law is that if there's minor modifications made to an existing facility, that can be done ministerially. So there are limitations they can add on minor modifications by adding to the top of a facility by a certain percentage, not extending a certain percentage, and that allows that to be ministerial. And for the public, ministerial would be over-the-counter building permit. Okay. And co-location is something that is also prescribed in the federal, in this declaration that was made on the small cells, that co-location is allowed on existing small cell site facilities.
By co-location, you mean
Other
two cells on the same?
Two carriers.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Evans. Just to let you know, this is a tough fight for all of us. We are restricted by a certain code because we are a land use group. We are not paid. We are volunteers that have been appointed to this commission. We spend hours and hours here in this thing for free. And believe me, we all live here in Seaside. I'm born and raised here. I've been here 64 years. I had the final say. We have to go within what is the code. Is there any restriction within the code that holds us from not putting this on the pole? We don't have anything. We have to have firepower in order to fight things. We are stuck by this. This is why we took the lesser of the two. If they put the macro system in, according to the engineer that was here, it's a lot stronger. The smaller towers put out less. So the only thing that we could do is look at the two. And you can shake your heads, but this is where we're stuck. We have to go by the code as the planning commission. So you can throw your thumbs down and everything else, but that's why we're here, but that's why the city council is there, because they have the right to overturn, right? We didn't want to see a 45-foot tower on Hilby Street, and unfortunately, the federal government tells us we have to look at the aesthetics. Is it within our zone? The reason that we denied the other one was because of the height. We have a certain height limit that things can be built within residential neighborhoods. No matter what we ever do, not everybody is satisfied with it. But unfortunately, we have nothing that has come up that allows us to show a definitive answer as why we don't want it within our code, but it's not there. We've looked, believe me. Mr. Medina knows I argued with the attorney because, well, health safety should. No, you can't. As the planning commissioner, we can't look at that. So we have to look at the land use item, and that's basically where we're at. No, unfortunately, it's closed off but it's a whole process. When it leaves here, it will go to the council. I will read a little card at the end of this that will state that why. But as I said, believe me, we're just as concerned about everything that you've mentioned here. It's not something, but unfortunately, we were told we have to go in a certain direction, and so by the law, that's what we have to base our findings on.
If I may.
Yes,
I'm Gloria Stearns, Community Development Director. I was just on the phone with one of our city attorneys, and she advised us to remind you that this is not a reconsideration of the item. This item has been continued, that you've already made your decision, and that at this point, your obligation, based on the way that this item was agendized, is to ensure that the findings in the resolution reflect what you discussed on July 24th at the meeting. So while the public sentiment may have you reconsidering some of those, with the way that this was agendized. Right.
We're not but we have empathy for everybody that is speaking here as
Right.
human beings, right? And so I feel it's our due to let them know we do have a resolution. We are bound by it as long as it is written according to what we had stated at the last meeting, which it is.
Mhm.
There's nothing we can do about it. It has to go up the chain of command now.
Correct. The next step would be
Your
appeal.
next step is get together and do your fight. I'm sorry, that's all I can say.
And you're correct. You're legally correct. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that said, I need a motion as to whether the resolution is written accordingly, and we need a motion.
Excuse me, listen on. What about the recommendation to
Prohibit 5G.
prohibit 5G in the future?
Okay, I believe we can throw that in.
That can be added to the, now you have the ability to modify conditions. That's before you, because the resolution wasn't, and the conditions weren't before you previously. So tonight, you have the ability to comment and make modifications to any of the conditions and findings, evidence that's in the resolution.
So with that said, when we make this motion, let's make it the best that we can for our fight to go. So,
Can I clarify one thing with staff? And that is that
absolutely.
the resolution essentially is dealing with what the applicant has applied for, which my understanding was a 4G. I could be mistaken on that. Maybe it was just generic, but in my mind, I'm remembering it was 4G.
Correct.
So if so, then this resolution would limit them to what they applied for.
Correct, and you would state that probably in the heading specifically to have 3G, 4G, that would be in the heading of the resolution.
Well, in that case, I will, you want to go, Will? I would make a motion that we adopt resolution number 19 dash, and mine is X'd out. So what is the number?
That is 1607.
You're right, but the resolution number is 19 dash XX. I didn't catch that until I started to speak, sorry.
We can assign a resolution
Staff?
number.
What
We can
is
assign a
the
resolution.
resolution number, please?
That would be assigned by the clerk once the action is taken by the commission.
Still going by
So we're going by the-
1607?
That's the application number, but the resolution would be assigned by the city clerk at this, tomorrow after your action this evening.
Okay.
So then, basically, we would be moving to approve the resolution of the Seaside Planning Commission approving use permit application number UP 1607. Is that correct, Wayne?
That's correct.
To establish a small cell wireless telecommunication facility network located on utility poles in the public right-of-ways, with the addition of, under the whereas paragraph, applied for a use permit to establish a 4G wireless telecommunication facility. That would be the motion.
I do have one comment for the commission to look at condition 15. This is the requirement for the permittee to provide a written report to the city manager on the applicable FCC guidelines. What I'm not seeing is the frequency of that report. Is there a frequency that the commission wants to see with regard to that, to that written analysis?
Yes. That's what Commissioner Evans just said.
Okay.
We don't want to get bit that later this thing can be bumped, upgraded to something that not within the perimeters of what we put.
What would be the commission's desire on the frequency of the reports that would be submitted to show it's in compliance with what it's submitted in the RF reports with the staff report?
According
with
to the
packet.
engineer, when he came in, he told us that those emitters, this puts out more RF than what we were looking at, than the mini towers. But I noticed that is not in here when we read that.
Well, we have the guidelines being met by the FCC, which would include the RH emissions. But we just need to know, do you want that quarterly, every 6 months, annually?
Quarterly.
Okay.
The more the better. Is there any law within the FCC that, because I know like other utilities, we've given something and it's become something totally different of what we stated.
There's co-location, and that would be allowed, and if it meets a minor modification.
But when we say it won't go any higher than this 4G ever,
Well, actually, and I'll stand corrected, the way we have the resolution, condition number 6 written, it requires any modification to come back before the commission. So if there's any minor modification at this point, we would have to reject that unless we're advised differently according to the law. But right now, I would read the way we've written this condition, it requires any modification of this facility to come back to the planning commission.
But will we have any grounds to look at it any differently than we're looking at it now?
They would, well, if there's challenges to this condition, then Verizon would have to take us to court.
but it's in writing,
It's in writing, based on what your decision, that no modifications be made to the facilities.
okay? No upgrade, or,
Right, a minor modification at this point, I would say, would not be able to proceed because you have this condition, and of course, they would have to legally challenge us if they object to that.
okay,
May I ask a quick question?
absolutely.
Would it be stronger to state in the whereas statement, as Commissioner Evans said, that it's an application for a 3G, 4G, or or would it be stronger to state it in the actual bolded heading of the resolution to say, to establish a 3G and/or 4G small cell wireless telecommunication facility?
You could probably put it in both, the heading description and the first whereas.
And then elsewhere where it talks about monitoring and whatnot, condition 15 and whatnot, we could have language that says consistent with the permitted use or something along those lines to limit that. Just a thought on how we refine that language.
That would be with the plans that they submitted that are included as an attachment to the resolution, or attachment to the packet. Those plans is what they would have to be following. No, they couldn't make any modifications to those plans.
Our last, will this be a quarterly check between a city staff and Verizon, that this hasn't gone higher within these signals?
That would be the quarterly evaluation that we would have to receive.
Would that be within the city, though, somebody from city, not from Verizon?
You can request a third party. So rather than it being written directly by Verizon to the city manager, you could have the city will retain a third party that we paid by Verizon.
I would like that. I work on buildings where these things are, and they tell me they're off, and luckily, our company has bought us a meter, and we'll turn it on, and we find that it isn't off. So I would just like to make sure that we have a third-party tier that oversees that we do not go over these allotments. And will we need to come back for this resolution to be pushed back through now that we're going to add all of this? Or
No, we would make the amendments. The amendments were to condition 15, quarterly evaluation of that written report, and there would be a third-party review of that report, and that report would be paid by Verizon.
Okay.
And then we would be amending the first whereas to identify the establishment of a 3G, 4G, and then that would also be stated in the front just header of the resolution, where it talks about UP to establish a small cell wireless telecommunication facility network that would consist of 4G, 3G.
Very good, thank you, sir. Okay. Mr. Evans, I'm going to put this back. I'm going to put this back on you with all that we've just come through.
All right. Motion is to approve a resolution of the Seaside Planning Commission approving use permit application number UP 1607 to establish a 3G, 4G small cell wireless telecommunication facility network located on utility poles in the public right-of-way, adding the same 3/4G comment to the whereas, the first whereas. And under item 15, adding that the quarterly review will be done and it will involve a third party. Do I have a second?
I second.
All in favor? Aye. Aye. All opposed? Seeing none, so passed. An appeal may be submitted in writing within 7 calendar days of this date. It shall state the pertinent facts, be based with be accompanied by the required filing fees. I don't have the card up here, so I'm trying to do this by.
That's quite good.
So, thank you. Can we take a 5-minute break before we go into this fence thing, please?
Chris, do you work for the city or do you work for Verizon? So we all pay your guys' salary. That sounds like you guys are funding for Verizon. That's what it sounds like.
No, what we have to do is carry out the laws that we don't do. And because they had already approved this at the 24th meeting,
We're notified.
I understand that, but I'm just saying what they did. The Verizon representative didn't have to say a word in this meeting.
I hope you guys this seems very fishy. We're all going to pay it. We're going to appeal it. Good job.
question?
You can mention that to the chair, and usually we don't like to ask you to recuse yourself. What you do is you might interrupt the chair and say, Mr. Chairman, may I? Yeah, like volunteer. Yes, yes, and I need you to do that, and Dave is going to find out because it was
Okay, gotcha.
seriously, it's bad protocol, so make sure that you just, thank you, and thank you for doing that. Yeah, yeah, you might want to give him a heads up because he's not entirely right.
Lord, I ain't seen one of those meetings in a long time. They probably will. The tall, skinny guy was the boss. Pretty sure. Yeah. Yeah. They came to talk to me too. They want to put one right behind my car wash. I'm like, hell yeah. 6,000 a year?
That's why the church wants it.
You know what it is? Yeah. It's better to be in the church steeple than anything. That's the best place to put it. But the school district, I guarantee they broke a deal. They put it on the school district land, right?
No, it's going to be adjacent to our,
Whose land? Our city right away?
it's in city, but it's on the poles PG&E. It's AT&T,
Oh, an existing pole? Oh, shit. So they're just putting an additional.
And that's, and I was reading the, yeah, it's called densification, because everyone has, we all have phones, laptops, computers, so they're trying to get in the house.
Yeah. Wow. Ooh, I ain't seen a meeting like that. That was, didn't see nobody look like me. Oh, they're gonna build, no. You know, they're talking $50 a piece.
Well, fortunately, I won't have to get the police station, there'll be an attorney doing the litigation. Because I'm not gonna want to.
Okay, let's get this over with. Sorry, Mr. Schutz, I needed
I
a
was
break.
hoping I went first.
Yeah, well, you picked the good
Yeah.
night for, usually this is about what we have as a quorum.
Man.
Okay,
Brought
we,
back good times.
let's reopen the planning commission meeting. Hold on here, I can't see. August 14th, 2019. Okay, we are going to now look. I'm gonna get way back here now. Okay, we're going to look at FE 1902. Daryl Schutz, applicant and property owner, has applied for a fence exception to allow an as-built portion of a side fence on the western property line to exceed the maximum height of 6 feet located at 4835 Peninsula Point Drive in the RS8 zoning district. Staff?
If I could interrupt for just one moment to the chair, I will need to recuse myself. I live right across the street, so I have a financial interest, plus I'm on the HOA board.
Very good.
And I have to recuse myself as well. While I don't live within 500 feet, I do do serve on the Architectural Review Committee, and there's a potential for conflict on that as well.
Very good. But let staff know we have 4 for a quorum, so we are set to roll. Okay, staff?
Let's do my Bojuka, sorry. Okay. Application, this is a fence exception at 4835 Peninsula Point Drive. This is in the Seaside Highlands. No, I just need you to enlarge it. Okay, there we go. So this is the part of Peninsula Point Drive that is on the south side. Peninsula Point Drive does go all the way around. So the dwelling is here, and the property is fairly, as we get to the site photo I have, this is a fairly flat property in the front, and then as you get to the back quarter of the property, there's a sloped yard that goes up, and you'll have evidence of that through some of the photographs that we took to look at where the viewpoint of the fence is. In this case, the applicant has made a modification to the fence by adding a 2-foot curvilinear extension. I have photographs. It's already as built, so the photographs will demonstrate exactly what you're considering. And the applicants expressed that there is a wind tunnel that comes down through the subdivision in this area, and you have the properties that with that sloped wall in the back and the flat portion, you can kind of see where it comes to a pinch point. So the applicant has indicated that there is an inconvenience that they have in terms of being able to enjoy their backyard patio where the wind comes through at this part of the property. The applicant will also indicate to you that there's concerns on how the HOA laws apply to only the public common areas in the front yards. And in this case, it's coming to the city because the code enforcement has gotten involved. And in this case, under the municipal code, any modifications to a fence that's more than 6 feet can be done with the approval of a fence exception. So here's the property. Here's the front yard area. I have some street views next. But this is fairly flat where the house is and the driveway that accesses back to a garage. This is the flat patio area. And then from this point up is where the yard slopes up. The red area is the boundary of the property. The yellow represents where the fence modification has occurred between the side properties. And I have that as 4825 Peninsula Point, and then the other property is 4845. So got both properties, or put both properties on there so you can see what the side properties consist of and how their rear yards are all established. Now the curvilinear portion, as we go to the next photo, or I'll look at the street view, this basically shows that it's not visible at all from the street view. So this is a view looking to the east. Here's a front view of the dwelling looking to the north, and then here's a view looking to the west, looking at the opposite view where the access to the garage is. So back here is where the fence area is, and you cannot see any of it from the public right-of-way. Here are site photos. The height is 8 feet. There's a 2-foot extension, and you can see here there's a curvilinear, it's curves at the top, and you can see a better view here. This is standing up at the top of the property looking down on it. This is more on the flatter portion where the retaining wall or the terrace area begins, and then this is directly in front of the fence. It looks to be flat, but this is curved. It is. I say approximately maybe 3 inches, probably, but there is some slat. So it's not a solid barrier, which would be more imposing, probably between the properties. The applicant can come forward to you and he can indicate if he's had any comments or discussions with his neighbor. So findings for a fence exception. There's, first of all, where there are general safety hazards being created. The next 3 are all traffic related. But in this case, there's definitely no traffic related issues because this is in the backyard of this interior lot. The one factor that has to be considered by the Planning Commission is the fence or wall is compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. And there was a letter submitted by the Seaside Homeowners, or Highlands Homeowner Association. And the property manager, Compass Management, is who drafted that letter on behalf of the association. So that's where the concern relates to the compatibility of the fence with the neighborhood. So that's the public comment in this case. We received no public comment, no phone calls have been received from any person that since the notice went out. The only comment that we did get was from Mr. Silva and Commissioner Evans indicating that they had lived with or had a conflict and would be recusing themselves. And let's see, what's my next statement? So on the applicant statement, fence is necessary for excessive wind that's in the backyard. He's indicated as well that HOA rules and guidelines apply to the front and common areas. Compliance with zoning code should prevail for any modification made to that rear fence. On staff analysis, again, there's no view obstructions. Now, the physical hardship would be the one question as to how you would consider the comments from the applicant. And we would want the applicant to come forward and have you consider that from the applicant himself so he can describe to you some of the inconveniences and issues that he's having if he wasn't able to have that extension onto the fence. And of course, neighborhood compatibility. The quality of the construction is good. So staff has no issues in terms of how it looks, how it's treated, how the structure was attached. It's very sound and professionally made. It's going to be the balance that you would have as commissioners with respect to how it would reflect into the PUD, given the comments that you receive from the homeowner association.
Is it visible to any properties besides the two adjoining?
It would only be visible from the property next door at 4825, probably from 4845, because they can have the ability to walk up their terraced, because they all have a terraced yard in the back along that section of Peninsula Point. And then, of course, the properties that sit on the street above that are directly behind the property. Probably the three properties, because they're, I don't know if they're second story. Let me see. Maybe Mr. Chote can verify if those are second story houses that are to the back here. But this looks like primarily these two would have the visual below.
But let me ask one question too. To me, it looks like the eave of the single-story house right next to him, this fence is still a couple feet below. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
Thank you.
So staff has a resolution for denial. We base that because looking at fence exceptions, it's kind of a high mark that has to be met for staff to be able to recommend approval for an exception or a variance. The commission, though, you have the ability to balance what you feel is the findings in relation to what the applicant's experiencing into how it does it impact or detrimentally impair what that development was designed to be and consist of, and the usability of the person's yards on either side of the properties. So we typically will defer that to the commission, again, because there's a high mark for staff to be able to recommend something that's obviously going to be an approval for a variance. Like it would have to be a property would have a 10% slope on one side, or it comes into a triangular lot. Those are really easy ones for us to kind of make the finding for, but in this case, we feel the commission needs to evaluate that in conversation with the applicant and your consideration of what you received from the HOA.
Okay.
Right.
Can we bring the pictures up? On my sheet, it's page 71. The two houses, it's right under the 8-foot, then the 2-foot. That's that one over there in the far right corner. Yes.
Yeah.
Can you enlarge that one, please?
Yeah, I think I put those in Word, so you can enlarge them.
I didn't even know.
I'm pretty sure you can enlarge it. I know.
My bad. Oh, God, which one?
Wait, tell me.
But I'm going to sit down.
Oh, okay.
I'm so sorry.
He told me to step up. I was waiting. That's all right.
We'll open it up to the applicant. How's that?
We've been here long enough.
Yeah, I hear you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Commissioners. Daryl Shote, 4835 Peninsula Point. First, I want to say I'm glad that you take, my history of the commission is you look at every project individually, and I think you did a fine job on that last one. This is one of those things, I've been there. I was number 23 moving into this development. I've been there now 13 years. The problem we have, now my neighbor is Don and Nancy, and between these two houses, there's like a serious wind breeze come through every day. I have 3 warmers out there when we have something, and it's still cold. I used to put up you ever seen parachute, called parachute? I used to put that all the way around anytime we have something to try to stop it. And to me, it was just not tasteful. And so I constructed this. If you notice, I didn't do the whole fence. I just did the portion on my gate to the far, at the end of that window down at the bottom on my gate, and then that stretch right there. That stopped it. It's a slab type of a fence. It's professionally done by a contractor, and it has a screen, a mesh screen on it to kind of slow the wind down. It has helped a lot, thank God. Now, where we are, let's go to this, the HOA. Let me just put it like this. If the HOA can control the backyard and the front yard, what the hell we buy a house there for? Because that means we don't have a choice of doing nothing. Anything we do has happened. Well, I served on the HOA for 5 years. I was the first president of the HOA. I do know all the CCNRs. And when I challenged the staff person for the HOA, I said, well, what are you basing this on? He sent me a letter, or the CCNRs, which I looked up in my own book, that says they have a right to regulate anything that is by a green planet area. Yes, he's truly correct about that. But that's the open space area, and the word open is in there. The open space is where the landscape area all the way around the whole development, those fences there do have some say from the HOA because they're visible. In an individual backyard, they have no say-so, none at all. And it's been challenged, so HOA, I don't know why the 2 commissioners, I didn't even know they were on this board until this week, why they even support it. They said they sent me a letter, and that letter you have, to tell me there was a hearing. I never got no letter. 2 weeks later, I saw a bill, and I go, what's this? I called the guy, and he goes, oh, we had a meeting about you, and you didn't show up. I said, now, you send me my bill for my dues every month to my mailing address. Where did you send this at? Why couldn't you put it in there? I look at my mail every day like everybody else. They didn't send me nothing. They sent me that crap after, and that's what's offended me the most. So back to the whole principle, Nancy and Don, nice couple, been living next to them for a long time. I talked to Don about it, and I said, Don, this is what I'm doing. Don was happy. He says, just get a permit. All right? So I started the permit process. Unfortunately, I filed the permit, but I ended up with some problems in the stomach, and I had to go and be in the hospital for 3 weeks. So I took time, and I thank Rick for continuing it until I can get up here. Monday, Nancy came over and said, Daryl, we're not challenging this or anything. We're okay with it. No one in the development, I talked to everybody up and down the street. He's the one that filed it, Dale. And I didn't know who he was. He lives 4 houses down on the right. And I'm like, why would he file it? You can't see it from the road. No one can see it. You can stand right in front of the house and look, and you can't see it. It just blocks that wind barrier that comes through there, and it really comes through. I just want to use my backyard. That's all I'm after. I mean, I got a $1 million home, and I can't even go in the backyard but for 10 minutes. It's cold, it's freezing, and it's because, I ain't going to say it's because of Don's house, but we're on that curve, and unfortunately, that's right where the wind pops, right through that curve. Neighbors behind me, no argument, no problem. Actually, they can't see it. Don is the only one that can see it. The neighbor on the left on 45 or 25, I think? 25? 25? Actually, my fence is almost 10 feet on that side because there's a retaining wall that's 3 feet, and then the fence is on top, so he don't see it neither. Even if he goes on top of his hill, we call it our hills up back there, he still don't see it. And I've talked to him personally, and he's like, Daryl, it actually looks good. Apparently, I figured this is just between me and Don, and Don told me point blank, just get it permitted. That's what I came to do. I paid the money to come get it permitted. I think it's professionally done. It looks good. I said, Don, if you don't want me to do this, before I spend the money, tell me. He says, get it permitted. That's why I'm here. And I've done my job, and I think it looks great, and I can use my backyard. That's what the whole principle is.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll open this up to public comment.
I'll just make one clarify. Where it stops, that's kind of where the area starts to go up. So he didn't touch the area that goes on the fence. You can see the fences, they built them in a manner where they respected the 6-foot height, or the height as it goes up the hill.
Very good. Well, Mr. Schultz, I see no problem with it. The only problem I see is you built it before the permit, and that's what angers me. Because you know that we get a permit before we build. But I've opened it up to public comment. Nobody is coming forward to speak, so we will close public comment and bring it back to commissioners. Commissioners?
You wouldn't have a letter from Don saying that it's all right with him, right?
Verbally 100%, and Nancy came over Monday and said, we're not concerned. I assumed everybody got a card. I know I did. They would be in here. Somebody would have been here, you know. But I know my neighbors. I mean, he's happy. And Don's on the HOA. So I hear. I don't know.
I don't see a problem with it myself.
So was there any reason other than,
Well, let me clear that. It's not against the CCNR.
Mr. Schultz, will you come up to, there you go.
It's not against the CCNR because CCNR has no regulations to the backyards of anybody's house except greenbelt areas. So it's not against the CCNRs. Yeah, and the argument that the staff person gave them, none of them, well, they're all new people that are on the board now. But the argument that the staff gave them, I haven't gone to the board meeting to just let them know. Now, just so you know, they're charging me $250 a month that it's there because they said they have a right. And I said, no, you don't. You really don't. So I'll deal with them with my little attorney and tell them, send a nice letter to them, letting them know that you don't want to go bankrupt. So they don't have jurisdiction. I mean, like I said, if everybody...
Is this where it is too, right between these two houses right here? Where you have the red bush? Is that where the fence is?
You can't even see it, no.
Okay.
It's way back there. It's way back there. It's like, it's pretty much to the, my gate is that, right down from that window. There's 20 more feet of fence that goes uphill. And that wasn't bothering us because the wind actually sends that around us. It's just this area is what just blankets the patio. I mean, it's just cold as heck back there.
And obviously your neighbor saw the contractor working on it. And
Yep.
Did he call city or anything?
Nope, we had a conversation and everything, and I even gave him the last opportunity before I filed the application. I said, if you don't want me to have it here, just tell me, I'll stop it, I'll take it down. He says, get a permit. That's why I'm here.
Okay. I have a question for staff really quick. As far as you know, did any calls come in from the neighbors saying, hey, a guy's building onto the fence? And maybe
No.
the building inspector can...
Well, in response to the notice, no.
Okay.
Hi, David Little, building official. So the code enforcement is in my department, and you know, we have permits that are required for fences in Seaside, and one of the reasons is, well, there's two really good reasons. One is to make sure that people are not going over the height requirements, and that they're building them on their own property. we don't necessarily care too much between private properties, but we do not want fences to be built on public property where they could be a problem. Yes, so we received a complaint, and that's what,
Was it from his neighbor?
I don't know who the complaint was from. I talked to my code enforcement person who told me that there was a complaint. Now, what we do is, there's 3 ways that we would respond to something like this. If somebody's in the process of building something without a permit, we're obligated to stop them. If somebody goes to sell their home, we do a real property inspection report, and we catch things that are considered code violations. And then the third is, if somebody makes a complaint, we're obligated to investigate it to determine whether or not it is a code violation. In this case, there was a reporting party that said that there was a fence that was built. It was over the height requirements. We're obligated to go out and check it, which our code enforcement officer did, Alfred Soto, and he confirmed that it is a violation of our municipal code. So he wrote I had him brief me on this just, earlier before I came in, and he wrote a code enforcement letter, and I believe there is a fine associated with his letter as well, because there wasn't any timely response. Okay?
Thank you.
So,
I forgot to add one thing with Don. On the fine is only if I don't go get a permit, because the letters all said, go get a permit from the Soto, I guess that's his name. But me and Don, just so you know too, I told Don, okay, I'll tell you what, on top of that, anything goes wrong with the fence, I'll pay for it. So we have that agreement too. Just so you know, anything goes wrong with that fence, I'm responsible for it. And he was okay with that too. I think that's probably why he said, go get the permit. Because he's like, okay, you're taking care of something that 10, 15 years might have a problem anyway. But that's not a problem. I'm not never leaving the place. I'm going to live there for my life.
Very good. Okay. We'll close public comment and bring it back to commissioners. I don't see a problem with it myself. You can't see it from the street. Every which picture I look at, I don't see it. I look down on it, and I don't know. It's an 8-foot fence. I thought we had 8-foot fences within the city, because I called you on a neighbor at my other house that had a 10-foot, and you made him cut it down to an 8-foot. So I thought we were okay with 8-foot within the city.
In our diagram for fence exceptions, it's typically when there's a terraced property where there's a retaining wall. We try to maintain the 8 feet so it doesn't create a monolithic kind of wall to one side. But in this case, there is no retaining wall, but still it's adhering to that 8-foot kind of limit that is set in our code currently.
Right, okay. Thank you, staff. Do I have a motion? No, is that? No, the total is 8 foot. It's 6 foot to 8, so we're legal.
So, Mr. Schultz, so with your neighbor Don, he knew about this and all that, and he came to the agreement and everything.
Yeah,
right?
we came to an
So,
agreement, and I'm okay with it.
perfect. I'm just wondering, because it says here that Mr. Shote did not obtain his neighbor's nor the association's permission for the exterior modification. So they're stating that you had not obtained his. I know. I'm just saying that what they're stating compared to what you're saying. So there's obviously.
Well, like I said, the HOA, a new board, they think they have authority in the backyards, and that would be devastating for everybody that lives up there. But they don't. So I wasn't worried about the HOA. But after me and Don and Nancy had a talk and all, Don said, go get a permit. And as long as Don's on board, that's all I was worried about.
Exactly.
HOA, I'm not worried about.
So right. So that's what I just wanted to clarify, that there is that conflict there, and I'm like, well, why would they? So
You know how HOAs are. They want power.
I don't know that one. So. Thanks.
Okay, the only stipulation that I would have on the making a motion is to ensure that if anything happens to the fence, Mr. Schultz already said that he would pay for it. So if we have that within the resolution, I think, myself, I think it's fine.
would move that, adding the language that Mr. Evans just mentioned, that we approve fence reception application number FE 1902.
Do we have a second?
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
No opposed, none. Okay, again, though, it's, an appeal may be submitted in writing within 7 calendar days of this date. It will state the pertinent facts and be accompanied by the required filing fees. So, all right, next business is reports from commissioners. I have. Oh, yes. Let me. I close this door. So the granite unit's going up soon? Okay, reports from commissioners. I was at the Porsche event night before last, I think it was. And when I was leaving, I noticed that where Lexus parks on the dirt lot there, next between Strelly Brothers and whatever that automotive shop is, their cars are over the sidewalk thing, causing people to walk out into Del Monte to get by it and then come back. And I just think that's a huge risk there, especially for strollers and stuff like that. I'd like to see if staff could arrange to have those cars move back to give that walkway. I know it's only DG, but it still keeps people from going into the street. But that's all I have.
I was just curious, I know that the McDonald's decision was appealed to council, and I think it was heard, but I was just curious what the outcome of that was. Do we know? Okay.
I was here for that, and so was Mr. Evans. Okay, anything else from commissioners? Reports from staff?
We just want to indicate that we have an item for the next meeting. It's an appeal of a BR decision. So we do have a meeting on August 28th.
Do we have to go look out at something? Or?
We will be doing a field trip. So we do want to ask, with daylight savings now, we could start the field trip at 6.
Okay.
Wednesday. The 28th. The project's staked and flagged, so if you're not able to join the commission as a team, you can still go on your own, and we would want you to call in to let us know that, so that we know you visited the property. And we would want you to coordinate with the owner, so that we don't have dialogue in a field trip, but there can be some general questions that can be asked, just to say, is your view here? Does this look like, is this where you stand the most? Those are the limitations.
If we can all go together, though.
It would be preferred.
I would hope that we could all. That Brown Act gets so touchy when we start doing independent things that I just like to make sure that we're, as commissioners, we're covered.
Okay.
I apologize, I missed, what's the field trip for?
It would be an appeal of a Board of Architecture review approval.
Oh. I didn't know we got those approvals.
Oh, yeah. And after us, it goes to council.
And then on the September 11th, we are trying to schedule a study session for our design review guidelines, single family, and ADUs. And so we would have a full quorum, if possible, for that September 11th meeting.
September 11th?
Yes.
I will not be here, just FYI.
Then
I'm out of the country.
we can, I think we would, well, we'll consider delaying that then, and what we'll do is we'll do a poll with blind copy to the commissioners, so that way you're not getting an email directly, it's going separately, and we'll try to poll the commissioners and see what we can get for a full quorum.
Very good.
And then, because it's important that we have a full quorum for that study session.
If it helps at all, I'm gone from the 1st through the 21st of September.
Perfect, yeah, we'd like to know that, so when we're doing our agendas, that we know when we possibly may not have quorums.
For Commissioner Silva, I'd like to say I'm going to Greece, but I'm not.
Well, I would just like to thank the commissioners for all being here tonight, because when you last two came in, you made the quorum for the Verizon, so glad you guys made it. Anything else?
That would be it.
Okay, do I have a motion for adjournment?
I make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thanks, guys. That's all right. I didn't, to be honest.
Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, testing. Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing. Good afternoon.
of Seaside City Council successor agency to the redevelopment agency and parking authority, Joint special meeting Thursday, August 15th, 2019, 5:30. Roll call.
Councilmember Kaspersky.
Here.
Councilmember Wizard.
Here.
Councilmember Campbell.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Chair Pacheco. Here. Mayor Chair Oglesby.
Here, and I'll ask Councilmember Kaspersky to do the pledge of allegiance. All three.
So sorry. Council Agency Member Kaspersky. Here. Council Agency Member Wizard.
Here.
Council Agency Member Campbell.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Vice Chair Pacheco. Here. Mayor Chair Oglesby.
Here. What about the parking authority?
Parking authority.
What about the parking authority? See? Now, she didn't do it for the parking authority. Do the parking authority.
Authority Member Alyssa Kaspersky.
Here.
Authority Member John Wizard.
Here.
Authority Member Jason Campbell.
Here.
Authority Member David Pacheco.
Here.
Authority Member Ian Oglesby.
Here. Now is the time for public comment. Public comment. Members of the public wishing to address the city council on matters that are not on this agenda but within the jurisdiction of the city of Seaside may do so during public comment period for up to 3 minutes. Public comment on specific items, agendized items are heard underneath that item. For the public record, please state your name. This is also the time to make public comments for items that are listed underneath the presentation. Public comment is now open. Public comment remains open. Seeing no one, public comment is closed. We'll move to item number 5. Consent agenda, approved minutes from June 20th, 2019, July 18th, 2019, and August 1st, 2019. Approve and file agency checks for the total amount of $114,229.04. That concludes the reading of the consent agenda. Is there any item that the council wants to remove from the consent agenda? Is there anybody in the public that wants to remove something from consent agenda? Seeing no one, I'll bring it back to the dais. Councilmember Campbell?
Just a quick comment. I noted a correction on the minutes, but other than that, just a correction that has been made since the agenda was published.
Okay. Is there anybody that may want to make a comment?
Good evening. I just want to note that correction was made, and there are copies in your binders as well as a copy made for the public. It was a mistake in the vote on the June 20th meeting.
Okay. Well, and then the corrected one will be on the website.
Correct,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, it's back at the dais. What is the will and pleasure?
Move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
It's been properly moved and seconded that we approve the consent agenda. All those in favor use the regular sign of voting, which is aye.
Aye.
Nays have the same right. Hearing none, ayes have it. Motion carried unanimously. Mr. City Manager, please read us into closed session. Mr. City Attorney, please read us into closed session.
The City Council is going to meet in closed session, and when I say the City Council, that's also the Redevelopment Agency and the Parking Authority. The first item is A, it's pursuant to California Government Code 54956.9C, potential litigation. We have 2 potential cases to bring you up to date on. On B, conference with real property negotiators pursuant to California Government Code 54956.8. There are three parcels that we'll be talking about. The first one is commonly referred to as the Medical Officers Barracks or Nurses Barracks. Property is bounded by Light Fighter and Giggling Roads, negotiating on behalf of the city is Craig Malin et al. Under negotiation with price, terms of payment, or both. The second is the property commonly referred to as the Home Depot parking lot, and again, negotiating on behalf of the city is Craig Malin et al. Under negotiation with price, terms of payment, or both. The third and final parcel is the property commonly referred to as Main Gate, bounded by Light Fighter, Devarty, 2nd Street, Highway 1. Again, negotiating on behalf of the city is Craig Malin et al. Under negotiation with price, terms of payment, or both. The final closed session, item C, is public employee appointment pursuant to California Government Code 54957, the position title, City Attorney. That concludes the read-in for the closed session.
You heard the agenda for the closed session items. Is there anybody that wants to speak during public comments for the closed session items? Closed session items, public comment is now open. Public comment for the closed session items are now open. For the 5:30 closed session items, public comment is now open, remains open. Seeing no one, public comment is closed. Thank you.
commonly referred to as the Home Depot parking lot. Negotiating on behalf of the city was Craig Malin et al., under negotiation with price, terms of payment, or both. And when I say the city, I'm also talking about the redevelopment agency and the parking authority. The third item is the property commonly referred to as the main gate property bounded by Light Fighter, Devarty, 2nd Street, and Highway 1. Again, negotiating on behalf of the city was Craig Malin et al., under negotiation with price, terms of payment, or both. And there are no announcements for the public on any of those. The council just received a status report as to each. The final one is public employee appointment pursuant to California Government Code 54957, position city attorney, and there are no announcements for the public.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. We're at item number 7, which is an adjournment. It's been probably moved and seconded that we adjourn. We stand adjournment. Call into order the City of Seaside City Council regular meeting Thursday, August 15, 2019, 7 p.m. Roll call.
Councilmember Kaspersky?
Here.
Councilmember Wizard?
Here.
Councilmember Campbell?
He stepped out. He should be here in a minute.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Pacheco?
Here.
Mayor Oglesby?
Here. And we'll go to the invocation by Reverend Murray, which is, do it right there, and then we'll have Councilmember Kaspersky lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Eternal God, our Father, Lord, how we thank you for this day. We thank you, Lord God, for the many benefits that you have bestowed upon your people. Lord, we pray for our city leaders. We pray for our city council, our mayor. We pray for our police department, our fire department. And we pray, Lord God, for every citizen of this great city of Seaside. Build a hedge of protection around us, Heavenly Father, Lord, in these times. And then, Lord God, we lift up those that have lost lives, Lord God, through tragedies during these recent weeks, Heavenly Father, Lord. And on yesterday, Lord God, in Philadelphia, Lord God, we lift up those families of those officers. It's in Jesus' name that we pray. Amen, and thank God.
Review the agenda. Mr. City Attorney, has anything come underneath the 72-hour be considered emergency? Mr. City Manager, is there anything to add to the agenda underneath emergency? No. We now go to public comment. Members of the public wishing to address the City Council on matters not within this jurisdiction but not on this agenda meeting may do so during public comment for up to 3 minutes. Public comment on specific agenda items are heard underneath that item. For the benefit of the public, please state your name. This is also the time to comment on presentation items. This is also the time to comment on presentation items. Public comment is now open.
First, I'm Wanda Parrott, pardon me, a Seaside resident. First of all, thank you. It was a wonderful luau today for all the seniors. Some of you were missing there. You missed a good party. Secondly, I want to thank you for the wonderful service of a lady named Kelly Ramsey, who happens to be the animal control officer. She helped me. I had 2 baby possums living inside the house, and she was always there and ready to help me. We also had a pigeon that was injured, and she helped me capture that and save its life and everything, and she's wonderful. Third, this is something totally different. We hearkened back to the meeting 2 weeks ago, and it was in Section B, 7B, Quarterly Community and Economic Development Report. And something was said, and I'm not sure I heard it right. So I would like to ask you, here's what it was. It dealt with a cannabis tour bus in relation to Urban Leaf, the new business over on Broadway. But nothing more was said, and I wondered, is it going to be like a tour bus for tourists to go to different marijuana dispensaries, and will they get free samples like they do at a winery? Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Kathy Bawaya, and I wanted to, I'm going to stick to my script. On behalf of the Laguna Grande Court neighborhood, I would like to thank you, the council, the Seaside Police Department, and especially the Seaside Public Works Department for doing an amazing job removing the encampments in Laguna Grande Park. The park looks beautiful. We have had an opportunity to tour the ravine and protected habitat area for the first time in 8 years. We toured the area before cleanup and after the cleanup, and the transformation was unbelievable. With the removal of the illegal campsites and cleaning the toxic items and areas, we are excited to move forward with the next phase of the park project. Rehabilitating the park allows all communities to benefit from this beautiful natural resource. I would like to submit for the record, the 2017 draft proposal by Chris Hartzell with the Audubon Society, with the support of Monterey, who have put Laguna Grande on their next agenda, and the Monterey Regional Parks, who have also put Laguna Grande Park on their next agenda. We hope that all members of the GPA can continue with the Audubon proposal. We understand that this project comes with challenges, and as a community, we want to assist you in making Laguna Grande Park a remarkable park. Chris has outlined basically what the current paths have been based on the transient, and then overlapping community paths, trails that can be accessed through ADA. So all of that is listed in the packet. He did a great job on that. Just on a final note, I wanted to say that personally, I'm so excited. It was so great to be down at the park again. And one of the things that I noticed was that looking in the park and up to my house, you can't see any of the houses, which is great. But I invite you all to see my house and down. We've had Monterey City Council and members come out, and they've taken a look. It's very different because of the foliage. You can't see my home, but standing on my home and looking down, I can see all the activity that's still occurring. Unfortunately, they came back, and I know that this is going to be a challenge and a process, and I'm grateful for you guys to at least kick it off. It really is beautiful, and I'm going to encourage everybody to go down and take a look at it. It's really wonderful. Because I'm type A. Possible projects. I would love to see, like I was by the Blues in the Park, and there were so many people, and I thought, just come down to the south side. There's lots of things going on there, but so ranger tours, we could invite schools. There could be a bike path to help the bike path that has no beginning or end.
Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you. Dog parks, scavenger hunts.
Good evening. My name is Nina Beatty. 2 comments about you're going to be installing solar panels over the parking lot. I work with experts that measure EMF emissions from solar panels, and they have to, when you have a solar array, it has to be filtered so that you don't have, the inverter makes transients on the line, which causes a scratchy kind of electricity instead of a smooth sine wave. And it takes expensive, it can be $10,000 for a filter, so that does not come into your building. It's a known health hazard, so I wanted to just alert you to that and to your solar installer, whoever you hire. Secondly, I was dismayed to see that the ballpark that's going to be having the grand opening next week has big old hanging cell tower right there. And so that's going to be a very big health hazard for everyone who uses that park as well as the surrounding neighborhood. So as far as my access to the park, I'm electromagnetically sensitive and disabled by it under ADA definitions, and I won't be able to use either the park or the drive on the roads nearby. So that's something that really needs to be addressed, especially because you have the Boys and Girls Club right adjacent to that. Secondly, I sent the City Council a report along with a letter that I had sent to the Planning Commission on the cell towers that were approved last night. In that information, I sent information about smart meters because they will be on all the poles for these small cells. And in going through the research, going through experts, electrical engineers, and other experts on smart meters, there has been a known fire and electrical hazard to these meters for years. And so in the report I sent you, I've gathered that information together so that you can do your due diligence. And these will be a fire hazard on the poles that will be outside people's homes, adjacent to trees and shrubbery. They can endanger the electrical lines if they catch fire. Briefly, the cell towers don't have a direct connection to ground. They don't have a circuit breaker, and they don't have adequate surge protection. So when you have a lightning strike, when you have lines crossing, when you have wind, surges, when the electrical power is shut off and when it's turned back on, if they have little electronic parts, and when it exceeds that little electronic part, it explodes and the power goes right into the house. Traditional analog meters have a direct connection to ground. You can have lightning, you can have all kinds of things happen, and any surge and overvoltage goes to ground. In fact, an industry meter expert said that there's a new fault with the smart meters. It's called catastrophic failure, and these will be on utility poles for the small cells. So this is another issue for the council to take into consideration as they review this. As I understand, this will be appealed. Thank you.
Oh, Mr. Mayor, member of the City Council, good evening. My name is Ruthie Watts, and I would just like to take this opportunity to thank you, Mr. Mayor, for attending the NAACP 47 Life Membership Banquet along with Councilman Dave Pacheco. I won't mention the speakers. I won't mention her at all, and you know what I might want to say about her, but I just want to say thank you so much for coming and making a presentation to our honorees. Okay, thank you.
Helen Rucker. I just want to say a big, big thank you to the city of Seaside. We always come up here and we got something bad to say about Seaside, but let me tell you, those of you who missed Blues in the Park this past season missed a spectacular program put on free of charge by the city of Seaside. I just want to thank the mayor, the council, and all of the employees who worked so hard. Not one incident did we have, nothing that I could point to that was anything negative about that. And people who come up here and talk about all the problems that Seaside have, I think this city owes a debt of gratitude to this council and to the people who work to put their programs into operation. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Walt Ferguson. I'm a resident and homeowner in the city of Seaside. My wife and family have loved living here for the past 10 years. The recent Planning Commission's approval of 4 Verizon wireless facilities in residential areas of in the city of Seaside will have grave consequences for the future of our city. I am filing an appeal of this decision in order to give our elected representatives on the City Council an opportunity to reverse this unpopular and disastrous decision. At last night's Planning Commission meeting, there were about 20 speakers and a full house in opposition to Verizon's application. I believe that all agreed that the Planning Commission and their staff held a fair meeting and listened to the concerns of all the citizens who were at that meeting. But not all residents within 400 feet of these proposed installations were adequately notified, and it was on short notice. The notice posted at the sites existed of an 8.5, 11 white piece of paper, proposed cellular site with no contact information to respond. Both the mailed public notice of the hearing and the notice on the utility poles were in English only, completely disregarding our large Latino population. Every Verizon customer that spoke at the meeting said they had no coverage problems in Seaside, and the local Verizon stores will tell you the same. Verizon told us if we don't install these new devices, there will be a coverage gap in the future, and we will not be able to stream data during peak hours in the evening when everyone is home. This is simply not true. This is not about cellular reception. It is Verizon's intention to transmit a 5G signal from that tower directly into your home on a router so they can stream large amounts of data. Like Comcast but Comcast is already using cable, but they want to do it wirelessly. It opens up a whole nother market for them. These unsightly installations open up the new market for Verizon. Instead, Verizon should focus on improving its current towers, as there are ways to do that, as other carriers are doing that now. Many believe the 10-year-old studies done by the Federal Communications Commission and the effects on RF wave emissions on human beings and other living things is outdated. For example, why would our federal government approve the widespread use of carcinogenic chemicals such as Roundup or expose our military personnel and others to Agent Orange only decades later to find out the errors in their ways? Why? Because we were moving the process too fast, being pushed by the large chemical companies, and there was not enough independent research. Now, decades later, the nation is littered with lawsuits, and veterans are dying from exposure. It was the chemical companies then, and it's the data distributing companies now. Not only will these cellular facilities be a blight to our neighborhoods, it is the perception of many of our residents that property values will be negatively impacted. They believe these emissions showering from these devices 24 hours a day in our residential neighborhoods and schoolyards pose a short-term and long-term health risk. Perceptions are real. Survey by the National Institute for Science, Law, and Public Policy found that 94% are less interested and would pay less for a property located near an antenna.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Public comment remains open.
My name is Renee Stewart, and I live at 1393 Elm Avenue in Seaside. I didn't come prepared to speak, and I missed the beginning of the meeting, so I don't know whether this has already been stated. But I came because Mr. Ferguson has told us what our concern was, and there was every one of the residences on the Waring Street proposed site for one of the towers was present last night. Not only are the towers being installed in Seaside and the citizens of our block are concerned, I can't speak for everyone in the city, but I'm here to speak that my biggest concern is that 2 of those towers are near school sites. When I went to school, the school was formerly called Noche Buena School, then it became Seaside Children's Center, and now the site has charter schools. The second location is right next to Highland Elementary School. There are hundreds of kids at those schools, and I just do not believe that towers should be installed next to schools. Thank you.
Public comment remains open. Seeing no one else, public comment is closed. We now move to item number 6, public agency communications. Is there anyone present from a public agency that would like to speak? Yes, sir. No, you're from, you look familiar. You're the president, right?
From Monterey Peninsula College.
Sir, you'll be next.
Okay.
You have special time. It's special time. Seeing no one from any public agencies, we'll move on to our agendized item, which is 6A, which is Monterey Peninsula College presentation on appointment process to fill vacant District 1 trustee position.
Yes, thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to be here this evening with the council and Mr. Mayor. I don't have much of a presentation this evening, but I would like to just remind the council and members of the public that Monterey Peninsula College is currently looking to fill a vacant trustee seat from the Sands City and Seaside area. Applications are now posted online and available at any one of our 3 campus locations. The applications are due to the Superintendent President's office by next Friday, August 23rd at 10 o'clock in the morning. The applicants will then be asked to come to a special board meeting the week after, on Thursday, August 29th, to give a 5-minute presentation, and then the Board of Trustees will then select and nominate a provisional appointment. So with that said, I appreciate the opportunity to come and notify the council and the members of the public of the City of Seaside, and thank you.
Thank you so much. Then I'll bring it back to the dais and ask the city manager and the city attorney, was there anything during public comment that can be addressed at this time?
Only that we understand that it's likely that the cell towers will be appealed to the council at some future date. And I don't have specific information on the cannabis bus, but I'm sure if you go into Urban Leaf, they'd be happy to tell you about it.
No.
I do want to quickly mention that we were able to do a good job of the initial cleanup on Laguna Grande Park. We do plan on going through there quite often, but I think as someone mentioned, some of the people that don't have anywhere else to go are back in that area. But that park was cleaned up at the expense of the citizens of Seaside, and I think if we're going to talk about how it could be great a park again, then I think everybody needs to chip in, meaning the Parks District and the City of Monterey. And I'm not saying they don't want to, I'm just saying for the citizens of Seaside, we will look into that type of partnership. I know I have a meeting scheduled with the mayor of Monterey to talk about Laguna Grande and what the expectations is from his point of view. Blues in the Park again was one fantastic. I got great again. It was great again, and that was, for me, I like to always give credit where credit is due, and I remember the first day Mayor Pro Tem Pacheco called me. I don't know, he might call me at midnight the night before. Hey, we got an issue down there. So I want to say that he made it great again by making sure the city was in position to do it. The city manager and his team actually conducted it every week. So I want my hats off to the city manager and the staff that made that happen, particularly when they set up a place for disabled people to be able to park safely and walk over to the Blues in the Park. I thought that was something new. All right, so we'll move on to item number 7, which is presentation update on street maintenance and repair Phase 2 schedule.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm Rick Riedel, City Engineer. I have a brief presentation on the update of the Phase 2 schedule. So up on the screen shows a quick map of what we've accomplished so far in the Phase 1 completed last year. It's the green areas. It shows several streets throughout the city. Phase 2 is the red streets up there, and it includes Broadway, the upper part of Hilby, San Pablo, and a little bit of Ord Grove. And then Phase 3 would be the remaining streets that we are currently under design and will be under construction next year. So Phase 1 was completed in 2018. Phase 2 hopefully is awarded tonight. It's in the agenda packet. And Phase 3 is currently in design and is anticipated for construction to 2020. Here's a quick overview of Phase 2 again. It shows the cover sheet for the bid packet. It has, again, Hilby on the bottom, Broadway in the middle, San Pablo, and Ord Grove. And the scope of work is to do dig-out repairs, which will actually be performed by the City of Seaside with our new patch truck. And then the contractor's going to come in, do crack sealing, slurry seal, and repair of some of the curbs and gutters. And then complete the painting and striping of the roadway. So the schedule is, the design was complete in June. We advertised in June and July. Tonight, we're hoping for an award of a contract, and then we hope to give notice to proceed in September and complete construction December of this year. So I spoke a little bit about, next steps, I'm sorry. So what we hope to do, again, is get the contractor on board tonight and then continue to work with the design consultant who we retained to do most of this design, Harrison Associates, on the Phase 3 design. So I say most of the design because Phase 1 was actually designed in-house. Again, so this is our crews doing a base repair, dig out. There was a failed section of roadway on Upper Broadway right in front of MLK. And you can see that they've pulled the road up, and then they've redoing the gutter, curb and gutter there because it was failing. And then there's the finished product. So you'll see our crews out there over the next few weeks, continue to do a couple of dig outs. There's a couple of spots in the road. And we hope to get that all done before the contractor gets out there and does the rest of the work of crack sealing and slurry sealing and painting. And I didn't have any pictures, but they were out on Ord Grove. And if you've noticed that there should be a lot of patches on Ord Grove now ready for the next phase of work. And that's and so the reason we're doing it this way, that the city's actually doing some of the work, is to try and expedite the work so we can get, and also we can do it very cost effectively. So it's both expediting and cost efficiency. And that's my presentation. Any questions?
Thank you so much for the presentation. Have any questions? Councilmember Kaspersky.
Thank you for the presentation. I love seeing the progress that we're making on streets. Question for Phase 3, are you coordinating with the utilities, any utilities that have anything under the streets? If you are tearing up sections of road, I believe that you are in Phase 3, so.
Yeah, so we are coordinating with the utilities on that, but it's going to be hard for them to get in front of us on this one, I think, some of them.
What did you say, Rick?
So we're not going to slow down our work in order for a utility company, say, in a year or two from now, they think they need to do some work out in the road.
Yeah. No, I was just, that's what I thought I heard. I wish we would have did a better coordination of that. And we did have a couple-year lead time because we signed up for this bond a couple years ago. So I just want to put my point on that comment right there. Any comments?
Okay. I thought the question was kind of directed towards undergrounding utilities. Okay. All right. Yeah, undergrounding utilities would be great, and I could, but I can see how that would be very difficult to do in such a short and expensive. But,
right. Yeah. There's
okay.
no funds available for that.
All right. So my question was about the base repair. I noticed in the bid package or whatever, the design work, it said that the city of Seaside will do base repair on Ord Grove, and it looked like parts of Broadway.
Mm-hmm.
And then it looked like on the rest of the bid documents, it was called out that there's some major base repair that will be done by the contractor. Is that right? So we're kind of doing portions
Right.
of some smaller areas, but the ones that need significant work, the contractor will do.
Correct.
I just was looking for clarification on that. Thank you.
Anybody else? Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. I have some comments and then some questions. We get one bite at the apple here, and just so that way you know, and we've had this discussion. Personally, I'm very disappointed by lack of progress on streets as I see it, and this is my opinion. I'm disappointed that we did not see the report in advance before 5 o'clock, and that's if we got here early. During the last 18 months, I've been asking questions throughout, and it seems my knowledge, my memory tells me that each time the time to start was delayed, and each time the investment for this year is less. And looking around the other cities, we all got the dollar amounts pretty much the same thing, and I see far more work being accomplished in other cities than it is here. This is not the first time I've shared this. I just feel like we're last place amongst the other cities, and I'm just being really straight up forward with you. I have some questions, though. I was told by a resident that staff fixed potholes on Echo, but did not use the road repair truck. Is the vehicle operational, and if so, is that used some of the time or part of the time, or is it used on and off depending on the road repair?
So we're back to using it full-time right now. What our focus is on the Phase 2 work. And so what the direction is to get all of the base repair done, the failed sections of the roadway, so that we can get Granite, or whoever we award the contract to be able to do the next phase or the work.
So if someone called and say regarding Echo Street, and you're using, I think that's a great use of that vehicle for those large areas that you mentioned, they'll just do it the old-fashioned way, for lack of a better way, to fix them. Is that sort of correct?
Correct. So I got to delegate the limited resources I have.
I'm not questioning
Right.
that. I just wanted to clarify because somebody
Yeah.
asked that question to me today. I was told that if report is received, well, I'll say it in maybe a different way. So let's assume that I call in, or somebody calls in regarding a pothole on a particular street. What should they anticipate as a potential fixing of that pothole? Is it a month, 2 weeks, 3 weeks? What kind of framework should they use?
So again, we try and prioritize the work according to how severe the pothole or situation is. Right now, our focus is on the streets that we've identified to be our highest priority. So if there's a pothole on a minor street, we'll probably get the cold mix out there to get the pothole fixed. But we really have limited resources, and we're going to focus the resources on the highest priority projects.
So I'm going to make an assumption. So that could be, depending on the priority, up to a month? So that way, when we get calls or asked, tell them to get on the list as soon as priority as possible, you'll prioritize. Just
Correct.
be concerned that it may be up to a month due to the other
Right.
work necessary to be done.
Correct. There's a lot of potholes, and we're
We totally
chasing
agree.
them.
There's approximately $1 million in road repair being considered tonight for approval. Well, I think your slide showed, was it in June? I'm going by memory here. When is the next contract coming after the one tonight, I guess? Is that like in June or July of next year, is that?
No, we're shooting for December of this year.
So the next contract for additional work is December of this year? That's what your anticipation? So we're going to approve something tonight and potentially approve?
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
That's what I thought.
I'm sorry. We go out to bid in December, and so maybe January, February, probably February, you'll have a contract.
I thought I saw a later time frame in that, but maybe I'm going by memory here, so. Okay, so let's go with that. So I think I said, it says December, okay. Get contracted for, okay, it doesn't really say. Okay, let's go with that. So we are allocating $11 million overall for road repair. What percentage of the dollar amount will be completed by June 2020? So are we going to be at 60% done with the potential $11 million, or do you have any sense of that at all? Are we going to be halfway? Do we know?
Yeah. It's hard to say since the contract hasn't been let yet, and we haven't spoken to a contractor about their schedule.
Okay.
But, yeah.
So, but we do have goals and estimates as far as that list of roads that were, there was a large list of roads and streets done and with projected cost. But we have to confirm with those projected costs before we can say how much is going to be done. Is that a fair statement?
I don't understand the
I
question.
thought there was a large list of roads that we were going to repair between now and 2021.
Correct.
With that, there was I think there was an estimate, it's not on your sheet.
Mhm.
There was an estimate, a cost of each road, so that way you knew how far you can spend that money. But since the contract hasn't been bid, we really don't know how far we can stretch those dollars. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Mhm.
Road work was done, and I've asked this question the last 4 times we've had this discussion. Road was done about 2 years ago, maybe a year and a half, from Monterey to Hilby Street, and they only fixed one side of the road.
Oh, you talking about the pipeline?
Yeah.
Oh,
And-
okay.
And then they fixed one side of the road going north, but not the other half of the road, not the, so are they ever going to fix that? Did we
No,
get
we-
a gift of funds and we're going to use it for something else? Where is that?
You're right. So you can see up on the screen there that you're talking about Fremont Boulevard.
By Wendy's, for lack of a, yeah. by
Correct.
Wendy's and backwards, yeah.
Correct. And so we thought it was a better use of funds to get that done as one project. So the CalAm gave us money in order to not do the slurry sealing. That was the last step for their project.
So you're going to use that road to fix part of that road or another road?
The funds?
Yeah.
Yes. Uh-huh.
By Hilby Street.
Well, the funds have been earmarked for road improvement.
So you haven't determined where you're going to use those funds yet?
We'll use it on any of those blue lines up there.
Yeah, okay, but not
But-
designated for that one street, okay.
Well, a dollar's a dollar when you.
Right, but we wanted, that road has been as bad for 2 years, so we thought that road might be completed by now. So if we approve the contract tonight for the approximately $1 million, when could the residents in that area potentially begin to see work done on their roads?
So the estimate is the contractor will mobilize in the end of September, beginning of October.
So beginning of October, people on, I think it's Ward Grove, wherever, will start seeing.
Right, but they're already seeing it. We're already,
Right,
the
but I'm saying
city's
the
already
large-
out there doing work.
I
Right.
hear that, but the large vehicles, complete repairs, they'll start seeing there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
I think I just had 2 quick, easy ones. Are we going to do anything with the upper LaSalle Avenue? It went halfway up with the, I guess,
Yeah.
seal but once you go over the crest of the hill, you know how it is. So my point is that scheduled?
So you can see up on the map there that we're only going from Del Monte to the
So
school.
answer is no?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm throwing it out there just to make sure I understand it. And then, I guess really what the community would like to hear is, are we going as fast and as efficient as we can? I know the answer, but every once in a while, we just need to say we're doing the best we can with the limited people. You know,
Right.
Could you say something to that effect?
So we're operating with 5 people down in Public Works, and we're on mandatory overtime. So we can't push them any harder, and the rest of the engineering staff is working overtime too.
So we
And,
are doing as
oh,
much as
absolutely.
we can, as efficient as possible.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. And then I'll just add to that, have the city manager speak to what we're trying to do to buttress our public works, particularly the people in public works to supplement the road work we're doing. Sure. We hired somebody this week.
They start Monday.
There we go.
All right.
I
And one of our new hires is in this picture, and he's doing a great job. He's on the shovel there, and he's learning how to patch roads, but he's...
You was doing that before you got hired? When was this?
No. This,
I'm messing with you, Rick.
yeah.
So, no, I want the city manager to speak to how
Yeah.
we're trying to hire more people in that area.
Okay.
We are trying to hire more people in that area, and we're looking at, potentially contracting with other service providers because it's quite a challenge to recruit and retain people in this economy. Okay, so thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
We'll go to 7B, which is report on skate park focus groups and proposed rules. Mr. City Manager. Thank you. Our Recreation Director will deliver a brief presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Dan Mewis, Recreation Director. So we recently had a couple of focus groups to engage the community and get some input on potential rules for our new skate park. So we held two focus groups. One was at the Boys and Girls Club where we had 14 people participate. It was in the evening on July 30th. And then we had another one at the Teen Center in the afternoon right before the kids went back to school where we had 22 participants. We also had an online survey which we were able to get 45 submissions during that time. So a couple of the topics that we discussed were the hours of the skate park, parental supervision, types of skating vehicles that could be used in the park, potential for bike-only hours. We also talked about food and beverages and potentially opening the snack bar, whether or not we wanted to have amplified music in the park, as well as pets, and then the use of additional ramps, jumps, and rails that, you know, kids and other skaters could potentially bring in. So based on our online survey, here's what, you know, we input all the participants also filled out a survey, so we added those to our template and our model here. So you can see that for the hours of operation, 31 people wanted the park open from dawn till dusk. We had another 17 wanted it from 9 a.m. till dusk, and then 2 from dawn till 6. The parental supervision piece came in with 12 and over didn't need parental supervision, and everyone under 12 needed to have at least a person with that is 18 or over. We got 24 responses on that one, 10 and under, 21, and so on all the way down the list. And then for the skate park uses, you can see that 57 people want skateboards there, 47 rollerblades, 46 for roller skates, 34 scooters. Bikes came in at 23, and then we had another one come in that said scooters usually crowd the skate parks. But then, so the other piece was the bike hours. So we had 30 responses that didn't want bikes at all, 16 for always, 7 for weekends only, and then 4 for mornings only. Food and beverages, yes, everyone wanted to have food and beverages, some, you know, water only or drinks only, and then a couple people said no. And then for the snack bar, a lot of people wanted to have it open. So we were trying to figure that out, how we can incorporate that potentially. We have 12 with just weekends only, 9 with afternoons, and then 4 said no altogether. And then a couple other topics that we discussed were better marked sidewalks on Noche Buena and La Salle to kind of help with the kids that are coming up and down the streets. Trying to figure out a way that we can keep the homeless from loitering in the park. Security cameras, and then no open-toe shoes. And some other comments. One I really liked was a designated area for stickers and a mural. It's really popular in the skating community, and if we can designate something for them, then hopefully they'll stick to that and not tag and put stickers on our nice new park. They wanted a designated waiting area for watching, making sure that the bathrooms kind of stayed open a little bit after when the park closed, and then try and have the city sponsor educational events, competitions, ramp, and skate lessons. And we are opening soon.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Any questions? Councilmember Kaspersky.
Just one question. What is the benefit of having the bathrooms open after the hours?
It was just for a little bit out, so if the park closed at sunset, having the bathroom stay like an extra half hour, so that way the kids could do what they need to do and go home, and instead of, if they were closed before it was the park, if the bathrooms closed before the park was closed, then I don't want them using one of the trees.
We'll go to Councilmember Campbell?
And once you got this information, how did you incorporate it into the ordinance that we're looking at later tonight?
So the ordinance that we're looking at is really, it's putting the rules on the recreation director. So I took a lot of the insight that we got from the community and developed the rules from that. I also looked at what our surrounding skate parks in Monterey and Marina were doing too. The main one that I saw a lot of difference was actually the adult supervision. In Monterey and Marina, it's 8 and under that you need to have adults there. And that wasn't a part of our survey, but I felt like I wanted to kind of keep that the same, so that way we weren't like kicking other kids out when they could go to Marina and Monterey when they could be here in Seaside. So that was the main one.
Okay, so it was a combination of input as well as what other people...
And other research too, because a lot of that was wanted to make sure that we were kind of staying consistent with other skate parks too.
Because I didn't see a clear, correlation between survey results and what we...
It was definitely a variety, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Wizard?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for your presentation, Mr. Mewis. I just was curious to know sort of the rationale from the Recreation Department about the appropriate age. You touched on it just a moment ago, but not being a childhood development expert or a adolescent psychology expert, what is the rationale within the community about the appropriate age by which we can allow unsupervised children to skateboard with proper safety equipment on their own?
A lot of that, some of the kids that actually did participate in the meetings, they did say that they've been going to the skate parks since they were wee little kids and way before that, so I kind of took that into consideration. I do see a lot of kids up and down the streets without adult supervision, and I wanted to be able to at least have a place where they can come and be safe, in a nice city facility that we can kind of not completely supervise, but there will be staff there occasionally and whatnot. At least if they're at the skate park, we know what they're doing. And I wanted to make sure that we had a place for kids of all ages.
Yes.
You mentioned briefly in your presentation that there was an idea about maybe designating a place for artistic expression. Do you envision that, and I understand it's not finalized, but do you envision something like a wall that's, every month it gets reverted to its bare state, or is it one of the edges of a jump or a bowl or something? How do you envision that working out?
So my initial vision was there's a fence that lines the basketball court between the barrier between the basketball court and the skate park. And then on the part that's facing the skate park, we could throw up some kind of like blank stainless steel signs. And then that could be kind of like their spot, so they can see that while they're skating. If you're on the basketball court, you're not necessarily going to see it. But that was my initial thought, without having to designate a wall right away.
Yeah, I think it's important that we figure out how to best direct the skate park users' creativity. And so I understand that the crime of vandalism in this state requires irreparable damage. And the last time I checked, a sticker is not irreparable. So I won't say that it's vandalism per se, but at the same time, we spent a lot of the public's money to create this space for the public. So I want to make sure that we're good stewards of their money and we maintain it at a high quality for as long as possible. So I understand there's a little bit of a push and pull there, but I think it's important that we do create that space, but how we do it, I think, matters just as much. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. I have some comments because, well, for the past month, I've gone by the park at least once or twice a day, as well as I've attended, oh, I'm sorry, what? Not to use, obviously. And I've also attended both focus groups, and I think you did a very good job as far as organizing the focus groups. I think it was well led, the discussion was good. I wish more kids participated in the focus group. I know at the Boys and Girls Club, I counted 1 or 2 kids and numerous adults. So my comments will relate to my concerns and just some thoughts, because as Mr. Wizard say, it's a serious investment of dollars, and it's done with a lot of sacrifice by a lot of people. So in a nutshell, I believe the rules are appropriate and well done. I truly appreciate the few skateboarders that attended the focus group meetings and made positive suggestions. And I'm disappointed by those skateboarders that I did not attend, but were here to encourage us to go forward with the skateboard, because there were dozens upon dozens here for the meetings, and then when it came down for the rules, it was a handful. I'm truly disappointed by the skateboarders, dozens by dozens, entering the park illegally and show lack of respect for law, causing liability for the city of Seaside and the contractor. I'm disappointed and offended by a handful of skateboarders and the abuse of language, the threatening comments, the derogatory remarks for residents and coaches, when many people work so hard to achieve the goal of the skateboard park. I hope, but I do not feel hopeful, that the skateboarders and users of the park learn to respect the park and treat the park as their own personal property. Residents, Seasiders of Seaside, taxpayers, and business owners invested in our youth and families to a significant level. This city of Seaside progressively moved to ensure a beautiful facility. Now youth, families, and adults need to treat this as a treasure with pride, dignity, and do what is necessary to ensure rules that are followed and the park is maintained for decades to come. There is potential to make this facility a community park and positive and a haven for youth and families for generations. Recreation staff, police staff, public works staff, city council members, park neighbors, and residents need to step forward to ensure every participant has equal opportunity to play in a safe environment. And I think that's really important. The park was very used, and incidents that happened, and all of a sudden people stopped using that park for years. And we cannot have that happening again. I think it behooves all of us as residents and people living in that area to make sure the rules are followed and at least notify the proper authority when they're not, because if not, we're not doing our jobs, let's put it that way. My questions are, the concept of the skateboarder was initiated by dozens of skateboarders and used in support of the project. The focus group only had more than a handful, but not much more than a handful, in 2 meetings. What are we going to do to ensure the skateboarders respect the rules, respect the staff, and other users of the park?
We're going to have to be pretty vigilant in being out there as much as we can to monitor and, talk to them, let them know, like, these are the rules of the park. And, if you're not following the rules, you're not going to be able to skate until you can show us that you can follow the rules. So it's going to be a team effort between the recreation department, between the police department, and by all the residents too. Because if we aren't noticing it or seeing it or hearing it, it's hard for us to make that, to address it.
The enforcement of rules, and the potential of cameras in the park. Have we gone any further than that? Other than discussion, are we close to enacting the cameras? Because you're not moving your office to Catino Park in order to ensure the safety of the residents and the users. So cameras can help, as well as you mentioned, the residents and staff, et cetera. When can we see that implemented?
I met with a contractor earlier this week, kind of shared with him my vision. I gave him some of the plans of all the electrical and everything, so he's looking at it, and he's going to figure out what's best, and then he's going to come back to me and let me know what is possible. So it's in the process.
So that potentially could happen hopefully sooner rather than later, with a month or two?
Yes.
Okay. In the discussion groups, there was mention, I believe, of not using the park during weather conditions, possibly needing repair, possibly injuries that cause maybe blood or stains and unhealthy issues like that. and the potential idea of closing or fencing off the area to lock it up when the hours are closed. And I believe, my recollection is the youth kind of led that part of a discussion, which I thought was interesting and positive. Are we going to consider that based on quick evaluation of if we need to do something, I guess is my best question for you.
We can definitely reevaluate within a month or so and see kind of what our problems are. My concern, I mean, we have a fence around it now, and they're still hopping the fence to get in. So if we put a fence up, I mean, it's still going to be a challenge. They're still going to find their way in. I think we need to look at alternative ways to lock the park down that will make it less able to skate. I think that's going to be the way to do it, whether it's coming up with some sort of surface to put over the top of the ramps and jumps and things of that nature. That may be better than just putting a fence up, because it's obvious that they're still getting over it. I mean, even if you put 15 foot high, they'll probably still find a way in.
Right, so, but if they were to jump the fence, which is against the law, by doing what you're suggesting, barriers or covers or, I don't know, something that will prevent them from using it may be a very positive. Hopefully we look into that, because if there is damage to the park, by accident or not, people ride on that, so this can cause additional liability.
Absolutely.
Let's see. I think that's pretty much it. And again, just on a positive note, I think you've done, I know I've called in countless times regarding abuse of the park, and I know you've been on top of it quite much, and the focus groups that you did run, I think it was very positive, and those kids that did participate felt that they were a partner in it, and I hope we can convince those other kids, be it by going out there personally and talking to those kids, because they should take positive ownership rather than just users that don't have a buy-in as such. Thank you.
Anybody else? I'll go fairly quickly. Thank you, Dan, for coming forward with this focus group. We actually asked to go out and see what was out there. You came up with some good stuff. One of the controversies, well, I guess we'll talk about it really when we get to the extending the ordinance, but I see that over 50% did not think bicycles should be out there. So that was interesting. And then you say you're being consistent with the age group and everything else with other parks, and I think other parks don't have bicycles, and then the majority of the people we talked to said they don't want bicycles, so just talking about being consistent. And then I'll just go quickly to, I was disappointed that people were sneaking in all along, but when we say, well, somehow they found ways, I think they found ways through openings in the fence. I don't think they were climbing the fence with that gray tarp on there. I don't know. I didn't watch them, right? But my point is, once they were in there, it didn't seem like we were strong enough to kick them back out. And so to me, that was really disappointing that as adults, we weren't strong enough to do that. And I'm not putting it on you, I'm putting it on us, okay? So what, and I talked some to the city manager about what do we do when we have conflicts between the users of the park, and he has some ideas about maybe we'll figure out a way to put some employees over there, or hire some people that actually are going to be there to say, hey, be respectful of the park, be respectful of each other, not just necessarily at the snack bar. I don't want the person at the snack bar doing double duty. Actually, someone needs to be there watching them, and I know he's thinking about some of those ideas. Other than that, my last thing is, I guess I snuck in too when I shouldn't have been sneaking in, right? So I went over there and I walked all the way around the whole complex. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. But I did notice some of the locking mechanisms on the gates were able to be pulled open even when they were locked. So I don't know if it's cheap mechanics or it wasn't tightened down, but I want the contractor to take a look at that because we're paying for that. Then also, when I walked around the multi-surface field,
seemed to me it was big enough to play football on, a regulation game. That was just me, right? Seemed to me. But then I looked up and it wasn't striped for that, and I can understand if you stripe it for everything, nothing works. But it did seem to me that was big enough to play a regulation football game. So I'll leave that there. But I think what you guys did was wonderful. Everybody I talked to says how beautiful it is, and we look forward to being there on the ribbon cutting day, and appreciate your hard work and the city manager's hard work to put that where it is, because the community deserved to have that revitalized park. So I just want to say thank you and keep up the good work. So.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just for everyone in the audience, our grand opening is next Saturday, August 24th at 11 a.m. So we hope to see everybody there.
Free hot dogs or anything?
We will have a food vendor, and there'll be some stuff going on, community soccer game, community softball game.
Food vendor means pay.
We'll work something out. We'll see what we can do.
Whatever you guys have, I don't want to, whatever you have.
And I am excited too. We have On the Beach Surf Shop is going to be sponsoring a skate competition too. So
I think you have a full day for everybody, and it's a multi-use complex, and you guys are doing a good job. Thank you. Mr. City Manager, do you have anything you want to say on that? We'll see you next Saturday.
All
All right. Okay, we'll move on to consent agenda. All right, 8A, approved minutes from June 18, 2019, June 20th, 2019, June 27, 2019, July 11, 2019, July 18, 2019, and August 1st, 2019. Approve and file city checks to the tune of $1,897,000, $112.44. Approve a resolution authorizing closure of Harold Court Avenue to through traffic at Canyon Del Rey, Alston, and Hillsdale for the City of Seaside's birthday celebration on October 13, 2019, and for the tree lighting ceremony on December 13, 2019. Approve a resolution authorizing the closure of Broadway Avenue from Hillsdale to Alhambra Street for the Monterey Bay Summer Wave event on Saturday, August 31st, 2019. Approve a resolution executing maintenance and right-of-way agreement with BMW dealership. Approve a resolution awarding a construction contract to Granite Construction Company for the pavement rehabilitation project Phase 2 for amount not to exceed $827,776,000. The total project cost with a 15% contingency of $947,042. 8G, approve a resolution amending the professional service agreement with the Harris and Associates for pavement design services to include design services during construction, construction management, and inspection services for an amount of $157,914 and a total not to exceed amount with a 15% contingency for $181,601.10. 8H, adopt a resolution for designation of voting delegates and alternate at the League of California Cities Annual Conference, October 16th through the 18th, 2019, in Long Beach, California. 8I, declare vacancies on boards, commissions, and committees. That concludes the reading of the consent agenda. Is there anyone on the dais that wants to pull something off the consent agenda?
Item D.
I recognize Councilmember Campbell. Oh, Councilmember Wizard. Sometimes well, I won't say that.
We're twins, I guess. F as in Frank and I as in Ida.
Hold on, let me make sure. F and I? Okay, good. Mayor Pro Tem?
Item D, just for a comment or a question.
We're going to pull it for a comment or question. Okay. Anyone else? Is there anyone from the public that wants to pull anything off the consent agenda? Yes, Mayor Felix Sparkhoff. F and G. Okay, G was already, F was already pulled. Okay. Anybody wants to, bringing it back to the dais, I'll accept the motion on consent agenda, the remaining. The ones that were pulled was D, F, G, and I. Is that correct? Everybody's comfortable? The remaining, I'll accept the agenda.
I move to approve the balance of the consent agenda.
Second.
It's been properly moved and second that we approve the balance of the consent agenda except D, F, G, and I. All those in favor use the record sign of voting, which is aye.
Aye.
Nays have the same right. Here none, ayes have a motion carried. Who pulled D?
I did, sir.
Okay.
Just a comment or a question of the organizer. I'm in support of. My question, though, is the event's scheduled for August 31, and in the staff report or your report, there was really no, for lack of a better word, meat behind what you're going to do. Can you share some ingredients that's going to make this work as far as the activities? And I believe I saw there's a fee of $20. That maybe I misread that. Can you tell us what they're going to get for the $20? My goal here is, one, to educate us as far as more, but also to educate the community that may be watching or here, so they may be willing to attend.
So the Summer Waves event is going to basically be catering to bringing community together for celebrating different talents and abilities of our local youth. Not the youth that's minors, but the young adults, the ones that aren't really catered to in any of the events in the community. So what we're trying to do is basically bring them together with a lot of people that have businesses and are in the community that aren't aware of their talents, so that we can be more aware of each other. Because we feel like if they're more involved in the community and see people in the community on a regular basis with events like this, it would make them feel more of a sense of responsibility and involvement in the community. And I feel like a lot of problems that happen in the community with my age demographic is because of their lack of awareness or lack of responsibility in the community, because they don't feel involved. So if we can have a platform for them to be able to express their talents or feel a sense of responsibility by people knowing who they are and them knowing who the people of the community are, I think it'll take a better step in the positive direction for Seaside.
Okay, help me out of here a little bit. So is there going to be a display of youth talent? Is there going to be food vendors? Is there going to be, I don't know.
Yeah, there's going to be.
Give us some more.
There's going to be several food vendors. There's going to be. It's all targeted around local communities. So there's going to be a lot of food vendors there. Michelle Soul Foods is one, for instance. There's going to be the Ocean Grown community there, the Side Effects barbershops involved. There's like a lot of food vendors and businesses involved. There's going to be local entertainment groups. There's a dance group from CSU and Beast College that's going to be performing there. There's going to be a lot of local vocalists, artists. There's a reggae group called 3 Hour Showers that's going to be performing. So it's going to be a lot of local talent along those lines. It's going to be there trying to showcase themselves to their city. They performed in several other cities, but they've never had a chance to have a platform to showcase themselves in front of their own city. And I think this would give us more of a sense of pride and belief in our community.
That helps to a larger level, and thank you so very much. And did I read correctly or not that there's an admission fee of $20? But is that correct? I just want to make sure, so that way, again, the residents and so I can go sing that night at your event. I just want to make sure do I have to pay to go do that, or just tell me out a little bit?
So the admission is going to be, we actually changed it to $15, but there's going to be admission for the event.
Okay. And I could say I'm fine with it. I just think the public should know more, and we all should know more, so that way we can attend your event. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the guys? My understanding, reading the staff report, you do have a contract or agreement to provide security?
Yes.
Okay, so thank you so much. Thank you.
Thanks.
We'll take it out to the public comment. Public comment on this issue is now open. Seeing no one, seeing one person.
Only because I believe if you don't try it, you'll never know if it works. It's something new to Seaside. You know, he's already came to me and approached me for my business and asked me, could I assist and help him, which mostly I will. I mean, you know, our young people are trying to do new things. Sometimes we got to try it and see what happens, you know. I mean, we got to back them up somewhere, and why not? We're changing in Seaside. Our culture's changing, our downtown's really changing. The more we can have on downtown, the more it's better for us.
Anyone else for public comment? Seeing no one else, public comment is closed. Bring it back to the dais. Mayor Pro Tem.
I'd just like to make a motion authorizing the closure of Broadway Avenue from Hillsdale to Alhambra Streets for the Monterey Bay Summer Waves event on Saturday, August 31st.
It's been properly moved. It's been properly moved in second. Item number 8D. Any questions on the question? I just have a quick comment. Let me just echo what former council member Chote said. You know, we're here, we're changing. We have to make sure we are leading our young people and our young adults in positive ways, and this young man is trying to do that, and so we support him. I support him trying to do that. We'll see how it comes out, but the object is we need to do things for people in that age group, and we're willing to do that. So on the question, all those in favor use the regular side of voting, which is aye.
Aye.
Nays have the same right. Hearing none, ayes have a motion carried unanimously. We'll go down to item F. I think Councilman Wizard, you pulled that?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just really more of a point of clarification in the resolution, it reads now, therefore, be it resolved that the City of Seaside City Council authorize the city manager or his designee to execute up to an additional 15% contingency for written amendments to the construction contract outlined above, such that the full value of the contract may not exceed $945,042, which, when you subtract the contract amount from the total, including contingencies, about $123,000. So I just wanted to clarify, since the city manager spending authority is less than $123,000, of course we wouldn't just approve things to approve them, and we're not just going to fork over an extra $123 grand to a construction company because we're nice people. But I just was curious to know if you could kind of probe the process by which those contingent funds might be expended.
Right. So the project is to do dig outs where the failed road sections is, and then repave it, and then give it a good slurry seal and paint it. So what I plan on doing is going out there and marking the street and saying this is where I think the failed road sections are. When they start opening up the road, and if it looks like we have to chase it some, I'm going to make a decision to say yes, keep going, or no. It's, you know, in my professional opinion, what needs to happen out there. So considering that when you go below ground, it's hard to see what's there until you open it up. That's why I'm asking for 15% contingency. But by no means do I expect to spend it all. I just want to keep the project rolling. I don't want to keep coming back to the council saying, well, we've expended our 5% or 10% contingency, and now I have to stop work and come back and say, you know, we have more failed road sections that I want to keep chasing.
To the mayor?
Yes.
So, of course, the whole point of the contingency is you don't know, you can't predict the future, you don't know what you're going to find when they start digging. Do you anticipate using most of the contingency? Or is it really just so that we don't halt work for 2 weeks, and maybe actually by the time we can get it rescheduled to come back, it's actually 2 city council meetings, which is a month, and now project is stopped, there's gaps in the road, people are calling upset, that kind of thing?
Right, and so the 2 big projects we've done to date is the Phase 1 roads and then West Broadway, and that was a couple years ago. And we used very little contingency on both of those projects. So it's just a fail-safe measure to make sure that we don't have to stop work, demo, move away from the site, and then mobilize back to the site.
Will, last question, Mr. Mayor, will the unspent contingency funds be available for Phase 3?
Oh, absolutely.
Great,
yeah.
thank you.
Anybody else from the, taking it out to public comment. Public comment is now open on this item.
Good evening, council members and members of the public and staff. My name is Felix Bachhoffner. To help you save some time, I'll also make my comments on item G at the same time. So let me start by saying that everybody seems very thrilled that the city is finally moving forward expeditiously with its street repair projects. That said, and I should also say that everybody that I've talked with seems to be pretty excited about the fact that we seem to be getting pretty good value for our dollar. Phase 2 seems fairly large, and this is less than $1 million, so we're getting quite a lot of pavement feet or miles done for this, so that's pretty exciting. That said, there's a couple concerns. One based on just a comment that the city engineer made, so I'm a little bit off the cuff here, but another one from a phone call that I received earlier this week, and that is namely this, and this is why I'm bundling F and G together. The gentleman that called me this week said, hey, wait a second, the construction management and design services is near 20% of the cost of this work. And he said, hey, you know, normally in the private sector, this is somewhere between maybe 10 to 20%, and if it's approaching 20%, it's going to be like Class A type buildings. Pavement is generally a solved problem, not very complicated. So the question is, why is this exactly so much? So more specifically, what I'd like to know is, does the city track over time what kind of percentage we pay for design and construction management services? Hopefully we have that number. And so that when this kind of thing comes up, we say, hey, wait a second. In the past, we've paid 14% on average, or 15% on average, or 16% on average. Here we're above 19%. So that's a concern. Now the next concern, this is very much on the fly, but Rick said, and you know, maybe I misunderstood what he said, but he said that he is going to be out there marking the pavement, deciding where the cuts are happening. Maybe he's saying that as proxy for the design professionals, but if he in fact is himself out there marking pavement saying, I believe as a city engineer that this is the area that we need to be fixing, why are we paying for construction management services and for design services to begin with? Maybe I've misunderstood that aspect. But at the very least, I would hope that the city manager or financial staff can respond to this question of what is the average that we pay for design services for road repairs, and what is the average that we pay historically for construction management services. And if we don't know that number, can we please start tracking it so that that can become part of our negotiating leverage in the future? Thank you.
I wasn't going to get up, but get the job done for sure. I'm a little shocked that Felix don't understand this process. You ain't never going to get the local compared to government work anywhere near the same. We just know that's how it works. Unfortunately, there's too much bureaucracy in government work, and it costs more, and the contractors will charge more because of that. All I want to do is ask that one thing be added into your plans. Excuse me. You have an ordinance that I know when I was on the council we had what's called curb to curb. Anytime anyone dig a hole in any of our streets, they must slurry seal curb to curb. That would have solved the problem over on Hilby. You know, you got one side nice and black and the other side old. That won't happen if you go that curb to curb. You have an ordinance in your city. You just got to make every contractor use it. Curb to curb, slurry seal, then the road will look brand new when they're finished.
Public comment remains open. Seeing no one else, public comment is closed. Bringing it back to the dais, Councilmember Wizard. Rick, did you have any answers to those questions?
Yeah, so the services that we're proposing the Harris perform for us is design services during construction, construction management, and inspection services and testing. So typically, it depends on how difficult the contract is. So for that type of work, it's typically around 20% to 25% of the contract value. If you add in surveying, if it's very, you know, a lot of surveying work that the that our consultant's going to do, then it's somewhere between 20 and 28%. And I'm very familiar with what soft costs are for every type of construction project, and I do track them, and it's not a surprise to me.
So you're saying that's roughly the average cost in the industry?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. And then the question was about you actually going out there marking out.
Yeah, well, I'm responsible,
Let me ask you a question. Thank you. We don't necessarily want to need the contractor to point out where our potholes are at and where the street is failing. You're going to do that to make sure we go down our prioritized list the way you feel comfortable.
Correct. I'm not actually physically going to do that, but I'm going to step out on the site and say, yes, I agree, or I do not agree with what the consultant has marked on the pavement.
Okay, no, that's fine. And then the last one is the contingency amount of, I guess, 15%. I just want to, on the record, that's roughly average, or is that the standard? Sometimes it's 12%, but we can speak to why is it 15? Is that the industry level, or is that just you picked it a little higher, or what?
Right, and so again, I wanted to match the construction contract. So if the construction contract drags out longer, I'm assuming the oversight construction management and design services is going to stretch out
Now I'm
longer.
getting to where did you get the percentage from? That's a standard percentage, right?
Well, it could be,
Okay,
yeah.
all right. All right, thank you. Did you, okay, Councilmember Wizard? You pulled it.
I'm ready to move it.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we, I went to the next question that I pulled. I move that we approve a resolution awarding a construction contract to Granite Construction Company for the pavement rehabilitation project Phase 2 for an amount not to exceed $821,776 and total project cost with a 15% contingency of $945,042.
It's been properly moved in second. All those in favor use the regular sign of voting.
Aye.
Nays have the same right. Hearing none, ayes have it, motion carried unanimously. Item number G, who pulled G? Was that Mr. Bachhoffner? Okay. His comments are on the record. They stand on the record, so we'll delve down into them. Mr. City Manager, you want to speak to, yeah, I guess the contingency, and is this work required for us to do
I think the city
out-house?
I think the city engineer answered that.
Okay, all right. Bring the public comment. Public comment is now open on this item. Seeing no one, public comment is closed. Bring it back to the dais.
Quick question, clarification.
Councilman Campbell.
So in the staff report, this mentions that this is an amendment to a contract. So they're doing actually quite a bit of work for us. Is that clear? Is that the case? And we're just, since they're doing all the work, a lot of the design, surveying and all that.
Right, so this is a way of holding the designer accountable for their design. So what the term is, design services during construction. So they're the designer, they know the design the best, and if the design doesn't work,
We know who to go back to. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Good question. All right, it's back at the dais. What's your pleasure?
Move to approve item G.
Second.
It's been properly moved that item G, and seconded, that item G be approved. All those in favor use the regular sign of voting, which is aye.
Aye.
Nays have the same right here, none, ayes have the motion carried. We're at 8I. I believe Councilmember Wizard, you pulled this?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just going over this staff report, and it mentioned that the intent is to declare vacancies due to resignations, attendance, or issues with noncompliance with the rules. And I understand that we impose a lot of rules on our commissioners and committee members. There's the ethics training, there's the financial reporting, there's a lot of administrative stuff that we require of them so that no one can accuse them or the city of favoritism or doing anything not precisely in accordance with good ethics. So I just wanted I was curious to know if we maintain any kind of record about, like a spreadsheet of who might be coming up on their training so that we can remind them, oh, that the ethics training, the AB 1, 2, 3, 4 training, yours is coming due, or I imagine that with the annual reporting of the Form 700, that one's pretty easy. But with that training, if you come in June, well, I didn't come in June, I came in December. So just sort of making sure that everybody, that there's a system, I guess.
Makes sense, good question. Yes.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Leslie Milton. I'm the Assistant City Manager for the city, as well as the City Clerk. And yes, we do maintain records of our boards and commission members. We maintain records of their attendance through the minutes and through our agenda management system, and we can pull reports at any time of the attendance of our volunteer commission members. Our board and commission handbook states that they have to, they can't miss more than 25% of any meetings within any calendar year. We have requirements that they have to file annual disclosure statements, Form 700s, and we track those as they come in. They're typically due around April 1st every year. We have a spreadsheet that tracks all of those. It's also due upon your appointment within the first 30 days, and we note those. Ethics training is due 2 years from the time in which you take office. We do have a spreadsheet that maintains all of that information. So yes, we do. And then communications with the boards and commissions, we routinely just remind them of attendance issues, remind them of anytime a specific issue comes up that we think may be concerning, we do share it with many members of many boards and commissions, just to assist to make sure that they may not do something unintentional. We very much value our community volunteers, and we understand that as a city we can do a lot of things for our community, but we'd rather do it with our community, and so that's why we value their input so much. This is not supposed to be a penalty in any way. This is supposed to just understand that some people are very dedicated and they volunteer their time. And if we have people who have attendance issues, and that means there's a lack of a quorum. And so these people who have come to the meeting and then there's no quorum and we can't conduct business. Staff has gone through all the efforts to produce all the packets and all sorts of projects, and we can't move forward. So it's more of an operational issue.
Okay, and through the mayor, just very briefly, I see that Ms. Allen's here this evening, and she, I don't want to put her business out, but she's going to be leaving us, and I know that it is not related to any kind of penalty or done anything wrong. So I was just curious to know if we had, as a city, as an institution, if we had given anyone a letter thanking them for their service or recognizing them with a certificate for volunteering their time and being gracious as members of our community, if it was appropriate to do so.
Historically, we used to recognize them at city council meetings. We have a lot of lovely members in our community that just don't feel comfortable enough getting in front of groups of people. And they do it out of the goodness of their heart because they want to make their communities better, not because they have anything in them that wants to be recognized. So we do hold an annual appreciation event, but I do agree that we should do something more. So upon the resignations, Ms. Allen was a wonderful member of our homeless committee and really contributed a great deal to that. And we're very sad to be losing her, as well as all the other people who have decided that they have other priorities in their life. So yes, we can absolutely do more to recognize them.
Yeah, I think it would be good for, if somebody wants to apply for a job and one of the questions is, tell us about how you give back to your community. Oh, well, check out this fancy letter I got from the city of Seaside. Just something to really make official that we are thankful and grateful for their sacrifice to serve the community.
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
We'll firm that up a little bit later. I'm going to bring back updating the handbook, because there's some issues that we need to put in there clearly to make sure our people are serving, they're serving well, and they're serving in the good name of the citizens of Seaside. So we're going to have to do some updating of the handbook itself, and that makes a great suggestion, which is automatically send out some type of certificate or something. Anyone else from the dais? We'll send it back out to the public. Thank you so much. Public comment is open. Public comment on this item remains open. Seeing no one, public comment is closed. Council member Wizard.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we declare vacancies on boards, commissions, and committees and direct the office of the city clerk to publish those vacancies.
Okay. Second. It's been properly moved in second. All those in favor use the regular sign of voting, which is aye.
Aye.
Nays have the same right here. None's ayes have a motion carried unanimously. We'll go to number 9, public hearing. 9A. Conduct a public hearing under the Tax and Equity Fiscal Responsibility Act in connection with the proposed issuance of revenue bonds by the California Municipal Finance Authority, a joint exercise of power authority and public entity of the state of California in an amount not to exceed $55 million to finance or refinance the acquisition, rehabilitation, improvement, and equipping of a 192-unit multifamily rental housing project located at 1466 Yosemite Street, Seaside, California. Mr. City Manager. Thank you, Mayor. Our Economic Development Director is going to introduce someone to introduce the topic, and then we will take public comments. This actually has very little to do with the city of Seaside, except that we are the entity that has to hold the conference, or hold the public meeting.
Well, Craig kind of buried the lead, but this is an item that is required by the state of California anytime someone issues bonds under a municipal financing authority, and the California Municipal Finance Authority is actually here to do that, and I'd like to introduce Travis Cooper, who will explain this item.
Well, before you go, so you said he buried the lead, and then you did the same thing, right? So to be clear, the city of Seaside has no responsibility in receiving, issuing, or maintaining, or supporting, or paying back any of this loan amount, if it's ever entered into. Two separate entities.
That is correct, and our hope is that by holding this hearing, they'll be able to issue those bonds and prove the property. And
Yeah, we're required to hold it whether they issue it or not.
exactly.
Yeah, I'm just being clear for the public, so I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Travis Cooper, and I'm a representative of the California Municipal Finance Authority. We're here this evening to conduct a TEFRA hearing pursuant to the Federal Tax and Fiscal Responsibility Act, or TEFRA. TEFRA requires that a public hearing be held by the governing body of the jurisdiction in which a project is located, and that the governing body approve that financing. Seaside Housing LP proposes to obtain tax-exempt financing in an amount not to exceed $55 million to enable the borrower to finance or refinance the cost of acquisition, construction, improvement of a 192-unit affordable rental housing facility located at 1466 Yosemite Street in the city, and to be commonly known as Del Monte Manor Apartments. The California Municipal Finance Authority is a joint powers authority formed to assist local governments, nonprofit organizations, and businesses with the issuance of both taxable and tax-exempt debt. The debt to be issued, to address the mayor's question, the debt to be issued by the CMFA will be the sole responsibility of Seaside Housing LP, and the city will have no financial or legal obligation or responsibilities with regard to the repayment of the debt. All financing documents will carry disclaimers that the loan is not an obligation of the city. The city will bear no costs in the issuance of the proposed debt. This is essentially a private loan between the borrower and their bank. It is recommended that the City Council adopt a resolution approving the issuance of the bonds by the CMFA for the benefit of Seaside Housing LP. Such adoption is solely for the purpose of satisfying the requirements of TEFRA and the California Government Code Section 6500. So happy to answer any other questions.
Any questions from the dais? Councilmember Wizard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just very briefly, for the sake of precision and the clarification that a lot of people seek as they try to grapple with what this means and how it works, since $1 or more of the $55 million could come from a tax-exempt financing structure, in order to prevent any kind of challenge that there's a gift of public funds, we have a public hearing where people get to hear about it. That's really it.
Yeah, people
we just
are.
let people know,
Correct.
because there will be a there's a tax savings where other people may not be eligible for it, but it's being used for a good cause, a legal cause. We just don't want people to think we're hiding it. That's really the impetus of this hearing.
Correct, yeah.
Great, thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll take it out to public comment. Public comment is now open on this item. Public comment remains open on this item. Seeing no one, we probably don't need no one.
Well, now I get to come in my official, but Daryl Chote, president of the Del Monte Manor Board. And while I'm here, one of our owners of it, the Kiwanis, Mrs. Jordan, is here too. What you see up there now, you will not see again. I'm sorry, Reverend Murray from Ocean View is here too. I apologize, Rev. What you see up there now, you will not see. It is going to be 100% redid, much better. Every resident will be so happy to have a brand new home. The last time this facility has been renovated or anything is when it was built in 1954. So you can tell we haven't put no money in it. Well, I wasn't on the board, so I can't take claim on that. But at the same time, we'll be meeting with the neighbors and all within the next couple months too to go over the project. We'll have photos and everything to be showing you guys. We'll keep you appraised of what's going on. And I can already say the mayor's always up there, so he seems to know everything about it. But you guys are going to be very proud. We'll be looking forward to have you guys at the groundbreaking, and we'll be glad to have all of you, when we cut the ribbon.
Public comment remains open. Seeing no one else, public comment is closed. Bringing it back to the dais for your will and pleasure. What is the will and pleasure of the body? Any questions? Councilmember Wizard? Yes, I'll accept the motion.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we
9A.
Yeah, we don't need to conduct a public hearing, we just did that. So we approve a resolution of the City Council of the City of Seaside approving the issuance of the California Municipal Finance Authority multifamily housing revenue bonds in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $55 million for the purpose of financing or refinancing the acquisition, rehabilitation, improvement, and equipping of Del Monte Manor and certain other matters relating thereto.
I'll second. It's been properly moved and second on the question. I just want to say I want to appreciate the board and the owners of that complex so much for going out and requesting this loan and really rehabilitating those housing units for the people that live there and the wider community. Really appreciate you guys moving the city forward. This is a city facility, so to speak, and those homes, units are in our community, and they're going to be updated. They're going to be rehabbed in whatever case may be. And I just want to appreciate the board and the owners of the different agencies that have been serving over that board for, I guess, decades, since 1954. All right, on the question. All those in favor use the record sign of voting, which is aye.
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 Nays have the same. Right here, none. Ayes have it. Motion carried. I'm going to go to B, introduction of an ordinance to establish a commission on job opportunity, businesses in Seaside. C-Jobs, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a very brief presentation of 2 slides, and here's the second one. This is an opportunity for more of our citizens and stakeholders to be involved in the great future that is being forged here in Seaside. Oops, I went backwards somehow.
Yeah, you went.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so the idea is to create the C-Jobs Commission. So that's a commission on jobs, opportunities, and businesses in Seaside. It would have 9 members, be appointed by the mayor with the approval of the council. It gets staff support by the city manager, and it's to provide recommendations to encourage investment, job creation, workforce training, and or otherwise expand business opportunities. So there's nothing not to like and a lot to like, and it's on the agenda.
Any questions from the council? Take it. Well, I'm moving along. Go ahead, Councilmember Wizard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The first sentence of the staff report says, introduce, conduct a public hearing, waive the first reading, and pass to print the draft ordinance to modify the Seaside Municipal Code. Can I ask what the rationale is for waiving the first reading?
My rationale? The sooner we do, Assistant City Manager is going to
She has the
offer
answer.
some advice.
When we talk about waiving the first reading, the way that the general law cities were written was you actually would read the ordinance out loud during the council meeting. upon the passage of the first reading. So if you say you're going to pass the first reading, you're going to waive it, you're going to say, you don't need to read it out loud, we've seen it, it's been online, it's been available for the public, we're just going to accept it as is without having to read it verbatim. That's all it means.
Through the mayor?
Yes.
So we're still going to come back at the next meeting to have a second reading where we'll waive the actual reading but hold the hearing.
You only are required to read it on the first
Oh, even better.
introduction.
Okay, I was just curious to what the because I didn't understand what that meant, I thought it was, we're just going to put it in the books tomorrow. I didn't realize it was a technical term to talk about and not boring everybody to tears.
Right. And most cities have adopted to not, just to waive it automatically, but it's still written in the law.
Taking it out to the public. Public comment is now open.
Good evening, Felix Bachhoffner. Without regard to the fact that you'll be creating more bureaucracy, which will probably make it more complicated to create jobs and opportunities in Seaside, I will say this, because I'm anticipating you're going to approve this. Make your own lives as a council easier and consider a commission of less than 9 members to appoint. You've heard it tonight that we have problems getting quorums on boards and commissions. The more members you have, probably the harder it is to achieve a quorum. Certainly puts a lot more onus on the mayor and the mayor pro tem or whoever you designate to be on your committee for the future selection of, nominating people to these committees. So consider having fewer members on this, make it easier. Wasn't too long ago that we talked about reducing the number of boards and commissions because there was such a problem with quorums and finding qualified people to serve and so forth. So I'm intrigued that, in the last couple of years we've added a number of these. At any rate, I don't see any reason that you couldn't have 3 members or 5 members or maybe 7 members. If the Planning Commission can do it with 7, surely this commission could do with 7 or fewer. Thank you.
Public comment remains open. Public comment remains open. Seeing no one else, public comment is closed. Bring it back to the dais for will and pleasure.
I'd like to make a motion then to establish a commission on job opportunities and businesses in Seaside.
Second.
Thank you for the quick second. No, it's right on time. It's been probably moved in second. I'll speak on the second real quick. The object is to get more people in this community involved with the economic development of this community. And we have an economic development commission on the books right now, but somehow it hasn't been staffed, I guess, in about 15 years since I started coming down here about 2007 or 8. It's just assumed that the council is all knowing, all wise about economic development, and so we never need any help. But it stayed on the books. But I adjusted the name so when we talk about what we're concentrating on creating jobs, opportunities, and helping small businesses in the city of Seaside, period, point blank. And so I think it's more than enough people in this community that are willing to serve. I've already been reaching out to a couple folks. We're going to work in concert with CSUMB. They're going to bring some resources to the table. And so it's more of a high-level overview of what we need in this community. And it's advisory capacity. So there's not a lot of bureaucracy because there's not a lot that they're going to be able to tell us because that's not their job. It's not a lot of administrative duties they have to do, like the Planning Commission. So if they don't meet, then we don't get the benefit of some of their oversight. But they're not slowing down the city of Seaside. So it's just allowing people in this community that has the acronym of high finance, business governance to come down here and overlook some of the things or have a look into the future of what we're trying to do. So I'm comfortable with it, and then by happenstance, I'm looking to create 2 more commissions. So
we're not done yet. So, on the second, okay, all those in favor use the oh, I'm sorry, this is ordinance, so we'll do a roll call vote.
Yes.
It's not on. Your mic is not on. That's okay. We can hear you. That's all right. We can hear you.
Councilmember Fiskirski? Yes. Councilmember Wizard?
Yes.
Councilmember Campbell?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Pacheco?
Yes.
Mayor Ogilvy?
Yes? Did it pass unanimously? So we will bring it back for a second reading sometime soon. All right, we'll go to C, extension of urgency ordinance number 1060, amending chapter 9.08 of the Seaside Municipal Code, establishing regulations for the use of designated skateboarding areas. This is a roll call vote requiring 4 or 5 approval. C, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. This is the extension of the urgency ordinance that was previously passed by the council, establishing the ability to create rules for the new skate park. State law requires certain sets of rules, and those have been adopted, and the ordinance allows the recreation director to establish other rules, and we've had a brief presentation on that topic. So if there's any questions, our recreation director is able to answer them.
And then I'll ask the city attorney to add to the discussion.
Okay, this just extends your current urgency ordinance for a period of up to 10 months and 15 days or until a permanent ordinance is adopted. This is just a stopgap measure. You will see a permanent ordinance coming back, I believe, at the next meeting.
Right, and this one, to be clear, this one covers no bicycles in the park.
That's
skate
correct.
park area.
It specifically states no bicycles.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you so much. I'll take it out to the public. Public comment is now open. Public comment remains open. Seeing no one, public comment is closed. Bringing it back to the dais. Anybody want to move this?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay,
I'd like
Councilman
to,
Campbell?
Move that we extend the urgency ordinance number 1060, amending chapter 9.08 of the Seaside Municipal Code, establishing regulations for the use of designated skateboarding areas.
Second.
It's been properly moved in second. All those in favor use the regular sign vote. Oh, why do I keep saying that? It's been properly moved in second. This is a roll call vote.
Councilmember Fiskirski? Yes. Councilmember Wizard?
Yes.
Councilmember Campbell?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Pacheco? Mayor Ogilvy?
Yes. We'll do number D, 9D, introduction of ordinance to permit by license sleeping in vehicles under Seaside Muni Code, Chapter 8.23, safe parking. This is the first reading. All right.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council, members of the public. My name is Leslie Milton, Assistant City Manager for the City of Seaside. And I have to say that the view from the gallery is fantastic, and I am honored and very excited to be here tonight. Tonight we're going to discuss a potential opportunity to create a safe parking program in the City of Seaside. So just to start out, this was a team effort. Our Fire Chief Dempsey, our Police Chief Pridgeon, Assistant City Attorney Damon, and our Economic Development Director Stearns, we all worked together to kind of pull this together to make sure we covered all angles of this. So for your consideration. So just a little bit of a background. In 2018, the City Council declared a shelter crisis in the City of Seaside. We have a lot of people that are experiencing issues with having affordable housing and being housed. And so the City Council established a priority to assist individuals who are experiencing homelessness, trying to establish programs and opportunities to transition them into permanent housing. When we declared that shelter crisis, that gave us a little bit of authority under the government code to allow for different types of opportunities to get people sheltered and find places for them to be housed. So one of those opportunities is for people who may not have a house, but they do tend to sleep in their vehicles, and we have to have a safe place for them to actually park and sleep in their vehicles. Currently, our municipal code does not allow sleeping in vehicles, so this would establish a mechanism for that. There are other cities who have successfully done this and currently operate safe parking programs. Santa Barbara and Los Angeles are highly successful. You can read all about them. But we've had one in Monterey County that has been operating very successfully as a pilot program out in Marina. And we've been working with the city of Marina, and this evening, I can tell you all the wonderful things that they're doing, but we do have representatives from the County of Monterey who facilitate the program, and then they contract with the One Starfish Safe Parking Program, who is the operator of the program, and they have, and they're with us tonight, and then the case manager, Dorian, is here, and they can answer any questions specifically pertaining to that project and how it currently operates if you are interested, if you want more information. The parking lot is in Marina. It was a pilot program, so it is going to be ending. There is not another one on the peninsula, and so this is a great opportunity for the city of Seaside. Some key elements that I wasn't even aware of. So it is, it's a program done by Monterey County, but it's operated by a community service provider, and so within this draft ordinance, we also have that provision. What's great is these community service providers allow these people to come and sleep on the facility within designated hours, designated operating rules. They are permitted on a monthly basis, but they also have to agree to participate in working through different aspects to transition into a permanent housing. So they work with the case manager to provide referrals for counseling, for medical needs, for all sorts of different things to connect them to opportunities, again, to transition into permanent housing. So it's a really great program. So our proposed program has 4 kind of key elements to it. We're not planning to operate a safe parking program. That's not something that we're in the business to do, but we want to establish a framework to allow it to operate within the city of Seaside in a similar mechanism. So this proposed program establishes a framework to license any property owner or organization that would like to do this on private property, not on public property. Our ordinance would outline minimum standards that would be required, so we would actually put provisions that can control it. There would be a process for review by the city council as well as by the neighborhoods, as well as it establishes elements to minimize effects and impacts onto the neighborhoods. So talking about the specific elements of the ordinance, we do require, and this is just bullet points for it. It's much more expansive within the full ordinance, but the main points are we would require an operating plan, and this operating plan would have things like your site contact information. It would have a security plan. It would have the hours of operation. One thing to note, the County of Monterey, so our city ordinance establishes the definition of overnight as 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. The County of Monterey's program operates from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. We wanted to maintain at this time the ability to keep our municipal code definition of 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. and then work on an individual license basis if they wanted to expand those hours to match the 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Because depending on who the operator is, we want to be flexible to whatever their needs are for what they use their site for. Some organizations have evening meetings, and maybe on certain days of the week they don't want it. So we just want to leave that flexibility there. Within the operating plan, there are participant rules that have to be established, things that pertain to pets, maintenance, site maintenance, et cetera. A required element is the site must provide screened restrooms, hand washing or hand sanitizing stations, and trash facilities. Those are required elements, non-negotiable, but they do have to be screened from public view. We mandate that the rules for the safe parking have to be visible on the site. So the rules for the participants, because if the rules aren't available, how can we expect people to abide by them? The way the ordinance is written, we still maintain that PD has the right of entry in case someone is breaking any penal codes or there's a need for police to assist at the site. There's no expectation of the police to enforce the rules that are established by the operating plan, but that's going to be on the site managers, but it just maintains the PD authority. The last 2 things, licenses can be revoked if it is declared to be a public nuisance. If every year, these are 1-year permits, they are temporary. If there's been some complaints or some things that have not been able to be fixed in the operations, the city council, you will have maintained the authority to revoke those permits. And then, as well as for the neighborhood input or the neighborhood participation, we would require, if this is adopted, that once someone issues an application for a license, the city would notify everyone within 300 feet, all the neighborhoods, all the businesses, all the residents within 300 feet of this operation, and they'll have the ability to come before the city council when you approve it to express their position. So those are the key elements of the ordinance. So this is a policy decision for the city council. If you would like to, operate, or if we would like to set up the structure to allow interested individuals to operate a safe parking program. We have received interest from one organization in our community, which is how this came about. They are interested in operating one on their site. If this is adopted tonight, this would establish that framework. If you have any questions, we are all available for you.
Any questions from the dais? Anybody have any questions? Councilmember Wizard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Assistant City Manager Milton. I appreciate your report. Two things. The first is in 8.23.020 definitions, it reads overnight shall mean from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. unless expanded by issued license. Who has the authority to expand that? Is it only the city council, or would it also be the community or economic development manager or their designee, or?
It would be the community development director specifically.
And would there be some sort of appeal process where if an applicant didn't like the decision that they could come to us and say, no, we really wanted it expanded, would you grant it yourselves, the city council? Or does that decision live and die with the department director?
I believe it could be appealed to the city council, absolutely.
Great. And then I just wanted to put that on the record so that people knew how the process worked. It wasn't necessarily a done deal that a staff person had said one way or the other, that there was always room for the applicant to ask for somebody else to take a look at it. And then the other thing, which is just a technical thing, on the first page of the draft resolution where it reads ordinance number and ordinance of the city council, so on and so forth, the third whereas clause, I would really appreciate if we could squeeze the word people in. The city of Seaside finds the number of homeless people is significant. Well, right now it just says homeless, and I don't believe that homeless is a noun, and I don't want to refer to people as not people. So I just wanted to, just as it's a grammatical quirk I have, and I would really appreciate it if we could find the will to slip in the word people there. Thank you.
Can I make a suggestion? Can we change it to people who may be experiencing homelessness? That's my, okay, thank you.
Councilmember Campbell.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. We're talking about setting up safe parking places on private property, but this could be applied to public property as well, correct? This doesn't exclude public.
The way the government code reads, it allows it to be established on public property.
As well, where the current or.
If we establish a housing crisis, but it would just be temporary. I don't think we address that within the ordinance. It creates the ability for the city of Seaside.
Speak into the mic, please.
It creates the ability for the city of Seaside licensed providers to operate a safe parking program in the city. So the city as a property owner could do it. We could contract with an operator if we wanted to have it on public property. Do you disagree, Mr. City Attorney?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. I want all options to be available to us. As far as the current one that's out in the county, I don't know who best to answer that. I've heard various stories that, oh, nobody uses it because of the registration and insurance requirements, I've heard people use it regularly because they really are people who have jobs and just need a place to sleep. And I'm kind of wondering I'd love to get someone's official opinion as to whether it's a success or not and how workable it really is.
If it's okay, I'd like to invite one of the operators to come up and give a brief
That
answer.
would be
Thank you so much.
wonderful. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, City Manager. My name's Glorietta Rowland. I'm with the Department of Social Services, and we currently manage the contract for the County Safe Parking Program that is located in Marina. We are pleased to say that the program has been very successful up to this date. It was established as a pilot program, and for various reasons, we are terminating the program. I will share that the program has been, as I said, very successful. It has been well utilized. It has accomplished housing several people in permanent housing who were living in their vehicles. I will also say that, and what was your question, Councilmember Campbell? I'm sorry.
No, thank you for you're answering a lot of my questions right now. It was just the various stories I've heard from people who don't participate because they can't prove they have insurance or registration, to many people do participate because they really just need a safe place to sleep.
Sure.
When they go to work and go to work in the morning. So.
Well, currently we have a maximum occupancy. The site is intended to serve up to 15 vehicles at this time. So we're having maybe 11 to 12 nightly. And there is criteria to participate in the program. And so it doesn't fit the needs of everyone, and we recognize that's the case. But as I said, even though we have 11 to 12 vehicles nightly, the case manager has been very successful in providing a number of other services to those who aren't parking at the site, as far as other case management and support services. And so that has really done a lot to accommodate those who are needing other resources here in the community. Thank you. Are there any other questions? We do have the program director of the community-based organization that we contract with, as well as the case manager, if you have any questions about the operations of the program. And we thank you very much for considering this.
Thank you. I take it you want to be on the record. Come on out here and state your name and tell us what you want us to hear.
Hi, thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, Council. I am Michael Fector. I'm the program director for One Starfish. And just to give you some very quick numbers, it's 11 to 12 cars a night, but we're operating at 100% capacity. Some of the people occasionally don't come at night. We have 3 primary criterion for being part of the program. Well, first you have to be drug and alcohol free, and you can't have a severe mental illness because our volunteer and part-time workers don't have the capacity to handle these kind of dilemmas. We pass them on to other social service organizations. But in the program here in the county, we've seen 100% of our guests see health improvements. We've seen 75% of the people 75% of the people have, 50% have been housed. And the program's simply been a success in every possible way. Dorian, is it correct that 22 people have been housed in the past year?
22 cases, some cases are multiple people.
Yeah. So, it has been successful. 75 to 80% of our guests in the county program are working full-time. These are simply people that, although they're working full-time, are priced out of the housing market at present. And our social workers, do our best to see that people get housed. 50% are housed within a year of being in the program to date. Thank you.
Councilmember Campbell.
Just another quick question. How critical do you think it is location? I mean, the county one is fairly close to the highway, easy on, easy off. Is location that critical because most people are mobile? Or?
It's not that critical. This was actually a very good site for us because of the darkness of the site. People come in exhausted, and so they really just want to go to sleep. What we actually found at this site is that there was a lot of vagrancy in the barracks that are nearby to the county supervisor's office. And so having this extra set of literally 20 to 30 eyes has made it safer. People were doing whatever they might have been doing under the overpass that leads to the beach. So there's been less incidents there of students going in the barracks, playing paintball, less drug interaction. because again, these folks want to be good citizens. My wife, who started this charity, Dr. Tia Fector, I'm sorry she couldn't be here tonight, but she pointed out that we've actually been operating in Seaside for years. Our program is so silent that hardly anyone's aware that we're in any of the 7 locations throughout the county. Any other questions?
Sir?
Yes.
Anybody else? Mayor Pro Tem?
Just, it seems that your program is operating from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. currently.
Yes.
One, is that working? And I know the discussion was based on flexibility, potentially from 10 to 6. But if we were to expand a program, let's say because it was so good we could and the need was there, is it better to be uniformed in time, or is with the operation, the flexibility of the 10 to 6?
To be honest, people tend to come in a little earlier in the winter when there's less daylight, and then a number of our guests work late shifts, and so they come in after midnight. You know, it's very gracious of Pastor Lusk and the church to make this available to us, but to be quite frank, there's enough room for cars there. With only one space between each car. There's not the privacy that we really desire, and there's no room for RVs. We very desperately need a legitimate and legal space for RVs. I've done some nighttime wandering, and I see that there are RVs down by the pond, across at the park, at maybe Applebee's, I guess that is, but these folks are there illegally, and you know, we just don't want anyone to be harassed. We, as a general rule, do not reveal the sites that our guests are at for privacy issues. But, you know, please put your heads together and let's see if we can find a site that is acceptable for just a handful of RVs. Many people living in RVs, we've discovered, really don't want the kind of social services we provide. They've sort of gotten upset at society and feel like they're just on the road.
But 7 to 7.
7 to 7 would be ideal, and actually 8 a.m. is a little better. We made it 7 a.m. because workers were coming into the county supervisor's office, and they wanted to be sure everyone was gone at the time that workers came in. But if you would allow the church the discretion to allow people an extra hour of sleep.
In your other 7 programs, 6, 7, whatever programs, 7 programs that you have, I think you said?
Yes.
Is it all 7 to 7?
No, some are as late as 9 or 10 a.m.
So each one's
Right.
flexible? Okay.
Right.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions from the dais? Taking it out to the public. Public comment is now open.
You know, I don't have nothing against the homeless, but why is it everything is being dumped in Seaside? What's wrong with the other cities? Everything that the other cities don't want, they dump it right here in Seaside and you all accept it. So, did you try Monterey? Did you try Sand City?
No, there's no crosstalk.
You know, that's just all I'm saying. Why dump everything in Seaside? We already crowded.
Peter Kaiser, Seaside resident. On this safe parking program, I'm somewhat familiar with iHelp and some other programs in Monterey and so forth, and I'm very concerned that if we're going to have somebody contracted to do this, that they come from a faith-based, Bible-based background. And an example, for instance, is the prison fellowship in our state prisons and federal prisons. When they have their program going there, they have about a 9% repeat rate or recidivism rate of the prisoners. The normal rate is 70%. See the difference? When you have some of these other programs, maybe that aren't faith-based, aren't Bible-based, don't have renewal of the heart and a change of the mind and a permanent relationship with our Lord Jesus Christ, there's a 70% repeat rate where they go back to jail and they're on in the prisons. So I'm hoping that when you do contract this out, and I know some people are already working in the area, that they be faith-based, Bible-based, and that they're actually going to have a renewal of the mind and the heart, not just superficial and not just casual, but they'll be permanently well, healing from their mental illness, their alcoholism, their drug abuse, and that they will put those things behind, they'll get jobs, find a house, and be good citizens in the city. And I just heard that they're going to spend $55 million rehabilitating maybe 200 units on Yosemite Street. And I did some math. I divided that $55 million by 200, and I got almost $250,000 per unit. Is there a possibility we could help those people loan that money so they could just buy a house and not just have an apartment where they pay rent with that $55 million? You know, a permanent solution like that. So let's see if we can have a faith-based program. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Walter Jars. First of all, I appreciate the efforts to take care of people and the less privileged people. There are homeless people and there are jobless people. There's a difference. I also believe that if you have it in your heart to help someone, let them park in your driveway overnight. That solves already quite a few parking spaces if people feel that generous. I believe that religion should not interfere with safe parking. Those are separate issues. I also believe that there's plenty of other locations that could provide ample parking. I believe, because of my personal interest, which is in the commercial district, I don't think that we should have any of these vehicles traveling through back alleys where there's already criminal activities. Next to the mosque, there are 2 trailers that are being hidden by fencing that are actually hooked up to the sewage system and electrical system, which I understand is illegal. I also believe, and I agree with other folks here, that Seaside should not be a funnel and not necessarily be on Facebook as a place you can park your car. I also believe that if this were to happen and where it would happen, we should do background checks on these people. We've had a lot of unfortunate situations in this town, and I think that a lot of people are trying to make the best of this community. I've heard a lot of good, positive things, but I don't think that parking 10 cars across from someone who's trying to rebuild and reclaim their grocery store with a parking lot is a good place to have this kind of traffic. And possibly these folks will not do the project. I was asked to speak on this owner's behalf, who is out of the country. They would like to bring back a beautiful grocery store, and, and if this were to happen, right next to their parking lot, they would pull out and not do this. And I think that Seaside deserves a beautiful deli grocery store, something where we can all be proud of. If it's allowed on public property, then I would consider then maybe the parking lot that's out here in City Hall. Nobody wants the car in their backyard. They all want to have, except for a church. So I think this needs to be looked and dealt with, and I agree people should be helped. I have several people that work for me who are homeless, and I also provide someone to live on my property because this person is dealing with cancer and not able to work. So I really believe in helping people, but it should not be imposed on those that are trying to develop a healthy downtown and a healthy community that is commercially viable and where the city of the Seaside can benefit for the income now and in the future and encourage people that are willing to invest in this community. I think you need to look at it. The problem should be solved, but I don't think it should be imposed on anyone's house or businesses. Consider how far away that should be, and there's plenty of land in Seaside to provide that. Doesn't cost much to build bathrooms, showers, and toilets. And I agree, it should be limited terms. A lot of less privileged people's cars break down. What do you do with a car that's broken down? Do they get kicked off premise? Is it tolerated there? Do they have to leave? It is a really complicated situation and not an easy thing to solve. And everybody's got a bleeding heart for it, but it's got to be done extremely intelligently and also protect the community that we live in. We have a lot of trailers already in the neighborhood, a lot of fire hazards and questionable neighborhoods that are tolerated and buildings that should be red tagged and that should be condemned, quite frankly. And too much of that is tolerated. Thank you.
Mayor Oglesby, members of the council. My name is Tom Metropolis. I'm 63 years old, and I'm homeless. I am a member of the pilot project in Marina, and I can stand here before you and tell you that this is more than a safe parking project. It is formed a community. For the most part, it's full. Most of the time, it overflows. Far too often, the word homeless is associated with either mental illness, drug abuse, or alcohol abuse. In my case, homelessness came to me through cancer. I lost my small business, then I lost my life savings. Then I lost my right lung, and then I lost my home. I'm currently living in a 22-year-old Chevrolet Suburban. And I can answer some of these questions through my own experience. The truck has been a miracle in the fact that it's a Chevy and it's 22 years old and it runs like a tank. However, I have had some problems, plugs, wires. It wouldn't start. I was immobile. The program provided me some financial aid to have these repairs done. So the vehicles in this program do not sit derelict. Aside from that, I know of 2 individuals that are in the program, the pilot program in Marina, who have been able to find good jobs through the help of the program, specifically with Dorian's help. I'm on every waiting list under the sun for either low-income, senior, or disabled housing. This has literally been more than a program for me. This has been a lifeline. I spend my days literally from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. I sleep soundly. The rest of my days are spent hopping from parking lots at the library, at a park. I have the wherewithal to cook, but there's no place to cook legally. So you don't eat well. I've lost 40 pounds. I'm happy about that. However, there are a lot of misunderstandings considering these programs. And what I've seen in my time there is that they actually lift up the community that they're in. And I hope that you would give it kind consideration. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the community. One last time, hopefully this evening, Felix Bachhoffner. I want to echo what both Walter Joris and Ruthie Watts said, which is that this is a good thing that the city of Seaside is trying to help with the homelessness problem. That said, I also want to echo some of their concerns. Ruthie probably said it best. Why is it that once again, this falls largely, maybe entirely on Seaside? I'm a little bit shocked that none of you has asked the $64,000 question, which in my opinion is, and you had a county member here say, and I think Leslie also said, the pilot program in Marina is ending. It's not being extended. It's not being enhanced. It's not being made permanent. There's nothing apparently new on the books. County staffer said it's ending for a variety of reasons. What are those reasons? Ask that question. We'd like that here on the record. Are there problems? Is it financial? Is it crime? Are there other issues? I don't know. Oh, I'd like it on the record, here, orally, tonight. I strongly believe that the mayor and the other council members should reach out to the other cities and say, hey, we would like to help with the homelessness problem. It's great that you guys are doing that. Not everybody agrees with the exact approach, but I think everybody believes that the city's heart is in the right place. We're already working on this in a number of different regards, including the facility on Broadway. But where's the quid pro quo? I've talked before you in the past that this is a drop on a hot rock, as we say in Switzerland. This is not going to solve the problem unless every single community on the peninsula helps. That doesn't seem to be happening to the degree that it needs to happen. If we're going to do it, the 5 of you and all senior staff members need to insist that the other communities step up to the plate as well. I'm not saying don't do this program, but I'm saying ask strongly, resolutely, and ask for clarity as to why the existing pilot program is being abandoned. How does that affect our plans? And good God, make sure that our partner agencies on the peninsula step up to the plate finally and help us address this problem. Ruthie said it very well. It is time that other cities and other agencies help. Seaside has done more than its fair share. It's great that we want to continue doing a lot, maybe even more, but other agencies must step up to the plate.
Kenneth Murray, pastor of Ocean View Baptist Church, Seaside, California, also a community advocate and one for homelessness. I've worked with this program before, years ago, in 2014, with Tia and her husband. And this program has been in other cities. I hear the concerns, but what I want to say is that it's not being dumped in Seaside. This, and I just have to say it from our mayor's heart, our city manager's heart, when we applied for the HEAP loan, they collaborated together and got some people, and this was one of their things that came from their heart, not knowing anything about the program in Marina. It just happened that that program is leaving on good terms. It just has to end because of politics, really. Nothing bad. And I'm sure Ms. Glorietta can give that clarity to you, Mr. Bachhoffner. But if the church doesn't help, then who helps? If the church doesn't help, then who helps? And I'm not here to preach, but that's our responsibility to do as much as we can as a church to reach out. Not only, if we're just reaching in to our membership and not reaching out to the community, then we're really not accomplishing much as a church body. So we're reaching out to establish this program to be one site. And now I know that light, but that man had about 10 minutes, so I'm not going to take 10 minutes, but I just want to say this, is that in all our getting good understanding, this is a sensitive matter. A lot of accomplishments has been made by the city council down in Laguna Grande Park. A lot of cleanup has been done in front of businesses and everything. So if we don't reach beyond that, then that's just going to come back and come back and come back. I want to invite you, I'm going to close on this, Mayor. I want to invite you to Ocean View, 1200 Amador Avenue tomorrow, Friday, at 5 o'clock, and come to iHelp, to where the church that I pastor have been feeding and housing iHelp for once a month for the last 23 years.
Thank you so much, Pastor. Thank you.
Here you go. Mr. Mayor, City Manager, City Council, Pastor Lusk is my name. Good evening, everybody. I heard from the gentleman in reference to speaking of Sandy and Seaside Market. My comment specifically about Seaside Market is I'm 40 years old. Seaside Market closed 40 years ago. If there was any effort or any economic anything that Seaside Market or any of the owners from the sons to the daughter that was going to be done, it would have been done when my father was alive. Next, safe parking program. It didn't drop in Seaside's lap. A year ago, if I'm not mistaken, a year and a half maybe, I don't even know how long I've been here. I was told by Pastor Murray that your dad said you're going to a meeting. Supervisor Marina showed up at the meeting. It was a round table of people, county, city, mayor was there, other community people were there. We have a program, safe parking program, for people that don't have a home. They're trying to get somewhere. They're trying to do something. I was sitting at the table. I hadn't been told yet that my father had already told him that I was going to say yes. But after the conversation went, I sat there and I heard every need that was going on. I heard about the program, the owner, his wife, the coordinator there. I heard about it. I said, we're here. Bethel will step up. We will step up. I went and I told my dad what I did, and he said, you're crazy. I said, no, I'm not. He said, no, you're not. We will step up. I've gone through all the hoops. I've jumped through the hoops, through the city, through the county, been patient, been waiting. It's been almost 6 months. I thought the county forgot me, didn't know where they were. I thought the city forgot me too, until someone graciously took a call and let me know everything was going on. Now, people around the mosque was mentioned. I don't know what goes on in the alley behind the mosque, but the alley behind Bethel Missionary Baptist Church, nothing goes on. There's no drugs, there's no violence, there's none of that. Because I have 3 gentlemen that stay at my church every night, and I have 24-hour, 27-hour security, and they walk every night. If my timer goes off, excuse me, I'm gonna talk, because he talked longer than everybody else. I want it to be made very clear. I'll be respectful, Mr. Mayor. I'm sorry. Yes, sir, I do apologize. I'm sorry. I want to make it very, 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 very clear. It's not about what the other cities are doing. They're doing their part. It's really about what we can do. Stop talking about what other people are not doing and start focusing on what you can do. Here's the thing. What if the Lord all of a sudden blinked his eye and everybody was homeless? Then what would you do? You'd be complaining about your own self and waiting for somebody, which can't help you because they're homeless too, to help you. Then everybody would have to unite and be together. The question is, does that have to happen for us all to unite? Thank you.
No.
Hi, my name is Dorian Manuel. I'm the case manager for the County Safe Parking Program. I first started working with the program a year and a half ago, and I started in this particular position about a year and a month ago. And honestly, this has been the most fulfilling and lovely thing I've ever seen in my life, being a part of this program. I have seen people who, through no fault of their own, have fallen into homelessness and have reached out for help and gotten it. I've seen single mothers with 3 children living in a Ford Focus get into housing weeks before Christmas. I've seen a family of 8 people living in 2 vehicles get into housing after living in their vehicles, bouncing from place to place and getting chased off. This is the most amazing thing I've ever been a part of, and I'm so happy to see the community coming together to support it. There's so much talk about it falling on Seaside's lap whenever we have lots open in Carmel Valley, in Pacific Grove, in Monterey. We have one in Marina that is being closed primarily because of pressure from developers. And we have had no police calls on members of our program during the time that I've been in this program or working with this program. The only times we've had to call police to the lot is whenever there's unregistered people who are not supposed to be there that are causing a ruckus. We have people that clean up after themselves that help take care of each other, people that are driven to better their lives who just need a safety net. And the fact that y'all are considering implementing infrastructure for the process of licensing potentially multiple safe parking programs is very beautiful to me, because instead of asking, why isn't it here, why isn't it here, why don't we start here and try to grow outwards? Because we've been in Marina for a year and a half, and we've been pushing for programs in Salinas, where it's very heavily needed. We've been pushing for everywhere in the county because we want to help the people where we call home. They're our neighbors, and they need help, and they're trying to reach out, but we don't have the capacity currently. So I appreciate y'all just considering it to enable things like this to continue to happen. So thank you for your time.
As a journalist, I've been covering this for 5 years. I never expected it in the beginning, that 5 years later, because I wrote a novel. My novel came out today. It took 47 years to write it. And I said, now I can die. I finished it. I kid you not. It's honestly the truth. But metaphorically, as a poet, I see, and you know that, Seaside as the metaphorical city on the hill. For every one of you, including me in my own weird way, we're all lights. And the rest, not only the country and the peninsula, the whole world is going to learn and hopefully benefit by what's happening here. We are actually putting love into motion, and you can't get any more powerful than that. Thank you.
My name is Hope. I worked at a local company for 18 years. I was always worried about being laid off, so I earned 3 degrees while working full-time. One of them was an MBA. The economic downturn came and none of that helped. Absolutely couldn't find employment, eventually lost my house, wound up homeless, stayed in the One Starfish program in Carmel Valley and in Monterey. During the 6 months I was living in my car, I received gas cards, laundry cards, and I attended an EDD program for displaced workers. So I was going full-time to school and sleeping in my car at night. And with that support, I got a certificate and I resumed work, and I have not been homeless since. So you can imagine I'm a huge fan of the program. I think people fall through the cracks and stay there, and this allowed you to get back out. Thank you for your time and attention.
Public comment remains open. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, all of you, and many blessings to all of you that have done help. My name is Tricia Liebert. I came from Southern California in '82 to Pacific Grove in August because Bill Little gave a heart talk in May at Asilomar. From '82 to '95, I lived in Pacific Grove and Carmel. I did healing work. I didn't know I was a healer at the time, but I did healing work. I did facials. I did a lot of different things. I did full-time fundraising for Bill Little's church for several years until I fell down a stairwell that the city of Pacific Grove deemed illegal, and they took away a perfectly good set of stairs and put down a ladder up to the 3rd floor. And I went up there and looked around to see if everything was closed because it was sort of cold in the house. And I went flying down the stairs at the end of 1990, and I couldn't will myself out of depression after that. I tried drugs. They don't work for me. I'm trying to shorten this up a lot because a lot happened in my life during this period. I channel St. Francis and Yeshua, who you know as Jesus, and God and all masters. And I have an 80-piece manuscript that started in Minnesota from '95 to 2000. Francis asked me to go back there in the summer of '95, and I was planning on it anyway because my mom had passed in December of '94 and left me a little money to go poof out here and go lots longer in Minnesota. And when I was there, I lived in the little town of Ulen, in an acre and a half of property, and a 1914 farmhouse had been remodeled. And they taught me land growth, environmental issues, and unconditional love with the mosquito. And that was a 3-year ongoing lesson. And after 2 years of understanding Einstein's theory and quantum physics, simply put, we're all made up of the same energy, just distributed a little bit differently. And who created us is made up of that energy. And it went on, and the manuscript started back there. I took pictures of a 5,000-acre harvest that was chemicals from beginning to end, supported by the University of Fargo, North Dakota, in Minneapolis. A lot of other things happened. When I came back out here, and Francis asked me to come back out in the summer of '99, I had to sell my property, and I came back the beginning of February of 2000 in a truck that held about 1,800 square feet of my belongings, 5 cats pulling a car, and I had money, and I was willing to pay big deposits for these cats, but no one would rent to me.
Thank you so much.
And
Thank
it
you
goes
for your
on.
story.
But anyway.
So your time is up, ma'am.
Okay, but I was part of the Starfish program in Pacific Grove, and it was a life sent for the 2 years that I was there.
Thank you. Public comment remains open. Seeing no more, public comments closed. Bringing it back to the dais. Any questions or comments, or what is the will and pleasure of the body?
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
I guess introduce an ordinance to permit by license sleeping in vehicles under SMC Chapter 8.23 safe parking.
Seconding on the second.
It's been properly moved and second on the second.
Just, you know, today, there's a new restaurant called Buttercup in Seaside, and we walked into the store, and butter, whatever it was. But anyway, we walked into the restaurant, and a homeless person came and said to Mrs. Rucker, "Can I have I need some money, or I need a breakfast," or she offered that rather than money. And they came in, they sat down, and they could have spent $14, $15, whatever the price was, and she ordered a simple pancake, like $5. And it was kind of like what you're all saying. It was like a lifeline for that person. It was a small step that made a significant difference. I agree with Mr. Reverend Luss that Seaside Market, I think far more than 40 years, because I remember growing up and he was dead. I just don't see that. I see that as an excuse rather than reality. I agree with the concept that, yeah, we need to spread the wealth out of providing services. You mentioned that Starfish is doing that. I think you're a well-kept secret, which is good because it's a good product that people use and that they take advantage of as a lifeline to success and to changing people's life. After the stories tonight and even prior to walking in tonight, I don't know how I or any of us in reality can say no to something that may provide an opportunity. To give people a chance that are on the edge, that may turn their lives around and stay out of areas, we all deserve that opportunity. This is a common sense approval to me. It's a no-brainer. It doesn't take much thought. And if it did take much thought after the stories tonight, I think it's significant. And I think whoever runs the program, or Starfish runs the program, I'm sure we'll all do what we can to help each other. And I want to congratulate all the speakers for making a difference and an impact in changing your lives, because in changing your lives, you've changed our lives. And I think there's nothing better that we can do just to help each other. So congratulations. I'm really in support, and I see the need, and if it's a lifeline, God bless us for having that as an opportunity. Thank you.
Okay, John, Councilmember Campbell.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with my colleague here. An expression was used earlier, I guess a Swiss expression, which I don't really know, that it's a drop of water on a hot rock. It's a Swiss expression, yeah. So I should know, and I should, but I don't. I'm part Swiss, so that's why. Anyway, but at the thinking along those lines, that this really is just a drop of water on it. I mean, this is just a baby step. So I can't really reconcile that real well with the idea that we've done more than our fair share, because we haven't even come close to dealing with this problem of homelessness. And I was proud of Supervisor Parker for stepping up and leading by example and saying, let's use my parking lot. It's vacant space in the former Fort Ord, underutilized space, and they made it work. The people actually made it work. I was impressed, and as was mentioned by another member of the public, it was mostly pressure from developers, I think, that closed that down. And just as a form of NIMBYism, not in my backyard. So I think what we need is more people to get involved, Monterey to step up. And believe me, I heard complaints from Marina when Supervisor Parker's offered her things. Marina always gets these things. That was the complaint I heard, is Marina always gets stuck with these things. It's like, I want to lead by example. I want to try and be part of the solution, and that's why I'm going to vote for this. And I appreciate the work that all of you do. Thank you.
Councilmember Wizard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And there was a comment about the $64,000 question about what we didn't ask about. And, I don't want Ms. Rowland to have to come into any kind of professional jeopardy. But from my perspective, there is a lot of political issue around the Safe Parking Program. There's also the issue of Marina Community Partners and the City of Marina, and a private developer that has their eyes set on $1 million homes all along the former barracks area, and how we don't want homeless folks next to our $1 million homes, because then people won't want to buy them. And there was also a provision when that pilot program, that temporary program was initiated, that there would be an environmental review if the program was made permanent. But because they didn't do an environmental review, you can't make it permanent. So it's not that the program is bad, it's that there's a lot of hurdles to do something that there isn't will to do at the county level. So we can shrug and pretend like the need has disappeared now that the program has come to an end, or we can say, is there anybody in our community who thinks they could host 10 or 20 cars a night, a couple times a week, 7 days a week if the need exists? And we are fortunate that we have generous and kind people in our community that have said, we think we can do that. And so it's not for us to tell generous people in our community that we don't want their generosity. That's the opposite of the message we should be sending. And so if someone wants to step up and provide a space to help their neighbor, then it's our job to get out of the way.
Anybody else? I want to just put a couple things on the record. I think it was, Reverend Murray started it off when he said, and I want the council to reflect on, particularly me, what I ran on and what we talked about during the campaign about doing our part to provide more housing units for people of low income housing means. And the strategy was, you know, this is one of the prongs, is a place to park, meaning they're parking somewhere already. They're parking somewhere tonight in this community. And let me say, on the behalf of the people that live in that single family home, it's unfortunate they're parking in front of that person's home. Does that make sense? Okay, so our responsibility is to solve that issue. You solve that issue by saying, well, is there somewhere centralized they can park? Because people have been telling me for the last, I don't know, a couple months, they don't want them parking in front of their house, right? So we're being responsive to what people are saying. And the thing was, it's not that, like what Reverend Murray said, we didn't pick up this program because we wanted this program. We are making this ordinance because we have people sleeping in their cars in the city of Seaside. The next step is, the benefit is, this program was working successfully in Marina. They did not want it because the developer did not want it. So it has to move. But my point is, the program, when you talk about the program, what is the safe parking program? This is our ordinance now. We didn't have this, well, we didn't vote on it yet, right? We didn't have this yesterday. Right now, anybody that owns a private parking lot can fill up their private parking lot. Everybody listen to what I'm saying? And there's nothing we can say about it. But after we pass this, it has to fall into what we call a safe parking program. If it doesn't, then we can sit up here and say we don't agree with that. So we're making this community better. We're putting in procedures. So when people say, hey, are you making sure it's safe? Are you making sure it's secure? Are you making sure the bathrooms and stuff are there? This is the definition, because I thought the staff read it, but maybe they didn't read it loud enough. What does safe parking mean? The definition. It means a licensed parking program operated on private property located outside the public right-of-way and managed by a social service provider that provides individual and families who sleep in vehicles, see, it doesn't say homeless, it's now, people, a safe place to park overnight while working towards transitional housing. We want those people to park in there because we want them to do what? Work towards transitional. So it's too bad we don't have a big enough place, and I know the bigger place, people don't want it next to their homes, but my point is, right now they're living in their car, and we have no way to reach out and grab them and say, how do we help you transition back into a home? This is what this does. And then the parking operation, to be in that program, this is what you have to do. The people that provide it has to have a security plan, have to have staff contact information, neighborhood outreach, they have a pet policy, client intake process so you know who's coming in there, a facility maintenance plan so the place is not overrun with trash, a list array of services and programs for the person, hours of operation, participant rules, site plans, and other things. My point is, a lot of people that sleep in their vehicles probably won't want to be in this program. But what about the people that do? We need to do something for them. That's just one prong of what we're trying to do to transition people into housing units. Someone mentioned, and I don't even go back there, but I do want to put it on the record, that somebody tried to put homeless with being criminal. And so just because you're homeless don't mean you are a criminal, right? I want to be clear myself. I just say there's one prong for the city of our strategy to combat homelessness or a lack of housing, and what we're working on is our ADUs. Mr. City Manager, there you go. ADUs, we're going to have private, meaning in back of people's house or on public land. We're going to try to increase more low-income housing units, and we're going to bring in those garage conversions that needs to be brought into compliance. And I heard someone say about wires and sewer from trailers being hooked up illegally, and I understand that. But if you stay current with state law, they're saying some of those things are okay because it keeps the person from homelessness in the park or in their car. But when you look at, there's a new state law that says garage conversions, we cannot just go out there and make you tear down your housing unit in your garage conversion. We just had to bring you into compliance because that's a housing unit. If you take the housing unit from somebody, where do they go? So the state is changing, and we need to make sure we're on top of that. Another thing we did, we're, of course, trying to build market rate housing. You expand the pie. And then we put a cap on no-hold short-term rentals. Those are all the strategies we're doing to try to make sure we have a place for people of low income and suffering from homelessness. And my point is, this program is not going to solve it for everybody and sleeping in their car, so I don't want the citizens of Seaside to think all of a sudden everybody's going to come to this spot. But for the people that are ready or willing to transition, this program works. So we have to have a program to cover it. And what we don't want to do is wake up in the morning and some private entity say, come and park in my parking lot, and we don't have nothing to cover it other than after the fact. So I'm in full support of this program because I think it's important, and I think it allows us to determine our future. When people, and I understand people saying, dumping on Seaside, why Seaside has to take it all. What I want everybody to understand is we have the homeless. We're putting in policies and procedures to make it better for them. I don't look to have this grow into, we have 5 or 6 of these things. I don't see that, right? Because it's not 5 or 6 different agencies willing to work this program. That's the first thing, right? So we don't see it being I don't see it being a magnet to the community. I see it being a place where those, we don't know how many people sleeping in their cars, but at least the 3 or 4, 5 or 6 extra people that will come from Seaside into this program will be able to be helped to transition to housing. So those are my comments. I'm prepared to accept the motion. It's been moved and second. This is the ordinance, so it would be a roll call vote. I'm gonna add something to the record. It's still illegal to sleep in your car on the streets in Seaside. So the police can't have you move along. Please listen to the police if they ask you to move along. And if you're in front of someone's house, be respectful and don't stay for a week in front of someone's house, but it's still illegal. I just want the people that don't appreciate this program to understand we're not opening up the streets. This is the least we can do. So call the roll.
Councilmember Kaspersky?
Yes.
Councilmember Wizard?
Yes.
Councilmember Campbell?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Pacheco?
Yes.
Mayor Oglesby?
Yes.
Passed unanimously.
Business item number 10A, received 2019 July 4th holiday and fireworks after action report and provide staff direction, and I'm sure we're going to receive a shortened version of the already shortened version.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, Abdul Pridgen, Police Department. And I'll just be going over the presentation for ease of presentation. So Chief Dempsey and Director Mewis will be here to answer questions specific to their areas of expertise. So for calls for service, the fire department, as you can see, from 2018 to 2019, there was a reduction in calls for service, 2 trash fires and 1 vegetation fire. Police department, steady improvements, well, significant improvement from 2018, from 217 calls for service between July 2nd and 5th, down to 178 calls in 2019 for the same time frame. 8 administrative citations and approximately 25 pounds of fireworks were confiscated. Expenses, illegal fireworks enforcement, $24,666. The community fireworks event, $118,171. To offset that, the city collected in revenue from fireworks sales surcharge, $15,699. Vendor fees, $3,161. Generous donations, $16,000. And the difference between expenses and revenues is $107,984. And the total was under the budget we had allotted for the fireworks enforcement and activity. So Seaside staff, I think the city manager really acknowledged all of the hard work done by city employees to come together on the 4th and leading up to it to make sure that the event was a wonderful success, in my subjective opinion. And a lot of people spoke highly of staff and how the event was organized and coordinated. And we'll leave it with, it was a bang. It was a huge success. I can't get a site for that since it's just a JPEG. So approximately 15,000 people attended the fireworks event. There were no injuries, no structure fires, and again, reduced calls for police service, and all those are indicators that we're heading in the right direction. I'll be happy to entertain any questions.
Anybody have any questions? Anybody? Well, come on, let's go. So, Councilmember Wizard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In the police department section of the staff report, it mentions the police department utilized drones to obtain video fireworks violations and issued administrative citations. Do you know how many?
8. Administrative citations.
Thank you.
Anybody else? What? Yeah. You want it now or you want to wait? Oh, okay. So, you have something? Okay. So, Mayor Pro Tem.
Just a few, 3 questions for you, Chief, and then
Sure.
3 for the Recreation Director. First, it was the best event for families probably in the county, and staff should be commended for all their hard work. But the first question is, prior to the sale of Safe and Sane fireworks in the month of June, did we receive reports of illegal fireworks, and do you know how many phone calls we received? Because there's a concern that the Safe and Sane are the blame, but that's why I'm asking that question.
So yes, we did receive calls of fireworks in the month of June. I'll have to go back and look at the entire month, but I can tell you the week preceding, June 21st through the 27th, we received 6 calls regarding fireworks.
Okay. And then after July 7th, did we receive phone calls as well?
Yes, we received approximately 6 phone calls. I didn't look through the rest of the month of July, but 6 phone calls between July 7th and 14th.
And what I noticed, or what I've been told, is that on July 4th and July 5th, I called 8 times. And but what I heard from residents is the line was consistently busy. Heard that same thing last year as well. So if the line's busy, they get frustrated. Therefore, they can't. The numbers may be reactive to that being less. Is there anything that we can do to help the concept of people being able to reach somebody, be a staff person, someone like communication, It's just if they can't get through, then they get frustrated and they complain louder, I guess is my concern.
Right. So specific to the phone lines, the city of Seaside has 2 lines dedicated at County Communications. In order to increase that, that involves the county commissioners making a decision as to whether or not they want to assign additional lines to the city of Seaside. That means other cities might be interested. Why can't we get some as well? That's not a conversation we can have, but that's one of the challenges. But we also have a text-to-tip, so people can also text this information to the police department outside of just calling the non-emergency number specific for fireworks. And we'll look at other ways that they can provide us with information regarding illegal fireworks next year.
And if there's any other ways to look at things, because it seemed that a lot of people were frustrated by the fact they couldn't get through. The next 3 questions are for the Recreation Director. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
If we were to consider having the event next year, and if we were to consider having it at City Hall as originally planned, to save money and greater access to residents, is there steps that we could take now so that way outside area communities are aware and we can move forward to saving us money?
Yeah, we would definitely start the planning process immediately and then work with the Coastal Commission and other areas to make sure that we have all of our permits in order. And in case that it does go and get appealed, then we have plenty of time to file our appeal and go to battle whatever we need to do.
So if we were to do that, you would need to know by December or so that we won't fall into the same trap as we did last year, right?
Yeah, I mean, earlier would be better, but I do believe in December we could definitely make that work.
I know personally there were problems with Uber related to pickup. Are you aware of the problem, and can this be fixed?
Yeah, we foresaw there being an issue in the beginning with this, but if we do decide to hold it at the golf course again, we do have some solutions that we think we could mitigate that in the future.
Okay. And again, I want to thank you all for what a great job you did. It was just a really good family event. My last question is, personally, I believe we should charge to offset some of the costs related in parking. I just think at any event that you go to, people pay to park. It's just, and because it's such a strong event, more and more people want to go, and because the cost is so expensive to put on a quality event, I think that's something we should consider. If we would go for a change on a parking site, on site parking, are we capable of managing the parking and receiving the money and managing the money and organizing the necessity to do like they do at the fairgrounds, like they do at any community events, probably throughout the region, I guess.
Yeah, we can definitely make that happen.
Okay, thank you. And okay, that could potentially raise tens of thousands of dollars if we, based on the availability of parking, I would assume, and the right price charged. Okay, thank you.
That is correct.
You said you can make that happen if you're directed to do that.
Correct.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand, the public's trying to understand. Anybody else? Let me see if I have to. Right. So let me, okay, we'll bring back up the fire chief. You had anything? Okay. Fire Chief Dempsey?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Chief Dempsey. Just a question about the, this is actually my question for Chief Pridgen about the number of administrative, I forgot to ask that follow-up because somebody was rushing me, but the number of fires was 2 dumpster fires and 1 vegetation fire. Do you recall the fires from the other 3 years, or the other 2 years that we have good data for?
Yeah, they're generally about the same. It's generally a dumpster or vegetation fire. But in the last 3 years, we have not had a structure fire on the 4th of July.
A couple, 3, something like that?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. And my follow-up for the police chief, which was the same exact question, was do you recall off the top of your head in 2018 or 2016 how many administrative citations we had?
So I don't believe we had any. In 2017, 2018, I believe it was approximately 24.
Okay, great, thank you.
Anybody? And Chief, while you're up here, so we had 24 last year, we had, what, 8 this year?
Yes, sir.
So we getting better or we getting worse?
From what I have heard,
How did
we're
that-
getting better. And so again, some of this is based on data, and I know not everyone could get through on the hotline for fireworks, but people have said there were fewer fireworks this year than there were last year.
Is that what you hear?
Yes,
'Cause
that's what people are telling me.
I'm sure there's people up here that say they heard differently, right? And it both could be true.
Yes.
It depends on where you live at, what time, and all of that stuff. So I throw that out to the public. But when you say you only had 8, right? Are we saying? Well, I guess I'm gonna get you straight to my question. Are those people paying those citations?
So typically, this presentation is done the first council meeting in September. So right now, we have not collected any from those that we have
Because
issued
that's
this
a
year.
time frame type
Correct.
thing. Okay. What I would like to see next year is I think all of those categories, fires or whatever, listed like the number of calls. I want to see 24 citations, 8 citations, and then
Yes, sir.
0 citations if we do it next year. And I think the same thing about the dumpster fires. What do you think we're well, okay, the 25 pounds of fireworks, that's what I want. Is that more than last year, the year before?
So
Do you remember that?
last year, we didn't weigh them.
Okay.
We collected some, but we didn't weigh them. This year, we did.
And next year you're aware.
Yes, we will, sir.
Okay. All right. I think that's it. I think it's just like the Mayor Pro Tem said, before 4th of July we hear them, and the thing is, right now I shouldn't say this too loud, but right now they got a little smart, and they would do one at a time, knowing that the person may not call, but if they call, they did one at a time. So by the time you guys get there, it's one at a time. So how did the drones work?
The drones worked well, but again, that night, the weather was not, it was kind of foggy. But again, we don't have to be on scene to issue citations.
Okay.
We can go based upon a witness giving us an address or a person that they might be familiar with, license plate, those types of things.
Did we have more of that?
No, we had,
We try to make it more comfortable. Maybe
Yes.
we'll figure out a way to talk about that more. Because that's what we talked about is, at the council is, if you don't like that noise next door or across the street, guess what you should do? Call and point next door or across the street, and I think you can do it without standing in front of the person's house, right?
Yes, sir.
Because people are afraid of that.
yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, that's just, I guess it's a report taking it out to the public. Public comment is open. Seeing no one, public comment is closed. Bringing it back to the council. There's a little provide direction to staff over there. What are you guys thinking about? What are you, Council Member Wizard?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I don't know what the will of the council at large would be, but I just wanted to put out for the public's knowledge and for our consideration that we spent about $107,000, which buys about 45,000 square feet of pavement, about 75% of the slurry seal that we're doing on this Phase 2 project. It's about 10% more than the entire athletics budget in the rec department. It's about the entire after-school services budget for the rec department, and it's more than the entire human resources department budget. So I just want to put that out there that this does come at a cost, and if we want to continue doing it, we have to recognize that we are giving up something. We could expand programs, we could make programs better, we could increase the quality of those programs, but that's not to say that we shouldn't, it's just that everything comes at a cost.
I'm going to push back on the more than the HR budget. You want to think about that? They got 2 employees in that budget plus other things. So what part of the budget did you mean? I got them, didn't I?
The directors. No, not the directors. I'm sorry. The not salaries. It's all the administrative costs
I
minus
just want
salaries.
you to know I look at the budget too.
Thank you.
So those are good comments, something we can look at, sometime before December about what you guys want to do about having another event like that. Any more questions, comments? I'm sorry, Councilmember Campbell.
Thank you. Just the comments are that, well, just thanks to staff and for getting getting that up and going so amazingly efficiently. I was very impressed with the late, especially with the late change in venue, and thanks to everybody who worked all the overtime. That was fantastic. And just as I said before at the last time, I believe I said it, but if we do this again, I know it'll be in December, but I would prefer to keep it up at the golf course. It seems like there are going to be fewer permitting problems. I recognize it's more expensive, fewer permitting problems, and maybe for good reason, because the lake down here is a refuge for quite a few bird species, and I know fireworks are quite disturbing to them. So, for environmental reasons, I'd prefer it up the hill. Thank you.
Council Member Kaspersky.
I thought the event was fantastic, so thank you everyone, staff. I had a really good time. I was really proud of Seaside, and I think for that reason, it is a part of community development that you can show off your city and be proud. So I think we need to find a way to fund it. Not opposed to figuring that out at some point. I'm also not opposed to getting together with another jurisdiction, be it Monterey or Marina or maybe a bunch of other cities, because nobody else is offering fireworks. Maybe that's something they're interested in helping us out with. And all of their citizens are coming to this event anyways. I assume there was a ton of people there. It's the biggest event on the peninsula that I've ever been to, so I was excited to see that. But I don't know, collaborating with some of the other cities maybe is an option since it's so big, and that might be a way that we can fund this very expensive source of pride.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. It's kind of I understand Mr. Wizard's concerns related to the cost. I as well. I'm very open to potentially moving it down to here, but the beauty of the golf course and the visual effect and is been extremely successful. We had an event, we didn't have it, the community had an event on Monday night, had 2,000 or thereabouts with the Porsches. The positive comments that event had, the cross citizenship from the state it had, the goodwill that brought forward on a non-family event pretty much, or this event is, I've been doing this business of recreation forever, is one of the best events in the region as far as, and I'll push back a little bit, it is not a fireworks show. The fireworks show is part of a window of opportunity, but it's a family affair. And when we talk about family affairs, there is something there for the family, not a 20-minute window of opportunity. It's a 4-hour window of fun, experiences, and meeting new people, and meeting your friends, and creating a pride in the city of Seaside that this council and councils in the past have been gaining momentum in over the years, where people want to live here. Some of the houses in Seaside for rent, many of the houses in Seaside for rent, are more expensive in Seaside than in Monterey, PG, and Carmel, because people understand this is a family community and want to do things right and does things professionally, and they can feel welcome in the events. In my part, and I'm sure Mr. Muse's part, how often, Nancy's problem, how often has there been a problem in a community event in Seaside of any nature, of significance? That's something you take pride in, and I know in other cities that are far more wealthier than Seaside, there has been those problems. It's about we do things correctly. I think we need to investigate the cost, maybe look at partnerships, maybe look at sponsorships early. But if we, it's hard when you start extremely successful program, and then you kill it. And I have a hard time seeing that, because I've seen under budget times, in the 2009, 10, 11, and even way back when, in the 90s, rugs were pulled under programs that were impacted people's lives. This event it's an opportunity for kids, and it's an opportunity for families. And I think the key to me is the fireworks are good and they're a draw, I agree, but the family unification, with parents reacting to their kids is the value to me. Is the family, the unification, the pride, those are the components that make the difference, not necessarily the fireworks, not necessarily the music, not necessarily the kids' activity. When we unify all those things, we unify our community, and I think that there's not much better you can do for a city. Thank you.
Anybody else? I'll go quickly. I think what I heard, what I came up with, what I think the Mayor Pro Tem was right, is about if we don't need to highlight the fireworks. I think it's the 4th of July holiday party. Boom. That's it. What we do is what we do when we get up there. The thing is, let's be clear, this city is working hard as it can not to be able to use the golf course because we want to put a hotel up there. So pretty soon, we're going to have to move that spot. So next year may be the last hoorah, so let's just be clear about it. But eventually, we're going to be out of that spot. So if that's the only spot we have is Laguna Grande, and you know, if you want to talk about birds, we can talk about birds, but if we're going to do it, it has to be done somewhere, right? So we face that challenge. That's all I want to do is put that on there. We're not here to decide it tonight. We got until sometime in December that we have to let the rec department know that we are willing to go forward. I do want to associate myself with Councilman Wizard's comments about what we can do with that money. And if the economy change and we do have to cut, well then, yeah, the first thing you do at your house is the parties. The first thing goes to parties. So let's not tie ourselves too much to it and say we lose who we are because we can't do that event. But as long as we have money, as long as we had a wherewithal, then we're going to do what we can to make sure our family and our kids have a good time. All right, so we received that. Can I have a motion to receive the report? I think you guys.
Mr. Mayor, I move to receive the fireworks report.
It's been properly moved to second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays have the same right here now. As ayes have it, motion carried unanimously. B, a resolution directing the transfer of funds of $5,000 from the City Council budget from the homeless services to the Homeless Committee budget for FY 1920. Mr. City Manager, I see the Chief of Fire is up there. I'm sure this is very short, straight to the point briefing.
Yes, very brief. The homeless assistance funds reside in your budget, the city council budget. Homeless Committee is asking for $5,000 of the $50,000 to be moved to their budget so they can address immediate needs as they come up. If they go through the proper procedures, they make a decision at their meeting, I bring it to the next council meeting. Sometimes that can take up to a month for those needs to be met. So it's simply giving them a little bit of funds to make some quick decisions and meet the mission of the city council.
Thank you so much. Is there any questions from the council? We'll take it out to the public. Public comment is now open. Public comment remains open. Seeing no one, public comment is closed. Bringing it back to the dais, entertain a motion and/or questions or comments.
Just one comment real quick. While I do support this, I just want to be sure. I know we discussed this earlier with committees and commissions. I just want to be sure everybody's up on the ethics, or it's, you know, when we're spending taxpayer dollars that we know how they are to be appropriate in the spending.
Yes, and I follow the city purchasing policy, so they can't make a purchase without me making sure that we're following the correct policy.
Great, thank you.
So I'm clear, the committee makes a recommendation to spend whatever they want to spend, but it goes through city staff to conduct the purchasing,
Yes,
which ensures a second level of accountability.
yes.
Okay.
Mayor, I move to approve a resolution directing the transfer of funds of $5,000 from the city council budget for homeless services to the homeless committee budget for fiscal year 1920.
Second.
It's been properly moved in second. All those in favor use the reconciled voting, which is aye.
Aye.
Nays have the same. Right here, none. Ayes have it. Motion carried. 10C, Del Monte Manor Bridge Loan Request to substitute subordinate affordability restrictions. Mr. City Manager.
Assistant City Attorney has a presentation.
Actually, good evening, everybody. Sherry Damon, Assistant City Attorney. I'm going to try to keep this really short. On June 17th, you authorized a loan, a bridge loan, a short-term loan on two conditions. One is that you had a security interest, which is a deed of trust, and two, that you get an affordability restriction, that we protected the units that are not currently protected at the Del Monte Manor, and we made them affordable. Both of those things were supposed to be in the first position so that we were assured that we would both get our money back and that we would have the affordability of additional units. Since that time, the construction lender and the permanent lender wish to subordinate the deed restrictions, not the security interest, so the money is still protected. It's just deed restrictions. So the proposal from the project manager is to substitute the city's deed restrictions with new deed restrictions when the funding comes in. The project manager, Matt Licati, who is the project manager from TerraCorp, is here, and he's also the property manager. He does have a brief presentation if you wish to entertain that, but it's a fairly straightforward request.
Any questions or comments, Councilman Wizard?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'll just walk through it, and you can tell me at some point if I've interpreted it incorrectly, and I hope that I have. Let me just. No, I have a question, and it's the outcome, in my opinion, is negative. So I hope I'm misunderstanding it. If we loan $800,000 to somebody or some company or organization, and the affordability is subordinated, it is not primary. If the affordability requirements go on the back end and are second or 50th to some other clause or clauses, and that $800,000 is then subsequently paid back, do we still have standing to enforce that with the requirement to attach that affordability, or because we've been made whole on the $800,000, we can no longer say, oh, but you didn't do that because they've paid us off?
That's right. So what's happening is you're getting paid back, and when you get paid back, your deed of trust is released, and your affordability restriction is also released and replaced with a new deed restriction that's being issued by the CDLAC group.
And so if that last step, if that never attaches, if that 55-year CDLAC thing, that doesn't happen, do we still have standing to require it? Or since they've paid back the $800,000, we can shout all we want, but that's the end of it?
Well, our deed restriction would remain on the property until until our loan is paid off. So at the time the new lender comes in to pay off the loan, our loan, at the same time the deed restriction would be replaced. And if there's no deed restriction, our deed restriction would be, there would have to be a request to come in and subordinate it or change it in some other way. And the project manager is here. He can answer more questions. I don't know if you're still looking like I didn't answer that question very well.
Well, you might have answered it, but real estate is not my strength. I'm just trying to ensure that the public can be confident that we loaned $800,000 to some organization on the condition that these units would be affordable, and there's no way to, not that there's any ill will or that people would not operate in good faith, but if something were to occur and nobody signed that last piece of paper and, oh, well, it just never happened, can the city still compel that to happen? Or once we get paid off, we're out of the conversation?
short-term bridge loan, 800,000, when the bonds are sold, that we should be paid off and everything goes.
Right.
So,
There's no enforceability.
So if for some reason the 55-year CLAC affordability deed restriction does not attach, does not get recorded, once the loan is repaid, that's the end of that.
We're done.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Councilman Campbell.
And I'm not sure if the gentleman in back can help answer this, but it's, I'm going to follow the same lines of questioning. Maybe I'm not clear on what a deed restriction is. Because the idea was we were giving a short-term loan and putting a deed restriction on for 55 years or something, so a long-term deed restriction, regardless of the length of the loan. That's what we were going to do, and I believe that is possible, because that is what a deed restriction is.
That is possible. It has to do with the lender. But you know what? I'm going to let Matt Licati do the presentation because I think maybe.
We want the question and answers, so he
Okay.
can come up and answer.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. I'm going to try to answer both questions without going into the whole presentation the dog and pony showed, because you already know the basics. So,
Yeah, I think they understand it, so
Okay.
they're right to their
Oh,
questions.
No,
so
yeah.
answer-
No, I'm going to try to be real direct about it, is what I'm saying, so thank you. So the question is, I think it boils down to what happens if the deed restriction is removed by the city? What's the enforceability? What we're offering is that the new deed restriction would take its place. I'm not saying that at the point at which the deed restriction is removed, there wouldn't be another one behind it. It's the offer that there would be a 55-year deed restriction from CDLAC, the California Debt Limit Allocation Committee, which is to whom we're getting the money to pay off the city loan. So it's a contingency. We're saying we will pay it off with these funds, and if we don't pay it off with those funds, yours is durable. I don't want to take away the restriction. In fact, the offer is that we want to restrict all of the units. We want to restrict all 192. The initial approval for the deed restriction that was granted was for 94 units. There's a total of 192. 98 are already deed restricted by the HUD subsidy agreement that we have, but that only has 12 years remaining on it. It'll be a 20-year agreement if we get the renewal from HUD, which just yesterday we got the preliminary approval for. So 98 units have theoretically 20 years more. 94 have no deed restriction at present, although it's always been operated as affordable housing, as you guys know. That's been the mission of that property, Del Monte Manor. What we're trying to do now is deed restricted for the long term. Our company, Terex Development Corp., is a preservationist. What we do is we try to go in and help nonprofits that otherwise don't have the background to do this, to deed restrict their properties, make them perpetually affordable for the community that they're in. And so to more directly answer succinctly for you, the deed restriction that we're asking for be removed would be replaced with a greater, longer, or similar duration, I guess, to what you're asking for, deed restriction. The problem that we have is that if you have a deed restriction on a property like this that's insistent upon being in first position, new lenders don't want to come in behind that. They would ask that it either be subordinated or removed, and the common element or the common way this is handled is that it's replaced with a new deed restriction that's acceptable to the body that has the existing deed restriction, which in this case is the city.
Mayor? Thank you. So let me see if I can put it another way, and then using the term subordinate.
Right.
So we would still have the deed restriction. What? Just give me.
Oh, sure. No, I'm sorry.
Just give me a moment. We'd still
Go
have
ahead.
the deed restriction, but I heard a request say that they wanted our deed restriction to be subordinate to the other deed restriction. So basically, if and when you get this other loan and get the new deed restriction, ours then becomes in second place or is subordinate to it. Is
Well,
that
the request is actually that it be replaced.
Okay.
So they don't want any deed restriction superior to their loan and their deed restriction when they come in. So they're actually, the request is that at the point at which the new deed restriction comes in, simultaneously yours is extinguished. It also is concurrent or at the same point at which the loan is paid off. So their money comes in, their deed restriction comes in, there's no lapse in between the two, and the condition that you would have that we would agree to is that your deed restriction is not removed unless and until the new deed restriction from CDLAC comes into play.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. And just for maybe although I'm maybe I'm the only one worried about it, but I would really appreciate if the Office of the City Attorney could concur with that. If that's appropriate, if the Office of the City Attorney agrees, I would love to hear that concurrence. If they don't, I'd like to hear what they don't agree with.
Any other questions? Anybody else have any questions? Mayor Pro Tem, you have any? Mr. City Attorney?
When they subordinate, they're getting a loan, okay? So as long as that loan is paid and you put on a second tiered thing such as they're suggesting, there's never a problem. If they defaulted on the loan and the lender had to take the property back, we would be in second place and we would be out. It's unlikely that that would happen, but it's always a possibility.
Through the mayor, I just wanted to make sure that I understood correctly that their proposed source of funding comes with a 55-year deed restriction, and that by accepting that money, they agree to the 55-year deed restriction, and that same money will pay off ours with our condition of a deed restriction. So there will be no time where there is no deed restriction. They're replacing ours with their own as a condition of borrowing that money themselves from that private lender or quasi-public lender.
That's what they're indicating. That is correct. So that ours is on there currently until it would be on there when we loan the money until such time as they have the $55 million. Okay, we're at the loan for that. Then ours would be extinguished for a new one coming on that would be after the loan, which would mean that the people that are loaning, in the unlikely event of a default, they could theoretically change it to market rate units.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, so,
There's one thing I'd like to add that goes a step beyond that, if you
go ahead.
wish. And that is that we're seeking tax credits from the California Tax Credit Allocation Committee. So there's yet another deed restriction that they place on the property at the point at which the tax credits are awarded. We are in the process of obtaining those. We've applied for them. We believe we're going to get them. We've done a number of these transactions and see no reason why we won't. The bonds are a requirement. They're for a 4% tax credit. They go hand in hand. They're known as bond deals. That being said, when the tax credits are awarded, this additional deed restriction goes onto the property that is independent of the CIDLAC one. They parallel each other. CIDLAC basically has TCAC, California, or rather the Tax Credit Allocation Committee, which is the national version, enforces CIDLAC's 55-year deed restriction. They're basically one and the same in the way that they're designed, so there's yet another level of oversight. So this project really would be very, very difficult to ever be unsubsidized in the 55 years.
right, and we're trying to lock that in the best we can.
Understood.
But at the end of the day, we're talking about a loan of when would we get repaid back?
In about 3.5 months, because we've been pending for a few months now, and we're kind of getting desperate. I just need to add that in there, that
Yeah, and that's
we're
what I
running out of
want
money.
That's what I want the public to understand is,
Right.
we're not talking about this $800,000 being going out of the bank account for
No.
more than 100 days.
We're looking to pay off on around November 30th.
Right.
Is the closing date.
Someone put on the record earlier, and I just want you to be clear about the $55 million. I think it's only about 20 is being spent on rehab. Is it okay for you to tell us where's the other money's going to so we can understand better that you're not spending $55 million on 192 units?
Sure, yeah, very good question. The $55 million is what they call a TEFRA amount. It always well exceeds the amount that you actually want, so you don't have to come back and get re-TEFRA'd if you're in the midst of your financing process and you find that you're not meeting what's called the 50% test. So that's, without getting into all the nuances of what that means, you just want to have some cushion, and it's a big cushion.
So, I think we all had that issue where we go and get pre-approved for a house or a car loan.
Right.
And you may be approved for $50,000, but you still only spend $35,000.
Correct.
Is that okay? And
So-
you only plan on spending roughly 22 or something like that.
So-
It may go up. I don't want to tie you down.
30 million is actually our current number.
Okay. I just wanted to put that on the record.
Right, thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, we're going to go out to the public, then we'll bring it back, and then we'll have a decision.
Very good.
Taking it out to the public, public comment is now open. Public comment remains open. Seeing no one, public comment is closed. Bringing it back to the council for a motion.
Okay, Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we follow through with Del Monte Manor's request to replace the city's regulatory deed restriction of rents with the California Debt Limitation Allocation Committee regulatory deed restriction to satisfy the affordability deed restriction.
Second.
It's been properly moved and second on the question. All those in favor use the regular sign voting, which is aye.
Aye.
The nays have the same right. Hearing none, ayes have a motion carried unanimously. We're past 10:30. Need a motion to continue the business past 10:30.
Make a motion to continue the meeting until
Nobody.
10:50.
What?
No longer than 10:50.
No, we just,
Just as a math.
you want to put a time on it?
I got 30 pages.
You putting a time on it? Okay, so it's been properly moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been properly moved and second that we extend the time of the meeting. All those in favor, take it out to the public, seeing, hearing none. All those in favor use the regular sign of voting. Ayes have the same. I hear, in the opinion of the chair, I hear 3 ayes, and I will deem this unanimous. It's too late. All right, mayor, city council, city manager, city attorney's comments. Mr. City Attorney,
No comment.
Mr. City Manager.
Two very quick things. Update the council, the MPUSD board approved the council's purchase offer for the court at Contra Costa in Sonoma. So that's very good. We have to do some paperwork, and we'll take on that chunk of land to improve the neighborhood. And that's number one. Number two is I just want to say thank you to Sam for doing such a good job tonight.
Oh, wow. Councilmember Kaspersky.
I have nothing to report.
Great. Councilmember Wizard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to thank the staff for putting on the National Night Out event. It was a great time. And then report on the external committee of FORA, external board. The mayor will, of course, have more information, but the city of Seaside joined the other members of the FORA board of directors to direct the Fort Worth Authority to prepare the documents required to obtain, or rather to issue debt and receive some bond revenue for remediation of the former Fort Ord, trying to make the city of Seaside a more attractive brownfield for development opportunity. That's all I have. Thank you.
Yeah, it was a big to-do whether we use remediation or building removal. So it's for building removal. And we'll have a fuller report for you guys once it's signed. Councilmember Campbell?
Thank you, Mayor. Just on the Waste Management District, we had a special meeting to approve our budget. We had a continuing resolution to run the business there because we were waiting to finish up some labor negotiations, which we did finish up, and we're able to incorporate it into this year's budget. So that's good news.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
I attended the NAACP Youth Summit with the mayor. Wanted to thank the NAACP Youth Committee and Monica Mapp for their hard work. It really kicks off the school year in a really positive fashion for the kids to get information as well as the parents. I went to the Porsche car show in Seaside. You know, there must have been 500 Porsches out there, thousands of people in attendance. The Porsche staff, 3 of them I bought. Porsche staff commented positively on the city's support and leadership for the event. It was just a really good atmosphere. I went to the school board meeting, and they all felt very good about, personally, after related to the decision they made. And I think it's good for the city and as well as them. And they also continue to working on the affordable housing questionnaire as far as a bond issue that will go out to the public if they get the support of the residents. been attending the Sunday Blues each Sunday. Great turnout, real positive comments. You know, and you know, I've been part of this for decades. And what I've learned is it's really more than just a music event. It's more of a community event. And just what I found fascinating was two different groups approached me. One being a youth group from Seaside, and then one being an older family from Monterey. And they kind of commented separately to me that the event creates an environment where people of numerous cultures and age groups find common good, that when they see each other in their daily lives, rather than being fearful or hesitant to talk to each other, they have that common recognition and familiarity, and it ties into their participation in Sunday Blues and just the visibility. And I think that does a lot as it ties into all the city events. And I think the staff should be thankful that, and the police department being there, I think all Sundays, it just adds a sense of a bonding with the residents of all the cities, and I think that's really positive. I wanted to thank Gloria Stern, who I think is developing an environment of trust by our small business owners. Small business and new businesses are believing they have a friend at City Hall that they will listen to and knock down some bureaucracy at City Hall when possible, to assist them open up their small businesses. And I think I was involved with a couple, not involved, I watched her interact with a couple of business owners recently, and I think she really made a huge difference. Lastly, I want to thank Leslie Milton and the Public Works staff for doing all they can and beyond to remove items from the city related to public health and safety, and that negatively impacts all of us and our quality of life. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. I did, my responsibility, so I went to a lot of meetings, but in the consideration of the hour, I won't go into them. I just highlight a couple of things. One, I think the National Night Out was a success. I want to talk about, I'll get to that in a minute. I think, Chief, CRO Rice was talking about changing the night. So look into that. I think he has a good idea on changing the night so we can get more people out there. But it was a good night. The Blues in the Park was great, and I want to thank the city staff for making that happen and doing all they did. So I think the city manager and the rec department, I don't know if I mentioned it, but the fireworks was well done by staff. You guys, all the hours that were put in there, and they even stayed late to clean up, so I want to appreciate the staff for that. I attended a Porsche show. I appreciate the council just leaning forward and pushing that. It was a success. You should have seen the people that were there. There's no way those people would have stayed on Porsche's property, but them knowing that they were being able to be on the street, I think another 1,000 people showed up. And so that was important that the city said, hey, we'll close down the street for that. That was a success, I believe. I want you guys to know we're going to have a special water meeting on August 20th. And I want to thank again the city manager for letting the Raiders, Youth Raider team use City Hall at the front. But not only that, making sure it was clean. And I mean by making sure some of those goose droppings was not as much as it should be. I look forward to the council doing something to make sure those things don't cross the street and do something on our property any longer. If that's getting a dog or something, that's something we need to look at. Citizens and kids don't need, we use that front lawn too much to have our kids and our residents walk through that stuff. That's just total disrespectful, in my opinion, to allow them to do that. I want to thank Sam for doing a wonderful job getting us through this evening. And the next thing is, I guess we're looking for adjournment. It's been probably moved to second, we stand adjournment.